Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe, only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. My name is Joshua, and the whole thing started with a stupid coin. The tradition was silly, but the weight of the silver dollar in my palm felt like the weight of every summer I'd ever spent under these trees. A promise I didn't fully understand, but kept anyway. I placed it on the mossy stone at the edge of our new campsite, whispering the old words my grandfather taught me, feeling that familiar mix of affection and embarrassment. For a second, the woods felt warm, like a nodded approval. Then my wife laughed from where she was unpacking the car. She called it encouraging pests and teaching the kids superstition. Before I could say a word, she marched over with a gloved hand and swept the old, tarnished offerings left by others into a grocery bag, my new shiny coin tumbling in with the rest. She left the stone bare and clean, an act that felt less like tidying and more like an erasure. I argued, but her logic was a solid, immovable wall. We were here to enjoy nature, she said, not placate imaginary forest kings. The kids, our boy and girl, watched the whole thing, their little faces switching between my awkwardness and her certainty. I gave in, like I always did, choosing a peaceful weekend over a principle I couldn't even properly explain. I told myself she was right, that I was a grown man clinging to a kid's story. The rest of the setup was normal. The tent went up, the fire pit was dug, the cooler was stocked. The forest around our clearing was deep and green, the way I remembered, but as the afternoon sun slanted through the pines, I noticed the birds had stopped singing. I mentioned it, and she said it was just the time of day that birds settled down at dusk. It made sense, so I accepted it, pushing down a small, cold feeling in my gut. The evening was actually perfect, the kind you see in brochures. We roasted hot dogs, made s'mores, told silly stories. The fire crackled and sent sparks up into a sky filling with stars. She shot me a gentle, knowing look, a see, everything is fine look that should have made me feel better, but somehow made me feel smaller. The kids giggled in their sleeping bags later, whispering about the marshmallows, and the normal sounds of the night, the crickets and the distant rustle of leaves, seemed okay. I felt foolish for my earlier worry, a comfortable embarrassment that let me finally relax. I fell asleep to the sound of my wife's steady breathing next to me, thinking about hikes we'd do tomorrow. I woke up because the inside of the tent was bone cold. The digital clock on my phone said it was just past 3 in the morning. Everything was still, but it was a wrong kind of still, like the whole world was holding its breath. I listened, my ears straining. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate dragging sound, right outside the canvas wall next to my head. It wasn't an animal rustle. It was too heavy, too purposeful, like someone pulling a sack of wet sand through the dirt and pine needles. I froze, my blood turning to ice water. I held my own breath, my eyes wide open in the dark, staring at the green nylon a foot from my face. The dragging moved along the length of the tent, from my head down towards where the kids were sleeping. It stopped right by their end. I could hear my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum solo I was sure the thing outside could hear. A minute passed, then another. Nothing, just that immense, waiting stillness. I slowly, so slowly, turned my head to look at my wife. She was sleeping deeply, peacefully. I wanted to wake her, but the fear of making any sound at all glued me to my sleeping bag. Then, from the kids' side of the tent, came a new sound. A soft, wet crunch. Just once. Like a bite into a crisp apple, but deeper, more final. A low, quiet whimper followed, not from my son or my daughter, but a strange, pained sound that seemed to come from the ground itself right outside. Every hair on my body stood up. The dragging started again, moving away from the tent now, heading back towards the tree line. It faded slowly, swallowed by the woods until there was nothing left but that awful, profound quiet. I lay there for what felt like hours, shivering, waiting for the sun. When the first gray light finally seeped into the tent, I moved, my joints stiff with cold and terror. I unzipped the tent door with trembling hands and crawled out into the dawn. The air was misty and chill. I looked around the campsite first. The fire pit was cold ashes. Our chairs were where we left them. The cooler was shut. Everything looked normal. I took a shuddering breath, almost ready to believe it had been a nightmare, some weird sleep paralysis. Then I turned towards the kids' side of the tent. There, in the soft dirt, was a deep, wide groove, like something heavy had been pulled through it. The groove led from the trees, went right past my head, and stopped at a spot just outside their door. And at that spot, the ground was messed up. The pine needles were scuffed away, and the dark earth was patted down. And in the very center of that patted down earth, placed neatly like a gift on a pillow, was a perfect spiral-shaped piece of weathered bone. It was small, maybe from a rabbit or a fox, but it had been worked, carved by something into this twisting, elegant shape. It was clean and white, and it was cold, so cold, even as the morning sun began to touch it. I stood there, staring at it, the memory of that wet crunch echoing in my skull. I didn't hear her come up behind me. "What is it?" she asked, her voice still rough with sleep. I couldn't answer. I just pointed at the bone on the ground. She looked at it, then at the dragging track in the dirt. Her practical, logical mind tried to engage. "An animal," she said, but her voice was thin. "A raccoon or something. Dragged its dinner past us." She reached down, as if to pick the spiral bone up and throw it into the woods. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist, harder than I meant to. "Don't," I said, and the look in my eyes must have been something new, something she'd never seen before, because she pulled her hand back and just looked at me, really looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a crack in her certainty, a tiny fissure of pure, undiluted fear. We had broken a rule we didn't understand, and now the forest had left us a calling card. The weekend was over, but I knew, with a certainty that sank into my bones, that we were not allowed to leave. The morning sun felt like a lie, a bright, cheerful blanket trying to cover up the ugly truth we'd found in the dirt. I left the spiral bone right where it was, a bad luck charm I was too scared to touch. My wife didn't argue this time. We moved around each other with a new carefulness, a quiet dread hanging between us as we made breakfast for the kids. They were bubbly and normal, completely unaware of the track in the dirt or the twisted little sculpture waiting just outside the tent flap. My son asked for more syrup on his pancakes, his voice loud in the hushed camp. My wife smiled at him, a tight, stretched smile that didn't reach her eyes. We were acting, playing the part of a happy family on a camping trip, and the effort was exhausting. After we ate, she pulled me aside while the kids colored at the picnic table. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, her fingers digging into my arm. "Something's not right." That was the biggest admission I'd ever heard from her. I just nodded, a quick jerk of my head. We decided to break camp fast and be on the road before lunch. The plan was simple, solid, a lifeline back to the normal world. We told the kids we were going on a surprise early trip for ice cream. They cheered, and the sound of their happiness made my heart ache. We started packing with a frantic energy, stuffing sleeping bags into sacks, yanking tent stakes from the ground. It was while I was collapsing the tent poles that I noticed the first one. The aluminum pole, supposed to be straight, had a gentle, perfect curve in its middle. I stared at it, confused. Had I sat on it, I unclipped the next section. It had the same curve, a mirror image, so that when I laid them together they formed a loose, looping shape. A chill that had nothing to do with the morning air went through me. I checked another pole. It was bent too, not crumpled or kinked, but smoothly, deliberately worked into a spiral. My hands started to shake. I dropped the poles and ran to the camp kitchen box. The forks and spoons, my good stainless steel camping set, were all twisted into little corkscrews. The metal was cold, ice cold, like it had just come out of a freezer. "Honey," I called out, my voice cracking. She came over, wiping her hands on her jeans. She saw the spiraled utensils in my hands, and her face went pale. "What did you do?" she asked, not accusing, just bewildered. "I didn't do anything," I said. We started checking everything. It was everywhere. The eyelets on our hiking boots left outside were curled into tiny metal fists. The car keys, sitting on the picnic table, were warped into a useless knot of brass and steel. The pocket knife I kept in my tackle box was a closed loop. Every single piece of metal we owned, big or small, had been remade into these insane, intricate curls. They were laid out, we realized with a growing horror, not randomly. They formed a wide, rough circle around where our tent had been. Inside the circle, the grass was fine. Outside of it, there was no sign of disturbance. No footprints, no crushed blades, nothing. It was as if the spirals had just grown up from the ground overnight. My wife's practical mind fought for control. She knelt by a twisted tent peg, her brow furrowed. This is vandalism," she said, the words sounding weak and silly in the open air. "Somebody from town. Kids. They must have come while we were sleeping. Used some kind of pipe bender or tool. They're messing with us." She was trying so hard to build an explanation, I could see her hands trembling as she pointed at the flawless grass. They must have been really careful with their footprints. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to. For the kids' sake, who were now watching us with wide, worried eyes, I made myself nod. Yeah, stupid kids. But I knew. This wasn't the work of human hands. The precision was too perfect, the materials too varied, hard steel, soft aluminum, brass, all cold-worked without a single tool mark. This was something else, something that left a bone as a welcome gift. We packed the twisted remains of our gear into the car anyway, moving faster, our movements jagged with fear. The kids were quiet now, sensing the crack in our adult armor. We got everyone into the car, a beat-up SUV that suddenly looked like a fortress on wheels. I climbed into the driver's seat, the familiar smell of old coffee and vinyl a small comfort. I put the key in the ignition. My wife reached over and squeezed my knee. "Just go," she whispered. I turned the key. Nothing. Not a click, not a groan, not a single dash light. The car was a dead metal box. My stomach dropped. "Try again," she said, her voice higher. I turned it off and on again. Still nothing. Complete emptiness. "Battery?" she asked, but she knew it wasn't the battery. A dead battery gives you lights, a weak groan. This was a void. I popped the hood, the metallic clang loud in the quiet clearing. We both got out and stared into the engine bay. For a second, it just looked messy, a tangle of wires and hoses. Then my eyes focused. The main wiring harness, the big bundle of cables that runs the whole car, hadn't been cut. It had been unbraided. The colored plastic sheathing was peeled back with a delicate, almost surgical precision. The copper wires inside were separated, each one straightened from its bundled form, and then meticulously rewoven with the others into a complex, beautiful, and utterly useless pattern of loops and whorls. It looked like a basket made of technology, a piece of art that meant our car was now a very large paperweight. Beside me, my wife made a small, choked sound, a gasp that held back a scream. Her hand flew to her mouth. This was the final proof, the one that shattered her last theory of vandals. No kid, no adult could do this in the dark, without light, without sound, in a few hours. This was impossible. We were trapped. Truly, deeply trapped. We stood there for a long minute, just staring at the engine's corpse. The kids were asking questions from the back seat, their voices muffled by the glass. I couldn't answer. My mind was racing down dark paths, thinking of 5-mile hikes through unknown woods, carrying small children, with something that twisted metal for fun following us. As if hearing my thought, the sound came. It was 3 clear, sharp knocks on wood. They came from the forest to our left, from the direction of the mossy stone. The knocks were perfectly spaced, like a polite but firm request. We both flinched, grabbing onto each other. We waited, our breaths held. A few seconds later, 3 more knocks came, identical, from the exact same spot. Then, after another pause, a final set of 3 knocks. 9 knocks in total. An invitation. A summons. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were huge, all the color drained from her face. The practical woman was gone, replaced by a raw, primal fear that mirrored my own. We had tried to run, and we had been stopped. The thing in the woods wasn't done with us. It was waiting for us to come and talk. The decision hung in the air between us, a terrible, unspoken question. Do we stay with the dead car, our twisted metal circle, and wait for night to fall again? Or do we walk towards the knocking and see what wanted our attention so badly? The kids, picking up on the quiet, had stopped talking altogether. In that new, awful stillness, the only choice left felt like the beginning of a very long walk into the dark. We did not walk towards the knocks. We couldn't. Moving towards that sound felt like stepping off a cliff. Instead, we huddled by the dead car, making a new camp in the harsh daylight, a camp of fear. We pulled out the few supplies that weren't ruined, some granola bars, a bag of pretzels, bottles of water. The kids ate quietly, their earlier excitement gone, replaced by a confused obedience. They knew something was very wrong, but our forced smiles and brittle chatter kept the worst of the terror at bay. My wife and I worked without speaking, building a small fire pit with rocks, gathering dry wood. The work kept our hands busy and our minds from spinning completely free. As the afternoon wore on, a strange kind of normalcy settled over us, the kind that happens in emergencies when there's nothing left to do but wait. We told the kids we were having a surprise extended adventure since the car was sick. They seemed to accept it, or at least they stopped asking about the ice cream. I kept looking at the tree line, expecting to see something, but there was only the steady, watchful green of the pines. The birds never did come back. The woods were so profoundly still it felt like we were stuck inside a painting. When dusk began to creep in, painting the sky in purples and oranges, the real dread started to coil in my gut again. Night was coming. The thing that twisted metal and left bones was a creature of the dark. We got the fire going good and strong, a bright barrier of light and crackle. We sat around it on logs, roasting the last of the hot dogs. The kids, tired from the strange day, leaned against us, their eyelids drooping. My wife, trying to keep the mood light, started to sing. It was a soft lullaby, one she'd sung to both of them since they were babies. Her voice, usually clear and sweet, wavered a little, but she pushed through. It was a song about moonbeams and sleepy clouds, a piece of home she was trying to plant in this awful place. The kids smiled, snuggling closer. For a few minutes, the fear loosened its grip. The fire warmed our faces. The song floated up into the darkening sky. It felt almost peaceful. That's when the voice came. It didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere at once, rising from the ground, rustling from the leaves, vibrating in the very air. It was deep and dry, like stones grinding together under the earth. You took my tithe. We all jumped. The kids whimpered, clutching at us. My wife's song died in her throat. You owe a debt. The words weren't loud, but they pressed against my ears, filled my head. The old stone is empty. I found my own voice, a thin, cracked thing. We didn't know. I shouted at the trees. We're sorry. We'll put it back. More. We'll put more. There was a pause, a space where the forest seemed to consider my offer. Then my wife stood up. Her fear had burned away, replaced by a blazing, defiant anger. She stepped forward, towards the firelight's edge, her fists clenched. We owe you nothing, she screamed into the gloom. Do you hear me? Nothing. You show yourself. You show yourself right now. Her bravery was terrifying. It was the wrong thing to do. The voice answered, and this time it felt closer, more focused, like it was speaking right into her ear. The woman with summer in her hair. Instinctively, her hand flew up to touch her hair, a vibrant, coppery red that did indeed look like captured autumn sunshine. Her voice is sweet. The voice seemed to savor the words. I will have her song, the lullaby. It wanted the lullaby. Not just the song, but her song, the one she just sang. The one that came from her. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks upwards. The kids, who had been staring wide-eyed, suddenly went limp against me. They weren't asleep. Their eyes were open, glassy and unseeing, but from their mouths came a low, unison whimper, a single, miserable note held between them. They were crying without tears, trapped in some shared trance. Stop it! My wife shrieked, rushing back to them, shaking their small shoulders. They didn't respond, just kept up that awful, rhythmic sound. I tried to bargain, my mind racing. You can have anything else. I yelled. Money. I have money in my wallet. Food. Take all our food. Just leave them alone. The forest gave no answer. My offers were nonsense to it, like offering a pile of leaves to a king. It had stated its price. My wife, kneeling by our catatonic children, looked up at me, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her face. It wants the song, she whispered. Maybe if I give it what it wants. She stood, her legs shaky. She walked back to the edge of the light, facing the wall of trees where the voice had last spoken. She opened her mouth, and a thin, shaky version of the pop song from the radio came out, a tune with no heart in it. She got through 3 lines. A wind, sudden and vicious, ripped through the clearing. It didn't come from the sky. It shot out from the trees, a horizontal blast that hit the fire dead on. Half the flames vanished, smothered into smoking, blackened logs. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second. The message was clear as ice. A fake song, a borrowed song, was an insult. It had to be real. It had to be hers. The wind stopped as suddenly as it came. The remaining fire struggled back to life. Our children's low whimpering cut off. They blinked, looked around, confused, and then started to cry for real, big, gulping sobs of fright. They were back, but the cost of their return was now laid bare. My wife stumbled back to them, gathering them into her arms, rocking them. She looked over their heads at me, and in her eyes, I saw the defiance gone, replaced by a horrified understanding. We were in a negotiation with something ancient and utterly ruthless, and it held all the cards. The rest of the night was a long, slow torture. We didn't sleep. We kept the fire fed, sitting back to back, watching the woods. The voice did not return. No more knocks sounded, but the woods were not still anymore. We could hear them moving. Not footsteps, but a soft, steady shushing sound, like something with many legs or many bodies was dragging itself through the undergrowth, circling our little island of light. The circle was getting smaller with each passing hour. By the time the first gray light of a new day began to dilute the blackness, the dragging sounds were so close we could hear the individual pine needles rustling. Whatever was out there was just beyond the ring of our firelight, patient, waiting for us to tire, waiting for the dark to return. We had survived the night, but we were prisoners, and the warden was closing in. Dawn broke not with hope, but with a desperate, shaky plan. We couldn't stay another night. The thing in the woods, the voice, the circling shushes, they were a tightening noose. We had to move. We decided to hike out. The ranger station was only 5 miles south, a straight shot down the main trail we'd come in on. It was a lifeline, a fact from the real world we could cling to. We abandoned everything but the essentials, a few water bottles, some snacks, a first aid kit. Leaving the ruined camp and the twisted metal circle felt like shedding a dead skin. The morning was cool and bright, birds or no birds, and for the first hour, it almost felt like we were winning. The kids, holding our hands, walked with a determined pace, their small backpacks bouncing. My wife's face was set in a hard line of focus, her eyes scanning the trail ahead for roots and rocks. Every step away from that clearing was a step towards sanity. I watched the familiar blazes on the trees, the painted rectangles assuring us we were on the right path. My heart began to lift, just a little. Maybe we could outwalk this. Maybe it was tied to that one place, that one stone. The trail began to slope upwards, a gentle rise I remembered. At the top was a small ridge, and after that, it was a straight, easy walk to the park road. We climbed, our breath coming a little harder. We reached the crest, and we stopped. The trail ended. Not in a parking lot, not at a road. It ended in a wall of thorns. It wasn't normal brush. These were black, woody vines as thick as my wrist, woven together tighter than any fence, studded with spikes long and sharp like cat claws. They formed a solid, impenetrable barrier that stretched left and right as far as we could see, completely blocking the path. The painted blazes on the trees simply stopped, the last one facing this monstrous, living wall. This isn't right," my wife whispered. Her voice was small. We took a wrong turn. But we hadn't. The path was clear, the blazes unmistakable. There was no fork, no side trail. This was the only way. A cold numbness spread through my chest. "We'll go back," I said, trying to sound sure. "Try the other fork from camp, the one that goes west to the creek, that connects to the fire road." We turned around, our steps quicker now, a new panic setting in. The kids were tired, asking to be carried. We hoisted them onto our backs, their small arms tight around our necks. We got back to the clearing, our awful home base, and without pausing, took the other marked trail, the one that should lead to the babbling creek we'd passed on the drive in. This trail was narrower. We walked for 40 minutes, the creek's gurgle never appearing. Instead, the path just frayed. The trees grew closer together. The ground became uneven, covered in a type of sickly gray moss I didn't recognize. The trail blazes became faded, then stopped altogether. We were just walking into wilderness. We turned back again, a sick dread now a solid lump in my throat. The third trail, an old animal track I thought I remembered, led us in a wide, confusing circle that dumped us back at the edge of our own clearing from a different angle. We stood there, panting, the kids crying quietly from exhaustion and fear. My wife's face was ashen. Her map, the printed one from the park website, was crumpled in her hand. She stared at it, then at the sun, then at her phone's useless compass app, which spun in lazy, dizzy circles. "The sun's wrong," she said, her voice flat. "It's in the wrong place." She was right. According to the map and the time of day, the sun should have been ahead of us, to our right. It was almost behind us, casting long, distorted shadows that didn't match the landscape we knew. I pulled out my old physical compass, a brass one my grandfather gave me. Its needle swung wildly, never settling on north, quivering as if scared of its own shadow. Nothing worked. The rules of the world, north-south trails maps, had been cancelled. We weren't lost. Lost implies you're still on the same map. We had been erased from it. The final blow came from my daughter. While my wife and I argued in tense, hissed whispers about which way to try next, my daughter, still on my back, pointed a small finger over my shoulder. "Daddy," she said, her voice tired but clear. "The skinny men are watching." My blood ran cold. I whirled around, nearly dropping her. "Where, sweetie? Where do you see them?" She pointed at a dense thicket of ferns about 50 yards away. There, they're shy. I saw nothing but green and shadow. My wife saw nothing, but our son, from her back, nodded. Yeah, they're real tall. There was no fear in their voices, just a simple statement of fact, which was more terrifying than any scream. Their young eyes could perceive what ours, trained on logic and light, could not. That broke the last of my wife's resistance. She slid our son to the ground and sank to her knees, not crying, just shaking, her whole body trembling with a terror so deep it had no sound. She was a scientist in a lab where every law of physics had just laughed in her face. We were beaten. The hike out was a fantasy. The world had been bent around us, a prison with invisible walls. There was nothing left to do but return to our cursed campsite. The walk back was the longest of my life, a funeral march for our hope. The kids walked now, holding our hands, too tired to even complain. The afternoon light was fading, painting the woods in long, gloomy stripes. We trudged into the clearing, just as the last of the sun dipped below the trees. The camp was as we left it, the dead car, the cold fire pit, the scattered, twisted metal. And there, in the very center of the clearing, placed neatly on the flat top of the mossy stone, was a new object. We approached it slowly, drawn by a horrible curiosity. It was a crown, a small, hideously beautiful crown woven from thorny black branches, shiny beetle shells that gleamed with a purple-green light, and tiny, slender bones that were too white, too clean. The thorns were positioned inward, pointing towards the center, where a head would go. It was a size meant for a child. My son, maybe, or my daughter. It sat there on the moss, a promise and a threat, an invitation to a ceremony we didn't understand. We stared at it, unable to speak, unable to move. The forest had not just trapped us. It was making plans for us, and it was starting with our children. The crown sat on the stone, a small, wicked thing that seemed to suck the last of the daylight into its twisted form. We were frozen, a family statue of horror, just staring. My mind was screaming, a jumble of no, and run, and smash it, but my body wouldn't obey. It was my son who moved first. He'd been listless, leaning against my leg, but his head slowly lifted. His eyes, usually bright and curious, were cloudy, like windows fogged from the inside. He didn't blink. He just stared straight ahead at the crown. Then he took a step, a smooth, dreamy step that didn't belong to my clumsy, energetic boy. "Hey buddy, stop," I said, my voice thin. He took another step. My wife snapped out of her shock. "Baby, no," she cried, lunging for him. But he walked with an unnatural, gliding motion, right past her reaching hand, straight towards the stone. It was sleepwalking, but deeper, a trance pulled from his very core. The forest wasn't grabbing him. It was using his own body against him. I moved to intercept, panic giving my legs speed, but my wife was faster. She didn't go for him. Instead, she placed herself directly between our gliding son and the crown, her back to the thorny thing, her face to the woods. She spread her arms wide, a human shield, and she began to sing. Not the pop song from last night, the lullaby, the real one. Her voice cracked on the first note, raw with terror and tears, but she pushed it out. "Hush now, my darling, don't you cry." It was the song of moonbeams and sleepy clouds, the song that belonged only to her, the song the voice had demanded. She was paying the debt. Right here, right now. She was giving them what they wanted to save our son. The effect was instant. My son stopped mid-step, one foot still in the air, his head tilted, not like a confused child, but like a dog hearing a new, interesting sound. The compulsion to walk forward was gone, replaced by a deep, listening stillness. But the woods reacted. The air, already cool, grew sharp and crisp. The few remaining leaves on the oak above us shivered, though there was no wind. The shadows around the edge of the clearing seemed to deepen, to thicken, as if drawing closer to listen. My wife closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and kept singing. She poured every bit of love, every memory of rocking her babies, every late-night comfort into the notes. It was the most beautiful and terrible sound I had ever heard, because I knew she was singing her heart right out of her chest and offering it up. She reached the end, the final, soft line about dreaming until the morning light. Her voice trailed off into a sob. She stood there, shaking, waiting. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest was holding its breath. Then, from the trees all around us, the sound came back. But it wasn't one deep, grinding voice. It was many. Dozens of rough, whispery voices, like wind through dead grass, echoing the melody of the lullaby back at us. They sang it note for note, perfectly in tune, but utterly empty of any warmth or love. It was a copy, a recording made of twigs and stones and old bones. They had learned it. The echo finished. The real quiet that followed was worse than any noise. It was a waiting quiet. My wife turned around, her eyes searching mine, a desperate question in them. Was that enough? Our son blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked around like he'd just woken from a nap. "Mommy, I'm cold." He was back, truly back. She swept him up into a crushing hug, sobbing into his hair. I grabbed my daughter and held her close, feeling her little heart hammering against mine. We had won a skirmish. We had bought back our son with the only currency that mattered here. But as the relief washed over me, a new, deeper chill settled in my bones. The voices had sung the song back perfectly. They didn't just want to hear it once. They wanted to own it, to keep it, and now they knew every note. My wife had just given them the blueprint. She had saved our boy, but she had also shown the hungry thing in the woods exactly what it was hunting. The crown still sat on the stone, untouched. The debt, I feared, was not paid in full. It had only just come due. The echo of the lullaby faded, but the feeling of being watched did not. It multiplied. I kept my eyes on the tree line, and as the last light bled from the sky, I began to see them. Not one forest king, like in some fairy tale, but many. Shapes, tall and impossibly thin, standing absolutely motionless just inside the ring of trees. They were the color of old bone and pale birch bark, their limbs too long, jointed in wrong places. They had no faces, just smooth stretches of that same pale material with dark, hollow dips where eyes should be. They didn't move. They didn't advance. They just stood there, a silent audience of maybe 20, forming a broken circle around our entire clearing. My wife saw them too. A small, choked gasp escaped her lips. She clutched our son tighter, turning so his face was buried in her neck, but our daughter, still in my arms, stared right at them. She didn't cry out. She just watched, fascinated. "What are they, Daddy?" she whispered. I had no answer. They weren't animals. They weren't people. They were collectors, curators, and they had come to appraise the source of the song. My wife, sensing their focus, did the only thing she could think to do. She began to sing again, the same lullaby. Her voice was weaker now, frayed at the edges with exhaustion and fear, but she poured what she had left into it. As she sang, the figures began to move. Not towards us. They began to sway. A slow, gentle, rocking motion, all in perfect time with the rhythm of her song. It wasn't a dance of enjoyment. It was a mechanical, precise movement, like pendulums set swinging by the sound waves. They were measuring the song, analyzing its structure, committing its cadence to whatever passed for their memory. It was the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. She finished the first verse. The swaying continued for a moment, then stopped, all at once, as if a switch had been flipped. The hollow eyes were fixed on her, waiting. She took a shaky breath and started the second verse. This time, her voice hitched on a high note, cracking under the pressure of their gaze. The swaying stopped instantly. The entire clearing seemed to grow colder. The message was clear as glass. They demanded perfection, a flawless performance. The song was an artifact to them, and she was the craftsman. Any flaw, any tremor of human weakness, ruined the purity of the piece. She tried to push through, but her voice was giving out, scraped raw from terror and overuse. She was a battery being drained for a machine that wanted nothing but perfect, steady voltage. I saw her knees buckle slightly. "That's enough," I shouted, stepping forward. "You got your song. Now leave us alone." The figures didn't react to me at all. Their entire attention was laser-focused on her. One of them, slightly taller than the others, took a single, smooth step forward from the trees. It didn't come into the full clearing, just to the very edge where the firelight began to fade. It tilted its head, a bird-like gesture that was utterly alien. My wife, sobbing, tried to start the lullaby a third time, but only a dry, broken rasp came out. The tall figure slowly raised one of its long, spindly arms. It didn't point at her. It turned its hand, and with a finger that looked like a jointed twig, it pointed directly at me. A new voice filled the air, not a chorus this time, but a single, grinding tone that seemed to come from the ground beneath my feet. "You." The word vibrated in my teeth. "The keeper of the old pact. You will make the payment complete." The focus shifted like a physical weight lifting from my wife and crashing down onto my shoulders. I was the one who knew the ritual. I was the one who had failed to uphold it. The responsibility, the debt, was ultimately mine. The tall figure kept its finger aimed at my heart. The other pale shapes remained still, their hollow sockets now turned towards me, a jury awaiting my response. The price had been named, but the final transaction, it seemed, required my hand. The finger pointed at me felt like a physical thing, a cold spike of attention pinning me to the spot. All the hollow eyes of the pale watchers were on me now. The keeper of the old pact. The grinding voice let the title hang in the air, an accusation. I found my voice, a dry scrape. "Take me instead," I said, the words rushing out. It was my fault. I didn't stop her from clearing the stone. The debt is on me. I stepped forward, putting myself between that pointing finger and my family. I'll pay it, whatever it is. The forest's answer was a collective, subtle shift. The tall figure didn't lower its arm. The other forms seemed to lean in, a rustle like dry leaves that wasn't a sound but a feeling in the air. The grinding voice returned, patient, explaining as if to a simple child. You did not create the gift. You are the conduit. The vessel is empty. The spring must flow. It wasn't just the song they wanted. It was the source, the capacity to make it. They wanted to own the singing itself, to pull it from her like a rare wine from a cask and keep it forever in their collection of strange, beautiful things. A violent image flooded my mind, not my own. I saw my wife standing in a grove of white, leafless trees, her mouth open in a soundless cry, her vibrant red hair woven into the branches like living thread. Her eyes were open, seeing nothing, while the pale figures moved around her, tending to her like gardeners tending a precious, singing fountain. The vision was crisp, detailed, and it was offered to me. This was their solution. A living monument. A captured piece of art. I gagged, doubling over, the horror of it a physical punch to my gut. No, I choked out. Never. You can't have that. My wife, seeing my reaction, understood. Her face, already pale, went as white as the figures in the trees. But a spark ignited in her eyes, the last ember of her defiance. She stood up straight, gently pushing our children behind her. If it's mine to give, she said, her voice surprisingly steady. Then I decide how. She was trying to seize back a shred of control, to bend the rules of this awful game. I will give you the song. All of it. But you let them go. My husband. My children. You let them walk out of here, and I will stay. I will give you what you want, on my terms. She was offering a trade. Herself for our freedom. It was a sacrifice play, brave and stupid and heartbreaking. The tall figure's head tilted the other way. It was considering. The other watchers were utterly still. I looked at my kids. Our son was hiding his face in his mother's leg. Our daughter was staring at the tall figure, not with fear now, but with a kind of blank curiosity. They were the unspoken leverage. My wife's plan, her attempt at a bargain, hung in the air. Would these ancient, hungry things accept a negotiated surrender? Or was the process itself, the slow, inevitable claiming, part of the ritual they enjoyed? The grinding voice did not answer her directly. Instead, it spoke again to me. The keeper will complete the transaction. The old ways require the keeper's hand. They weren't going to deal with her. She was the commodity. I was the broker, and a broker had to finalize the sale. It was a cruelty layered on top of cruelty, making me an accomplice in my own wife's destruction. The weight of that responsibility threatened to crush me. I had no tools, no weapons, no magic words. Just the failure of a ritual I barely remembered. As we stood there, trapped in this unbearable standoff, a new sound cut through the tension. A soft, wet, crunching noise came from the edge of the clearing to our left. One of the pale figures had knelt down. It wasn't looking at us. In its long-fingered hands it held a struggling rabbit. The creature's eyes were wide with animal terror. The figure held it gently, almost tenderly. Then, with a slow, deliberate pressure, it began to twist. Not to kill, but to shape. The rabbit's spine bowed, then curved, then looped into a perfect, agonizing spiral. The crunching was the sound of bone and cartilage being remade. The rabbit emitted a short, sharp squeal that was cut off too soon. The figure continued its work, meticulous, artistic, until the animal was a twisted, still-warm sculpture of fur and bone, a perfect match to the metal spirals and the bone we had found. It set the small, contorted body down on the moss, arranging it with care, and then stood back up, returning to its motionless pose. It was a demonstration, a statement of their nature. This was what they did. They found unique, living things, and they reshaped them into permanent art for their collection. My wife was next, and they were showing me exactly how it was done. The message was received. The horror was complete. There was no fighting them, no bargaining with them. There was only the terrible choice of how the debt would be paid, and the even more terrible knowledge that I, as the failed keeper, would have to be the one to hand her over. The gray light of a false dawn began to seep into the clearing, doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled deep in our bones. The twisted rabbit lay on the moss, a final, grotesque period at the end of the sentence the forest had written for us. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollowed out from fear and exhaustion, and in them I saw a decision had been made. "I'll go," she said, her voice a flat, dry thing. "I'll walk to the stone and sing it one last time, to pay the debt in full." She said it like she was agreeing to pay a bill, but the finality in her tone was absolute. This was her attempt to control the uncontrollable, to make her sacrifice look like a choice. She knelt and hugged our children long, tight hugs that smelled of goodbye. She kissed the tops of their heads, whispering things I couldn't hear, promises for a future she wouldn't see. They clung to her, confused, starting to cry. Then she stood, gave me a look that held a lifetime of love and a terrible apology, and turned towards the mossy stone. As she walked away, a desperate, scrambling energy took hold of me. I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't be the keeper who handed her over. I ran to our piled, ruined gear, my hands tearing through bags and boxes, not even knowing what I was looking for. A weapon, a tool, anything made of straight, strong steel that had escaped the twisting. My fingers closed around a familiar, smooth leather sheath at the very bottom of my own backpack. My grandfather's old camping knife. I'd forgotten it was there. With a shaking hand, I pulled it free. The leather sheath was plain, unadorned. The knife slid out. The blade was straight. Perfectly, beautifully straight. A length of honest, sharp, human-made steel. It had been hidden away, inside my own bag, inside its sheath, and the twisting influence had missed it. Was it a loophole? A part of the old rules? A tool reserved for the keeper to use in the final transaction? Or was it just blind, stupid luck? I didn't know. I only knew its weight in my hand felt like the only real thing left in the world. I turned back to the clearing. She had reached the stone. The pale figures had emerged fully from the trees, forming a half circle around her, their blank faces turned towards her in expectation. She began to sing, the lullaby. But as her voice rose, steady and clear now with a doomed courage, she changed the words. She wove our children's names into the melody. She sang of my hands, of our first home, of coffee on Sunday mornings. She was corrupting the artifact. She was pouring every specific, personal, human memory of her love into the song, trying to make it something they couldn't use, something too messy and unique to be a clean, collected specimen. The figures swayed, but their hollow eyes turned from her to us, to me and the children watching from near the dead car. They were fascinated by this new development. The defiance, the love, the raw human struggle. It was a more complex, richer pattern than they had anticipated. The debt, I realized with a sinking heart, wasn't being paid. It was growing. My wife finished her altered, personal song. The last note hung in the air. The tall figure stepped forward. It reached for her, not to grab, but with a long, twig-like finger, it touched her forehead. She froze. Not in fear, but in a sudden, absolute stillness. She became a statue, her eyes open, unblinking, fixed on something far away. The figure then turned its smooth face towards me. It slowly extended its other hand, palm up, in a clear, unambiguous gesture. It was waiting. It was waiting for me, the keeper, to complete the transaction, to give it what was owed. The straight knife was cold in my sweating hand. What was I supposed to do? Give it the knife as a final token? Use it on myself to break the pact with my blood? Or was the meaning darker, more final? The vision of the white grove flashed again, a living death. Was the knife the only way to give her a clean end? To save her from that eternal, silent screaming? To save my children from watching their mother become a tree? My mind screamed in a dozen different directions. The children beside me were changing. Their crying had stopped. They held each other's hands, watching their motionless mother, and they were humming. But the tune was wrong. It was the lullaby, but syncopated, twisted, harmonizing with a new, faint whisper that now seemed to come from the leaves all around us. The forest wasn't just taking their mother. It was beginning to tune them, to weave them into its chorus. The tall figure's upturned palm did not waver. The other pale watchers were utterly still. The decision was mine, and it had to be made now, in the terrible clarity of the gray dawn. I looked at the knife, at my wife's frozen form, at my children humming a forest song, and I took a step forward. I didn't know if I was walking to give, to fight, or to end, but I was done being a bystander in my family's destruction. The blade caught the first true ray of sunlight, flashing a sharp, bright signal into the watching woods. It was the only straight line left in our world of spirals, and I would use it to cut something, even if it was just the terrible tension of not knowing what came next. Story number 2. My name is Leo, and it all started with a week of rain and a dumb game we never should have played. The sky had been this solid gray blanket since we all arrived at the lake house, a big old creaky place my uncle owned. And after days of being stuck inside with all the cousins and aunts and uncles, everyone was getting on everyone else's nerves. We'd played every card game, watched every movie they had, and the constant drumming of water on the roof was making us all a little crazy. It was my cousin, the one who always has to be the center of attention, who found it in a hall closet while looking for extra blankets. She came back into the living room holding this old cardboard box covered in dust, a big grin on her face. "Look what I found," she said, and she pulled out this wooden board with the alphabet painted on it in spooky letters, a sun and moon in the corners, and a little heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in the middle. "A Ouija board," she announced, like she discovered treasure. Everyone sort of groaned. My dad rolled his eyes and went back to his book. My practical aunt said it was a waste of time and just a toy. But you could see the interest flicker in the younger cousin's eyes, and even some of the adults looked like they needed a distraction. Anything to break the monotony of the rain. "Oh, come on," my cousin pleaded, setting it down on the big coffee table. "It'll be fun, just for laughs. We all know it's not real." That was enough to get everyone to shuffle over. We pulled up chairs and couches, forming a loose circle. There were about 8 of us with our fingers on that little plastic pointer, which they call a planchette. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. We were all pushing it, giggling, asking stupid questions like, "Is there a cute ghost here?" and spelling out silly answers ourselves. We were bored kids and bored adults messing around. But then something changed. Maybe we just got tired of the joke, or maybe the room got a little quieter. The fire in the fireplace crackled, and the wind picked up outside. My jokester cousin, her smile fading just a bit, asked in a more serious tone, "Okay, seriously, is anyone here with us?" For a minute, nothing. Then I felt it, a tiny movement under my fingertips. Not a shake or a jerk, but a slow, deliberate slide. I looked at the others. Their eyes were wide, their fingers light. No one was laughing now. The planchette moved to the letter J. Then it slid, smooth as ice, to O. Then to E. J-O-E. It stopped. The room got so still I could hear the clock ticking in the kitchen. Joe, my great-grandfather, my dad's dad's dad. His stern portrait in a World War II uniform hung right there in the hallway. The family legend. He'd come back from the war a quiet man, built this lake house with his own hands, and was the bedrock of our whole family story. A strange feeling washed over me. Part of me was thrilled. We were talking to family, but a bigger part felt cold. The way the pointer moved hadn't felt like any of us were doing it. It had a weight, a purpose of its own. My uncle, Joe's actual grandson, let out a shaky breath. "Well, I'll be," he whispered. Emboldened, my cousin leaned forward. "Grandpa Joe, is that you?" The planchette didn't move to yes or a no. It just sat there on the E. Then, after a tense few seconds, it started moving again. It went to K, then E, then L, then L, then Y. Kelly. We all looked at each other. Who was Kelly? No one in our family was named Kelly. My uncle frowned, his forehead wrinkling. "I don't know any Kelly," he muttered. My cousin, not knowing what else to do, asked another question. "Grandpa Joe, what was the war like?" That's when things went wrong. The pointer took off, fast and sure. It spelled out a word that made my blood run cold. It spelled S-A-L-E-N-C. Then it didn't stop. It kept going. T-H-E-Y. Then K-N-E-W. They knew. A bolt of pure electricity seemed to go through the circle. My aunt snatched her hands back like she'd been burned. "Okay, that's enough," she said, her voice too loud. "Game over. Right now." The mood in the room shattered like glass. Everyone pulled their hands away, talking over each other. "It was just someone pushing," my dad said, but he didn't sound convinced. "Creepy," one of my younger cousins said, half scared, half delighted. My uncle just stared at the board, his face pale and blank, like he was seeing something miles away. My practical aunt snatched up the board and the planchette, shoved them back in the box, and marched it right back to the hall closet. "Enough of that nonsense," she declared. We all tried to move on. We made hot chocolate, turned the TV on to some loud game show, tried to laugh about it, but the words hung in the air. Kelly. Silence. They knew. They buzzed in my head, drowning out the TV. Who knew? Knew what? And why did it feel like that message wasn't for all of us, but for my uncle, who sat quietly in his armchair, not watching the TV, just staring at his own hands. The party broke up not long after. People went off to read or take naps, the excitement of the day draining away into the damp afternoon. I couldn't settle. I found myself standing in the hallway, looking up at the portrait of Great-Grandpa Joe. I'd seen it 1,000 times. The stern eyes, the stiff uniform, the pride of a man who served. But for the first time, I really looked at his eyes. They weren't just stern. They were haunted. There was a story in them he never told. Maybe the board game was just a trick of our minds, a group fantasy. But what if it wasn't? What if we'd poked at something we didn't understand, something tied to this house, to that man in the picture? The rain finally slowed to a drizzle as evening fell. We had a subdued dinner, everyone avoiding the topic of the afternoon. My uncle seemed back to normal, joking a little, but he looked tired. We all went to bed early, exhausted by the strange energy of the day. I fell into a fitful sleep, my dreams full of sliding letters and silent, watching portraits. A sharp sound jolted me awake. It was the deep, groaning creak of the old back door opening. My heart hammered against my ribs. Everyone was supposed to be in bed. I slipped out of my room and crept to the top of the stairs that overlooked the back living room and the door to the porch. The moon was out from behind the clouds, casting silvery light through the big windows. And there he was, my uncle. He was standing just outside the open back door, on the wet deck, in nothing but his pajamas. He wasn't moving. He was perfectly still, facing out toward the black line of the woods beyond the lawn. His posture was ramrod straight, not like his usual relaxed slouch. And his head was tilted, just slightly, like a soldier listening for something in the distance. He wasn't sleepwalking in the usual, shuffling way. He was on patrol. I didn't call out. I didn't move a muscle. I just watched, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air seeping into my bones. After a few minutes that felt like hours, he turned, walked calmly back inside, locked the door, and padded back to his bedroom, as if he'd just gotten a glass of water. He never looked up and saw me. I stood there in the dark for a long time, listening to the old house settle, the question from the board now screaming in my head. What did they know? And what, or who, was my uncle listening for in the middle of the night? The incident felt closed, a weird family moment we wouldn't repeat, but as I finally went back to bed, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever we started with that silly board game, it wasn't over. The next morning, everything seemed normal, or at least everyone was trying very hard to pretend it was. Sunlight streamed through the windows, baking away the dampness of the past week, and the mood was light, almost forced. My uncle came down for breakfast late, moving a bit stiffly. He rubbed his thighs as he sat down at the table with a groan. I must have been running drills in my sleep, he joked, reaching for the coffee pot. My legs are killing me. My aunt, his wife, chuckled and pushed the pancakes his way, but I saw the look that passed between her and my dad, a quick, worried glance that was there and gone in a flash. I exchanged my own look with my cousin who had found the board game. Her eyes were wide with a knowing fear. He didn't remember. He had no idea he'd been standing out in the cold in his pajamas, staring into the woods like a sentry. We ate our breakfast, the clatter of forks on plates too loud in the quiet kitchen. No one mentioned the board game. No one mentioned the words spelled out. It was like we'd all made an unspoken agreement to forget it ever happened. But the memory of him standing out there, so still and alert, was burned into my mind. Later that day, I was outside helping rake up some of the soggy leaves from the storms. My uncle was puttering around the yard, checking on things. He walked over near the big old oak tree at the back of the property, the one that must have been 100 years old. He stopped, scratching his head, and stared at the ground. "Weird," he called out to me. "Looks like an animal was digging here or something." I walked over, rake in hand. It wasn't an animal. The ground beneath the tree was soft, a patch of bare earth. And in that earth were clear, deep impressions. They weren't footprints. They were the distinct marks of someone's knees, and in front of them, 2 deep, dug-in holes, as if someone had been kneeling there for a long, long time, with their toes pressed hard into the soil. The positions were precise, intentional. They looked less like someone digging, and more like someone crouching, like in a foxhole. A cold feeling, separate from the autumn air, settled in my stomach. I didn't say anything. I just mumbled, "Yeah, weird," and went back to raking, but my heart was pounding. That night, the family was on edge without saying why. We played a normal game of cards after dinner, but the laughter was tense. My uncle went to bed first, complaining he was still sore and tired. My aunt followed not long after. Once their bedroom door was shut, the rest of us gathered in the living room, speaking in hushed tones. "Did you see the marks?" my dad asked me. I nodded. My practical aunt, the one who had put the board game away, was wringing her hands. "It's stress," she said, but her voice wasn't confident. "He's been worried about work. It's manifesting in strange ways." My cousin, though, was having none of it. "It's the board game. We contacted something in it. It's hanging around him." A quiet argument started about what to do. Call a doctor? Talk to him? My dad, ever the peacekeeper, suggested we just watch. Maybe it was a one-time thing. Let's not make him feel like a science project. But maybe someone should just stay up tonight, just in case. So we set a watch. My dad took the first shift, sitting in the dark living room with a book and a small flashlight. I was too keyed up to sleep, so I stayed with him, pretending to read on the couch. The house was so quiet. Every little creak was like a thunderclap. Hours crawled by. Nothing. Just as my eyes were getting heavy, around 2 a.m, we heard it. The soft, unmistakable sound of a bedroom door opening down the hall. Then quiet footsteps. My dad nudged me, and we both peered over the back of the couch toward the hallway. My uncle walked into the living room. He was in his pajamas again, his eyes wide open but utterly blank, like windows with no one home inside. He didn't look at us. He walked right past our hiding spot, through the living room, and unlocked the back door. He didn't just walk out. He moved with a purpose, going straight to the same lawn chair he'd stood behind the night before. But this time, he didn't just stand. He dropped into a low crouch behind it, his back perfectly straight. His hands came up empty, but they held a shape, one in front of the other, his right index finger extended along an invisible line. He was holding a pretend rifle. He was aiming it. He was scanning the tree line, his head moving in slow, practiced sweeps. My dad had his hand clamped over his own mouth, his eyes horrified. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I managed to open the voice memo app and hit record, setting it on the couch cushion aimed toward the open door. And then my uncle began to whisper. It was low, urgent, a stream of words that made no sense to me. A string of numbers and letters. Bravo 79er, Alpha 2. Coordinates. It sounded like map coordinates. And then, clear as day, he whispered a word in a language that wasn't English. It sounded like Saint something. It was French. I knew it was French. My uncle sold insurance. He'd never been to France. He didn't speak French. He whispered the phrase once, twice, and then his scanning stopped. He fixed his gaze on one spot in the woods, his pretend rifle steady. He held that position for a full minute, not moving a muscle, not even seeming to breathe. Then, as suddenly as he'd started, he relaxed. He stood up, brushed off his knees as if they were actually dirty, turned, and walked back inside, locking the door behind him. He padded back down the hall, and his bedroom door clicked shut. My dad and I sat in the dark for a full 5 minutes, not speaking, just listening to the blood roar in our ears. Finally, I reached for my phone and stopped the recording. We played it back, huddling together with the volume low. There was his whisper, creepy and clear. And then, as we listened, we heard something else. Underneath his voice, on the recording, was another sound. A faint, ghostly layer of other whispers, frantic and overlapping, speaking in what sure sounded like French. It was there and then gone, like a distant radio signal breaking through. We listened to it 3 times, each time feeling colder. My dad finally shook his head. "Don't tell your aunt." "Not yet." The next morning, the division in the family was clear. At breakfast, my uncle was cheerful again, whistling as he made more coffee. My aunt, who had been practical, was now firmly in the "this is a medical problem" camp. "We need to make a doctor's appointment as soon as we get home," she said firmly. My cousin and I were in the "this is something else" camp. My dad was stuck in the middle, looking troubled. I pulled out my phone when no one was looking and typed the French-sounding name my uncle had whispered into a search engine. My hands were still a little shaky. The results popped up. It was a real place, a tiny village in Normandy, France, the site of a major battle in World War II. I showed the screen to my dad under the table. His face went a shade paler. He showed it to my practical aunt. Her argument about stress faltered. How could stress make him know the name of a French village he'd never heard of? My uncle noticed our quiet conference. "What's everyone looking so serious about?" he asked, smiling. We all froze. My dad cleared his throat. "Nothing. Just trip planning." It was a weak excuse, but my uncle just nodded and went back to his newspaper. He was completely unaware. The waking him and the sleeping him were 2 different people. and the waking him wanted nothing to do with any of this. He was embarrassed by our concern, even a little angry. "I'm fine," he insisted later when my aunt tried to gently bring up seeing a doctor. "You're all letting your imaginations run wild because of that stupid board game. It's a bunch of nonsense." His denial was a wall. We couldn't help him if he refused to admit anything was wrong. That night, we didn't even need to set a formal watch. We were all awake, listening. The house felt like it was holding its breath. When his door opened again, we were all there in the shadows, me, my dad, my aunt, my cousin. He walked through us as if we were furniture, out the back door. But he didn't go to the lawn chair. He walked past it, into the garden, to a soft patch of tilled earth where my aunt had planned to plant bulbs. And there, under the moon, he sank to his knees. He began to move his hands, not in a shooting motion, but in a digging motion. He mimed scooping up handfuls of dirt, over and over, throwing the imaginary soil to the side. It was a sad, relentless, heartbreaking motion. And as he dug his phantom hole, his face, so blank before, began to change. His mouth twisted. His eyes squeezed shut. And then in the still night, we saw tears, real tears, cut clean tracks through the faint shadow of stubble on his cheeks. He was crying silently as he dug, his shoulders shaking with the effort of his invisible, terrible work. We didn't stop him that night. We just watched, helpless, as our family man knelt in the dirt, weeping for a reason none of us understood, digging a hole for something he couldn't see, in a war he never fought. When he finally stopped, wiped his face with the back of his hand, and went back inside, we all slowly let out the breaths we'd been holding. The immediate mystery of the sleepwalking had an answer, but it was a terrifying one. He was reliving something. Something about digging. Something about France. Something that brought a grown man to tears in his sleep. As we all silently agreed to go to bed, the question wasn't what was happening anymore. The question, hanging in the air more urgent than ever, was why? And what was he, or the thing using him, trying so desperately to uncover? The day after the digging in the garden, the house felt like a hospital waiting room. We all moved carefully, talking in low voices, stealing glances at my uncle who sat at the kitchen table, staring at a cup of coffee he wasn't drinking. He looked exhausted, deep purple smudges under his eyes, and his hands, resting on the table, kept flexing and curling as if they were sore. He finally looked up at his wife and said, his voice raw, "Why is it always dirt? My hands won't come clean." He held them out, palms up. They were perfectly clean, but he stared at them like they were caked with mud. That was the moment the last bit of skepticism in the house died. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was an invasion. The episodes weren't just walks anymore. They were performances, and each one was more horrible than the last. That next night, he didn't go outside. He stood in the middle of the living room. His body became a tense, twitching puppet. He would lunge forward, arms out as if pushing someone away, his face a mask of anger. Then he'd freeze, and his expression would crumple into desperate sadness, pulling his arms back as if hugging the air, rocking back and forth. Then, sharp and clear, he'd bring a finger to his lips in a fierce shush motion. The most terrifying part came next. He'd draw the same finger slowly, deliberately, across his own throat. Then the cycle would start again. Push, pull, shush, cut. Over and over. It was a silent, frantic argument with a ghost. We watched, huddled together on the stairs, too scared to interrupt. It felt like stopping him would be like cutting a wire on a bomb. We were no longer a family on vacation. We were a research team studying a haunting, and the subject was someone we loved. While the others argued about next steps, a neurologist, a psychiatrist, a priest, I felt a desperate need to understand. If this was about my great-grandfather, then I needed to know who he really was. The family stories were all about heroism and quiet strength. But the thing using my uncle wasn't acting heroic. It was acting guilty. Terrified, I waited until everyone was distracted and took my laptop to a corner of the house where the Wi-Fi was strongest. I started searching. It was hard. My great-grandfather was a common name, and his army records weren't just online. But I knew his unit from the old stories. I typed in the unit designation and World War II in Normandy. Page after page of dry military history, lists of battles. Then I found a roster, a list of men in that unit. My finger traced down the screen, and there it was, his name, and a few lines below, another name. First Lieutenant Kelly, killed in action, August 1944, near a town whose name I recognized from my uncle's whispered coordinates. My breath caught in my chest. Kelly was real. The name from the board game was a real person who died, right where my great-grandfather fought. A cold, solid certainty formed in my gut, a horrible puzzle piece clicking into place. This wasn't a random ghost. This was about something specific, something bad that happened there. I dug deeper, my fingers flying over the keys. I searched my great-grandfather's name plus court-martial plus 1944. The search results shifted. I clicked on a link from a military archive site. It was a list of case files, digitized but blurry. I saw his name again. Next to it was a case number and a single stark word: sealed. The details were blocked, but the charge listed next to the case number made my blood turn to ice. It didn't say desertion or theft. It said atrocity. The word sat on the screen, black and final. An atrocity. A war crime. The family myth of the quiet hero shattered in that instant, replaced by this one awful, official word. I felt sick. I must have made a sound because my dad came over. "What is it?" he asked, his voice tired. I just turned the laptop screen toward him. He leaned in, squinting. I watched his face as he read it. First, confusion. Then denial. "No," he said softly. "That's a mistake. That's not him. Some other guy with the same name." But I pointed to the unit number. It was the same. I pointed to the date. It was right after the battle where Kelly died. My dad's face, usually so calm and reassuring, began to crumple. It wasn't anger at me, but a deep, painful cracking of something fundamental inside him. The stories he'd grown up with, the foundation of our family's pride, were turning to ash. He put a hand on my shoulder, not saying anything for a long time. He just stared at the floor, his own personal history rewriting itself in front of his eyes. "Don't tell your mother yet," he finally whispered. "Or your uncle. Not until we know more." But the word was out there now, in the space between us. Atrocity. That night was the worst one yet. My uncle, during his episode, didn't stay in the living room. He walked right past all of us, out the back door, down the rickety wooden dock that led to the lake. The moon was full, casting a long, white path on the black water. He walked to the very end, where the dock met the shore, and stepped off into the shallow, reedy edge. The water came up to his shins. He stood there for a moment, then bent down and picked up a thick, broken branch from the water's edge. He held it in both hands, and then he began to stab it down into the water. Not in a wild, angry way, in a horrible, rhythmic, practiced way. Down, pull up, like he was finishing a job. His whole body was rigid with the effort, his face a tight mask of concentration that slowly twisted into agony. Then the sound started. Not words. Guttural, choking sounds that ripped out of him. They weren't cries of fear, but of a sorrow so deep it had no name. He was sobbing, his body shaking, but his arms kept moving, driving that branch into the murky lake bed over and over, the water splashing up around him with each terrible thrust. We couldn't just watch this time. My dad and I ran down the dock. The feeling of grabbing my uncle's arm while he was in this state was wrong. His skin was cold, and his muscles were like steel cables. He fought us for a second, his eyes wide and unseeing, still fixed on the spot in the water. Then he went limp, dropping the branch. The sobs turned into weak, broken whimpers. We half carried, half walked his soaked, shivering form back into the house and to his bed. His wife helped him into dry clothes, her own face wet with tears. He was asleep, real sleep, in minutes. The rest of us were left in the living room, shell-shocked. The rational explanations were gone. This was about water, not dirt. This was about violence. My mind connected the dots, the official word atrocity, and the man in the lake stabbing downward, not at an enemy soldier, but at something already in the water. Something helpless. The next day I acted. With my dad's silent, grim permission, I filled out the formal online request to the military archives to unseal the court-martial records. It said it could take weeks for a response. I hit submit, feeling like I'd just mailed a letter to the past, asking it to send back its worst secrets. That evening, my uncle was quiet but seemed more himself, like the storm in him had passed for now. We all tried to have a normal dinner, but the effort was colossal. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, I walked past the hallway where the portrait of my great-grandfather hung. I stopped, and I saw something that made my skin prickle. My uncle was already there. He was standing right in front of the painting, not sleeping, but fully awake. He was just standing there, his head tilted to one side, staring up at the face of the man in the uniform. He wasn't crying. He wasn't miming. He was just listening. His expression was one of deep, focused attention, as if the painted lips were moving, whispering instructions only he could hear. He stood there for so long I finally crept away, not wanting him to see me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The request was in. We had taken a concrete step toward the truth. But as I replayed the image of my uncle standing sentinel before that portrait, a new and more frightening question took shape. We were trying to uncover the past. But what if the past, through my uncle, was now watching us back? The immediate horror of the nightly episodes had found a kind of closure. We knew they were connected to a real, terrible event. But the hook for what came next was sharp and clear. We had asked the government for the truth. What were we going to do when it finally answered? A strange calm settled over the lake house in the days that followed, but it was the calm of people holding their breath. My uncle's nighttime episodes stopped, just like that. He slept through the night, and by day he seemed more like his old self, though quieter, more thoughtful, like a man recovering from a long illness. The rest of us tiptoed around the unspoken truth hanging in the air, waiting for the military archives to answer my request. We were all stuck, suspended between the horror we'd witnessed and the official history we were afraid to read. Then, one morning at breakfast, my uncle did something that broke the calm wide open. He was buttering his toast, looking out the window at the old oak tree at the edge of the property. Without turning his head, he said in a completely normal, conversational tone, "You know, something's buried under that tree. I dreamed it." He took a bite of his toast. The rest of us froze. His wife dropped a spoon. My dad put his coffee cup down so slowly it didn't make a sound. My uncle seemed to notice the quiet and looked around. "What?" "It was just a dream. A weird one." But his eyes, for a second, looked far away, like he was seeing the dream all over again. That was the push we needed. The family council happened right there at the kitchen table. The rational aunt, who had wanted doctors, now spoke with a new, grim determination. "We can't live like this, waiting for some piece of paper. If there's something in the ground, then let's find it. Let's have a real thing to look at, instead of all this phantom stuff." My cousin, pale but nodding, agreed. My dad was the last holdout. "Digging up the yard? What if we find nothing? What if we find something we can't handle?" But the look on my uncle's face, that casual, dreaming certainty, decided it. We had to know. We were going to dig. It felt like crossing a line. We were no longer just observers or researchers. We were becoming grave diggers in our own family's story. We got shovels from the tool shed. The day was bright and cool, the sun feeling like an intruder on such a grim task. We all walked out to the big oak tree, a little procession of people who had no idea what they were doing. My uncle came too, looking confused but willing to help. "I guess I started this," he said with a weak smile. "Might as well see it through." He pointed to a spot about 3 feet out from the massive trunk. "Right here." My aunt, the practical one, took the first shovel. She was strong and angry, and she drove the blade into the earth with a vengeance. We took turns. The ground was soft from all the rain, but it was still hard work. The mood was tense, nobody talking much, just the sound of shovels biting into soil and the grunt of effort. We dug about 2 feet down, creating a neat, square hole. We found nothing but roots and worms. My dad wiped his brow. "Maybe the dream was just a dream," he said, a hint of relief in his voice. My aunt, however, was stubborn. She jumped into the hole and took another hard thrust with her shovel. This time, the metal struck something that wasn't dirt or stone. It was a dull, solid clang. The sound echoed in the quiet yard. Everyone stopped. She looked up at us, her face streaked with dirt, all the color gone from her cheeks. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were huge. She carefully scraped the soil away. There, in the bottom of the hole, was a flat, rusted metal surface. It wasn't a rock. It was shaped. We all got down on our knees, brushing dirt away with our hands. It was a box. A metal box, about the size of a large shoebox, covered in flaky orange rust. It had military stenciling on it, faded but readable. 30 calories. An ammunition box from the war. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was real. This was a physical thing from the past, right here under our tree. My dad and I reached down and carefully worked our fingers under the edges. It was heavier than it looked. We lifted it out of the earth and set it on the grass. It felt wrong holding it. It was cold and damp, and it carried a scent of old metal and something else, something sour and ancient, like pennies and dried fear. We all stared at it. My uncle just looked bewildered. "What in the world?" he whispered. The box was sealed shut, the lid fused with rust. My dad went back to the tool shed and came back with a pry bar and a hammer. He worked the thin edge of the bar into the seam. The rust squealed and protested. With a final Grating crunch, the lid popped open. We all leaned forward, a tight circle around this ugly little chest from the past. The inside was shadowy. My cousin had a flashlight on her phone and shone it in. The beam illuminated the first object. It was small, white, heart-shaped. It was the planchette, the plastic pointer from the Ouija board. A gasp went around the circle. My cousin who owned the board let out a small, choked sound. That object, the one we had all touched to start this nightmare, had been buried here for decades, waiting. It created a terrifying loop in my mind. We hadn't randomly contacted a ghost. The ghost, or the memory, or the guilt, had used the board to guide us to this exact spot, to its own hiding place. I was the one who reached in. My fingers trembled as I lifted the planchette out. It felt no different than it had that rainy afternoon. Underneath it were bundles of papers, tied with crude, disintegrating string. I lifted one bundle out. The paper was thick, yellowed, stained with dark spots. The handwriting was unmistakable. I'd seen it on old Christmas cards and in the margins of family books. It was my great-grandfather's hand. The same man from the portrait. These were his letters. The very air around us seemed to grow still, like the whole world was waiting to hear what they said. We carried the box into the house, setting it on the kitchen table like a bomb we had to defuse. We all sat around it, even my uncle, who looked more lost than ever. The planchette sat to the side, a creepy paperweight. I carefully untied the brittle string on the top bundle. The pages felt fragile, like dried leaves. I smoothed the first one out on the table. My family watched me, their faces pale and expectant. I didn't want to read it aloud, but I knew I had to. My voice, when it came out, was thin and shaky. I started to read the words my great-grandfather had written in some French field over 75 years ago. They weren't to a wife or a mother. They weren't dated or signed. They were just a raw, screaming confession poured onto paper, addressed to no one, or maybe to everyone. The rain here is like the rain back home, but it smells of smoke and something else I can't name. It began. The normalcy of it made the next part worse. He wrote about a clearing action in a village. Lieutenant Kelly, he said, wanted to do it by the book, wanted to be careful, but the others, the men in his squad, were angry. They were scared and bleeding from a previous fight. They said the villagers couldn't be trusted. They said they had to make sure no one could talk about seeing them. They used phrases like ensuring quiet and taking care of loose ends. As I read these cold, military words, my mind superimposed the images of my uncle's pantomimes. The frantic digging, the slashing across the throat, the violent stabbing into the water. The euphemisms unraveled, revealing their horrible, true meaning. The loose ends were people. The ensuring quiet was permanent. I kept reading, my voice growing tighter. The letters got more desperate, more guilt-ridden. He wrote about hiding the things near a landmark so he could find them again, to do right by them one day. He described a shattered millstone by a creek. Without thinking, I pulled out my phone. I opened a map and typed in the name of the French village from my research. I switched to satellite view. We all crowded around the tiny screen. I zoomed in, and there it was, just outside the village, a winding blue line of a creek. And right beside it, a clear, perfectly circular gray shape. A millstone, a real place, right there on a modern map, matching the description in the letter. The final page was the worst. The writing was scribbled, frantic. It ended not with love or a signature, but with one single, stark sentence scrawled across the bottom of the page. If you find this, tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me. I stopped reading. The words hung in the kitchen, more real and more awful than any ghostly whisper. The apology wasn't for us, his family. It was for the people in that village. And it was a confession that spread the guilt. He wasn't alone. My uncle was staring at the table, tears silently rolling down his face. He wasn't the sleepwalker now. He was just a man hearing the darkest secret of his own bloodline, and he looked utterly broken. My practical aunt reached out and took his hand. The mystery of the sleepwalking, of the whispers and the digging, had a terrible, concrete answer. We had found the source. The closure was grim and absolute. Our family hero was a war criminal, and his buried guilt had been festering under our tree for generations, finally calling out to us through a child's game. The box was open. The truth was out. But as I looked at the weeping man across from me, and then at the little plastic planchette sitting so innocently on the table, the hook for what came next was sharp and undeniable. The letter's plea wasn't just a confession. It was a request. Tell them I'm sorry. But who were them? And how could we possibly deliver a message that was 75 years too late? The kitchen felt like a courtroom after a verdict had been read. The confession in my great-grandfather's own handwriting lay on the table between us, a guilty plea from beyond the grave. No one spoke for a long time. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator and my uncle's quiet, ragged breathing as he tried to get control of himself. The proud family history we'd all carried, the story of the quiet, strong war hero, was gone. In its place was this ugly, complicated truth. He was a man who had participated in something awful and had spent the rest of his life hiding from it, literally burying it in his backyard. The weight of that knowledge settled on everyone in the room, a shared burden we hadn't asked for, but now had to carry. My practical aunt was the first to move. She stood up slowly, walked to the sink, and poured a glass of water. She drank it all in one go, her hand shaking slightly. "Okay," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Okay, so that's it. That's what this was all about." She looked at my uncle, her husband, his face buried in his hands. "It wasn't you. It was never you. It was his memory, his guilt." My uncle looked up, his eyes red. "But it felt like me," he whispered, his voice cracking. "The dirt on my hands, the crying. It felt so real." My dad, still staring at the letters, spoke in a hollow tone. He wanted someone to find this. He needed someone to know. He pointed a trembling finger at the final, scribbled line. But he didn't want to carry the blame alone. It wasn't just me. He's pointing a finger, even now. That shifted the horror in a new direction. It wasn't just about one man's secret crime anymore. It was about a conspiracy, a shared atrocity, and a pact of quiet that had lasted for generations. Who were the others? Were their families out there somewhere, living with their own unexplained curses, their own uncles who dug holes in the night? My cousin, who had been so quiet, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was thin and frightened. "The board. The talking board. I found it in the attic years ago, in an old trunk with some of his things." She looked at the plastic planchette on the table as if it were a poisonous insect. It was wrapped in a cloth. I thought it was a cool antique. I didn't think it was part of this. That explained how the thing, the memory, the ghost, whatever it was, had reached out. It had used its own relic, placed in the hands of a bored relative, to call us to the truth. It was a chilling thought that we were led step by a guilt that had a plan. We spent the next few hours going through the rest of the box. There were more letters, each one more despairing than the last, but adding no new facts. There were a few personal items, a tarnished medal my great-grandfather had clearly never wanted to look at again, a broken pocket knife, a small, blurred photograph of his army squad, a bunch of young men with grim smiles, their arms around each other. I looked at their faces, wondering which one was Kelly, and which ones were the others. My uncle, slowly pulling himself together, reached out and picked up the old photograph. He studied it for a long time, his finger tracing the faces. He stopped on one young man, his expression softening with a sad recognition. "Him," he said quietly. "The one who argued. The one who wanted to do it right." He was pointing to a tall, lean soldier with a serious face. He had identified Kelly without ever being told. A shiver went through me. The knowledge was in him now, seeping into the cracks the sleepwalking had opened. That night, for the first time in weeks, we all slept without dread. The haunting, it seemed, was over. The secret was out. The thing in the box had wanted to be found, and we had found it. There was a grim closure to it. We knew the worst now. The mystery of the whispers and the digging was solved. But a new and more practical horror took its place. What do you do with a truth like this? The next morning, over coffee that no one really tasted, we had the conversation we'd been avoiding. "We have to decide what to do," my dad said. "We can't just put it back." My aunt, always action-oriented, nodded. "We burn the letters. We destroy the box. We move on and never speak of it again." But my uncle shook his head. He looked older, the events having carved new lines in his face. "No," he said, his voice firm. "He didn't bury it so it could be burned. He buried it so it could be found. And he asked for something. Tell them I'm sorry." "Tell who?" my cousin asked, her voice rising. "The people are all dead. It was a lifetime ago." "Are they?" I found myself saying. Everyone looked at me. I picked up my phone, the satellite image of the French village, and the millstone still on the screen. It's a real place. People live there. Their grandparents lived through that war. They might have stories about families who just disappeared. The idea hung in the air, monstrous and huge. This wasn't just a family secret anymore. It was a piece of history, a war crime, sitting on our kitchen table. Did we have a responsibility to that history? To the descendants of the people my great-grandfather had helped kill? The moral dilemma was a trap with no good way out. If we destroyed it all, we became part of the cover-up, continuing the quiet his squad had imposed. If we tried to tell someone, we would destroy our own family's reputation forever, and we might rip open old wounds for people in a country an ocean away. My dad put his head in his hands. "There's no right answer," he groaned. We spent the day in a state of paralyzed indecision. The box sat on the table, a dark sun around which our family orbit was stuck. I found myself drawn to the last letter, to that frantic final sentence. Tell them it wasn't just me. It wasn't just a plea for forgiveness. It was an accusation. He wanted the others named. He wanted their families to share this burden. That's when a new, more personal fear began to grow in me. This guilt, this traumatic memory, it had jumped from my great-grandfather to my uncle. It had used him like a puppet to unearth its confession. Now that the confession was out, was it satisfied? Or was the infection, for lack of a better word, still inside him? I watched my uncle closely. He was calm, but in a drained, empty way. He would sometimes look at his hands, or out the window toward the oak tree, and his eyes would lose focus for a minute, like he was tuning into a distant radio station only he could hear. The closure of finding the box was real. The haunting performances had ended. But as evening fell on that long, awful day, a subtle hook snagged in my mind, a question that wouldn't let go. The message had been delivered to us, his family, but the apology hadn't been for us. We had opened the box and read the words, but the job felt unfinished. The letter asked us to be messengers. Could we really just close the lid and walk away, knowing we were ignoring a dying man's last request? A request that had waited 75 years in the dark to be heard? The box was evidence of a finished crime, but the feeling in the house wasn't of an ending. It was the quiet, anxious pause before a very difficult decision had to be made. The week after we opened the box was the strangest of all. The dramatic, terrifying sleepwalking was gone. My uncle slept through the nights, a deep, unmoving sleep. But the haunting wasn't over. It had just changed channels. It was seeping into his waking hours, a slow, quiet possession. He was different. Not the fun-loving, easygoing man he'd been. He was withdrawn, jumpy. The sound of a car backfiring down the road made him drop a plate. He'd stare at his hands for minutes at a time, flexing his fingers as if they were unfamiliar tools. One afternoon, I heard him muttering to himself in the garage. I peeked in. He was cleaning an old hunting rifle he hadn't touched in years. But he wasn't just wiping it down. His movements were crisp, efficient, and totally precise, like a soldier performing field maintenance. He was humming a tune, a sad, meandering melody that didn't sound like anything I'd ever heard on the radio. He stopped abruptly, looked at the disassembled rifle parts in his hands as if seeing them for the first time, and dropped them onto the workbench with a look of pure terror. The knowledge was in him, and it was leaking out. The worst was when his wife, my aunt, asked him to pass the salt at dinner. He looked at her, his eyes cloudy for a second, and said, "Oui, chérie." "Yes, dear," in French, a language he didn't speak. The table went quiet. He blinked, shook his head, and laughed a nervous, embarrassed laugh. "Sorry, I don't know where that came from." But we all knew. The thing that had used his body at night was now coloring his thoughts during the day. He was becoming a mixing bowl for two lives, his own and the lingering, guilty memory of my great-grandfather. While the family tried to adjust to this new, unsettling normal, I became obsessed with the other part of the confession. It wasn't just me. If this curse, or traumatic inheritance, had come to our family, did it go to others? I spent every evening on my laptop, a detective in a very cold case. Using the squad photo and the few names mentioned in the letters, I painstakingly tracked down what happened to the other men. It was like following trails of sorrow. One soldier's son had died in a car accident at 19, a tragedy always called senseless. Another man's grandson had a history of violent outbursts and was in prison. A third had a line of descendants plagued by severe depression and alcoholism. Their families weren't haunted by sleepwalking diggers, but they were haunted all the same, by bad luck, by sudden tragedies, by a darkness that seemed to follow their bloodline. It wasn't just our story. It was a broken promise that had shattered and sent splinters into multiple families for generations. The guilt wasn't just a ghost, it was a poison in the bloodline. I found an online genealogy forum where people asked questions about their relatives who served. There, I found a post from a woman with a different last name. She was asking about her grandfather, who had been in the same unit as my great-grandfather. She wrote, "He was never right after the war. He had terrible nightmares his whole life, always about digging. He used to say the mud of France would never come off his hands. My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, reading her words over and over. She was out there, living with the echo of the same nightmare, and she had no idea why. I didn't message her. What would I say? The weight of it all, the sheer scale of this hidden tragedy, pressed down on me. It wasn't a single ghost in a lake house. It was a chain of pain stretching across decades and families, all because of a terrible secret buried in a French field. The final straw came a few days later. My uncle seemed to be having a better day. We were all in the living room, trying to watch a movie. He got up to get a drink from the kitchen. He was gone a long time. I went to check on him. He was just standing in the middle of the kitchen, staring at the back door, perfectly still. "You okay?" I asked. He didn't turn. In a voice that was flat and devoid of his usual warmth, he said, "It's not finished." I took a step closer. "What's not finished, Uncle?" He turned his head toward me. His eyes were that familiar, blank glass again, but he was awake. It was the most terrifying combination yet. "The job," he said, and now his voice changed, dropping into that lower, grating register I'd heard during the sleepwalking whispers. It had the hint of an accent. "It was botched, hidden in a hurry. It needs to be done right, made proper, or he will never rest. We will never rest." Then his knees buckled. I lunged and caught him before he hit the floor, guiding him to a chair. He put his head in his hands, breathing hard. "What happened?" he mumbled. I felt dizzy. He had no memory of speaking. The entity or the memory, or whatever it was, had just staged a daylight coup. It had spoken its demands clearly, using his voice. "Finish it. Bury it right." The message was no longer a cryptic puzzle. It was a direct order. The family meeting that night was grim. We were past denial, past fear of the supernatural. We were now planners for a mission we didn't understand. "What does bury it right mean?" my cousin asked, her voice small. "We already dug it up. Does he want us to put the box back?" My dad, looking more tired than I'd ever seen him, shook his head. "No, he didn't bury the box in France. He buried it here. Bury it right means. It means do what he didn't have the courage to do. Bury the secret where it happened, with the people it happened to." The idea was so enormous it sucked the air out of the room. Go to France. Find the actual spot by the millstone. Do something with the guilt that had been festering for 75 years. It was impossible. It was crazy. My aunt, his wife, started crying. We can't take him over there. Look at him. He's not well. What if he gets lost over there? What if he becomes that other person for good?" But the alternative was just as frightening. Leave it unfinished. Let this slow possession of my uncle continue, maybe forever. Let the splintered guilt continue to wound the other families who didn't know why they were cursed. The decision was taken out of our hands the very next morning. My aunt came into the living room, her face as white as paper. She was holding her tablet. "He bought a ticket," she said, her voice trembling. "Last night, on my computer. A one-way flight to Paris. For himself. Leaving in 3 days." My uncle, hearing this, looked up from his coffee, genuinely baffled. "I didn't do that. I wouldn't know how to book an international ticket." But the confirmation email was right there on the screen. The sleepwalker hadn't just walked outside. He had gone online, navigated a travel website, entered passport details, and purchased a ticket. He was planning a pilgrimage, and the waking man was just a passenger in his own life. The closure of this chapter was stark and unavoidable. The haunting had evolved from scary noises in the night to a concrete, real-world action. A plane ticket had been purchased. The mystery was no longer about what or why. It was about where and how. The entity had a goal, and it was using my uncle's credit card and body to achieve it. We weren't deciding if we would go to France anymore. The decision had been made for us. The only question left was, who was going to go with him to make sure he came back? And what in the world were we supposed to do when we got there? The hook for the next part of this nightmare was no longer subtle. It was a printed itinerary, and it had a departure time. 3 days later, we were on a plane over the Atlantic. It was a small, shell-shocked group, me, my dad, my once skeptical aunt, and my uncle. We had canceled his one-way ticket and booked round-trip seats for all of us, telling the airline a vague story about a family emergency. It wasn't a lie. The emergency was just 75 years old. We carried the rusty ammunition box in a new duffel bag, checked luggage containing a crime. My uncle was sedated for the flight, a mild prescription from a very confused doctor back home who had agreed it was for extreme travel anxiety. He slept for most of the journey, slumped against the window. Then about an hour before landing, he sat bolt upright, his eyes wide open and clear. He looked out at the blanket of clouds below us and said, in a voice that was utterly calm and carried my great-grandfather's inflection, "It was faster coming back. Last time, the sea was full of bodies." Then he blinked, shuddered, and went back to his drugged sleep as if nothing had happened. My dad and I exchanged a look over his head. We were no longer tourists. We were escorts for a man who was a doorway to the past. Landing in France felt like stepping into a different kind of dream. Everything was normal. Airports are airports everywhere. But the weight of why we were there made the coffee smell different, made the signs in French feel like accusations. We rented a car, a small, boxy thing, and loaded our grim luggage into the trunk. My uncle, now awake and groggy, got into the passenger seat. My dad was driving, nervously fiddling with the GPS. "Where to?" he asked my uncle, trying to sound casual. My uncle didn't hesitate. He didn't look at a map. He pointed northwest, out of the city. "That way, toward the coast. I'll tell you when to turn." And he did. As we left the outskirts of Paris and entered the green, rolling countryside of Normandy, my uncle became a living GPS. He'd say, "Left at the next crossroads," or "Follow this road for about 5 kilometers." He'd never been here, never studied a map, but he knew. The closer we got, the more agitated he became. His hands gripped his knees. He started breathing faster. The landscape, with its old stone farms and hedgerows, seemed to match the descriptions from the letters with an eerie accuracy. We were driving directly into a memory. We found the village in the late afternoon. It was postcard pretty, a cluster of stone buildings with flowering window boxes, peaceful and quiet. We didn't stop there. My uncle's directions took us past it, down a narrower lane, to where the land opened up near a creek. "Stop here," he said, his voice tight. We pulled onto the grassy verge. There was the creek, just like in the satellite image, babbling softly. And there, half sunk in the grass and moss, was the shattered millstone. A perfect, mossy half-circle of stone, exactly as described in the letter. It was real. It was all devastatingly real. We got out of the car. The air was cool and sweet with the smell of wet earth and grass. It should have been beautiful. It felt like a cemetery. My uncle walked ahead of us, his steps sure. He went straight to a spot between the creek bank and the broken millstone. He stood there looking down at the ground, his whole body beginning to tremble. He raised a hand, pointing a finger straight down at the grass. "Here," he said. But it wasn't his voice. It was the other voice, low and strained, cracked with an emotion I couldn't name. "We put them here, in the soft earth by the water." The word "them" hung in the air. Not it. Them. We all stood frozen, a little family from America, standing on this peaceful patch of French ground where something unspeakable had happened. The reality of it was a physical blow. This wasn't a story in a box anymore. This was the dirt under our shoes. My aunt started to cry silently, her hand over her mouth. My dad looked pale and sick. I just felt a hollow, awful sadness. The moment was broken by a movement across the creek. An old woman was in a small garden, tending to some plants. She had stopped her work and was watching us. Her eyes, sharp and wary, moved from our unfamiliar faces to my uncle, standing like a statue pointing at the ground. Then her gaze dropped to the exact spot he was pointing at. Her wrinkled face changed. It wasn't curiosity. It was recognition and then fear. She made a quick, sharp gesture with her hand, touching her forehead and then her chest, a sign I somehow knew was meant to ward off evil. Then she turned without a word and hurried back toward a small stone house, disappearing inside. Even the locals, it seemed, knew this place was wrong. The spell broke. My uncle lowered his hand, looking confused and exhausted. "What? What are we doing?" he asked in his own voice. We didn't answer. We had a more immediate problem. We had shovels in the trunk of the rental car. We had the box. We were here. But what now? Dig up this ground? We had no right. We could be desecrating a grave, breaking who knew what laws. My dad and aunt started arguing in tense, hushed whispers. "We can't just dig. This is a foreign country. What if we find? What if we find bones? Then we call the authorities. We have to do something. We didn't come all this way to just look at it." My uncle stood apart, staring at the spot, his head tilted as if listening. I watched him, and I watched the spot on the ground. The directive was clear. Bury it right. But what was it? The confession box? Ourselves? My uncle suddenly moved. While the rest of us were locked in a panicked debate, he walked calmly back to the car. He opened the trunk. He took out one of the shovels. He walked back to the spot, hefting the shovel in his hands with a familiarity that was not his own. Before any of us could shout or stop him, he positioned the blade, and he drove it into the earth. The sound it made was not the soft crunch of soil. It was a dull, hollow wooden thunk. The shovel had only gone in about 6 inches before it hit something solid, something buried just beneath the surface. He froze, the shovel embedded in the ground. The rest of us froze too. All the arguing stopped. The world narrowed to that shovel, in that spot, with that sound. My uncle looked back at us, his eyes wide, his own fear finally showing through. "There's something here," he whispered. We all rushed over. My dad took the shovel handle from my uncle's limp hands. He carefully pulled the shovel out. We all got on our knees, brushing away the loose soil and grass with our fingers. Just beneath the surface, we exposed not dirt, but old, dark, rotting wood. It was another box, smaller than the one we brought, older, more corroded. This wasn't an ammunition box. It was a simple, crude wooden crate, falling apart from decades in the damp earth. This wasn't something my great-grandfather had buried. This was something he and the others had put here during the war. The thing they had botched. The thing that needed to be made proper. We had come to bury our family's guilt, but the ground had offered up something else first. The past wasn't just a memory. It was a physical object waiting for us. The closure of the journey was absolute. We had followed the haunting to its source, to the exact piece of earth it cried out from. We had found what the sleepwalking and the whispers were pointing to. But the hook for what came next was lying right there in the shallow hole, wrapped in rotten wood. We hadn't finished anything. We had just started to dig up the real secret. What was in this box? And what were we supposed to do with it now that the whole terrible story was literally at our fingertips? The world shrank to that patch of damp earth by the French creek. We didn't speak. The only sounds were the water bubbling over stones and our own ragged breathing. We had come to bury a sin, but the ground had coughed up its own evidence first. The small, rotting wooden box sat in its shallow grave, a sight more terrifying than any ghost. My dad, his face set in a grim mask, knelt and carefully pried the crumbling lid off with his fingers. The wood splintered easily, revealing what was inside. This wasn't an American soldier's confession. These were the belongings of the people. There was a small, hand-carved wooden toy horse, its paint faded to ghosts of color. A woman's simple hairpin, tarnished black. A few buttons. A folded, fragile piece of fabric that might have been from a child's dress. And at the bottom, a small leather wallet, stiff and moldy. My dad, his hands trembling worse than I'd ever seen, opened it. Inside were identity papers, brittle as autumn leaves. The photograph on them was barely visible, but the names were clear. The Moreau family. The papers were pierced through by a single dark-stained hole. A bullet hole. These were not war souvenirs. These were trophies of a massacre, hidden in a panic, buried badly. This was the botched job. They hadn't just killed people. They'd stolen the proof of who they were and tried to hide it. My uncle made a small choke sound. He reached into the box, not for the papers, but for the tiny wooden horse. He picked it up, cradling it in his palm, and then he began to weep. But this was different from the tears he'd cried in the garden or by the lake. Those were the furious, guilty sobs of my great-grandfather. These tears were quiet, endless, and filled with a bottomless, foreign sorrow. He wasn't crying for himself or for his ancestor. He was crying for the child who had lost this toy. In that moment, the presence in the air changed. The angry, restless feeling that had clung to him for weeks seemed to lift and blow away on the creek breeze, replaced by a profound, echoing sadness that belonged to the land itself. The haunting, I realized, had never been about my great-grandfather's guilt alone. It had been about the unfinished business of the victims. Their story had been buried here, and their need for recognition had been a quiet scream in the universe, one that had finally twisted its way through bloodlines and Ouija boards to reach us. We carefully placed everything back in the broken wooden box. We now had 2 boxes, the heavy rusted metal one containing our family's shame, and this small, terrible wooden one holding the truth of the crime. "Bury it right," the voice had said. The meaning was now horrifyingly clear. They had to be buried together. The confession with the victims, the apology with the offense. But doing it here now felt wrong. This was evidence. This was proof of a war crime. We filled the small hole back in, meticulously replacing the sod until the ground looked undisturbed. We took the wooden box with us. No one said a word as we drove to a cheap hotel in a nearby town. The 2 boxes sat side by side in the trunk, a terrible weight we could all feel. That evening, in the cramped, dim hotel room, my uncle slept a normal, deep sleep for the first time since this nightmare began. The lines of tension were gone from his face. The possession, it seemed, was over. The debt had been called due. The rest of us sat around the small table, the two boxes taking up most of the space. "What do we do now?" my aunt asked, her voice hollow. "We can't just drive away." My dad ran a hand over his face. "We have to tell someone. The authorities. A historical society. Someone. And destroy our family?" She shot back, but the fire was gone from her argument. "It's already destroyed," I said quietly, looking at my peaceful, sleeping uncle. "But maybe it can be put back together right for once." The next morning, I took the photograph from the wooden box to the town hall in the village. An elderly clerk with kind eyes looked at the faded picture. Her smile faded. "The Morrow family," she said softly, her finger tracing the names. "They disappeared in the summer of 1944. The war was chaotic. Many people vanished. No one ever knew why. There was a rumor, of course, about the American soldiers passing through, but nothing was ever proven." She looked up at me, her eyes sharp and suddenly wet. "There is a granddaughter. She lives in Kinau. She was raised by her mother's sister. She never knew what happened." She wrote a name and address on a slip of paper and pushed it across the counter. "Why do you ask?" I took the paper, my throat too tight to speak. I just shook my head, thanked her, and left. Back in the hotel room, I placed the slip of paper on the table between the two boxes. The final line of my great-grandfather's letter glared up from the open metal box. "Tell them I'm sorry. Tell them it wasn't just me." Them was no longer a ghostly idea. Them was a real woman, with an address, living her life an hour's drive away. She drank coffee and paid bills and wondered about the grandparents she never knew. We held a family vote, right there. Do we bury both boxes together quietly by the millstone, letting the secret return to the earth forever, sparing everyone the pain? Or do we use the address, tell the granddaughter the horrific truth, and in doing so, finally complete the apology that had waited for 75 years? The vote was split. My aunt, thinking of my uncle's peace, voted to bury it. My dad, thinking of historical truth, voted to tell. I was the tiebreaker. I looked at the sleeping man who had been our canary in this coal mine of family guilt. He had been the vessel for the pain of both the sinner and the sinned against. His peace had been bought with this knowledge. Keeping the secret now felt like stealing that peace and condemning the granddaughter to a lifetime of unanswered questions. We drove to Kin the following day. We didn't call ahead. What would we say? We parked outside a modest apartment building. We sat in the car for a long time, the two boxes on the back seat. Finally, my dad said, "We can't all go. It's too much." I nodded. I was the one who had read the letters. I was the one who had followed the trail. It felt like my responsibility. I took only the small wooden box. The confession, for now, would stay with us. I walked into the building, found the apartment number, and stood before the door. My heart was a drum in my ears. I raised my hand and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. A woman, perhaps in her 60s, with gentle eyes and gray hair, looked at me, curious about the stranger. I held out the wooden box. My voice, when I found it, was barely a whisper. "My name is Leo. I think. I have something that belongs to your family." I saw the confusion in her eyes, then a dawning, hesitant recognition as she looked at the old, carved wood. She stepped back, opening the door wider, a gesture not of welcome, but of a story that was finally coming home, ready or not. I crossed the threshold, the weight of the box in my hands feeling both immense and feather-light. The door closed softly behind me. I don't know what I will say next. I don't know how our story will change after today, or how ours will. But the haunting is over. The truth is out. The apology, at last, is being delivered. The closure is real and profound. The secret that festered under an oak tree and in a French field is now in the light, where it can finally begin to heal. The story of our family and hers is forever intertwined, not by a shared meal or a happy event, but by a shared tragedy that has finally found its voice. The hook for what comes after is no longer one of fear, but of consequence. It is the quiet sound of a door closing on a haunted past, and the uncertain, hopeful, human conversation that must now begin in the present. Story number 3. My name is Ben, and the last lesson my dad ever taught me was how to lock up for the night. We were in our old Airstream trailer, the one we took to this same deep woods campground every autumn, and as the sun dipped below the pines, his big, scarred hands started the ritual. He checked each window latch, Not once but twice, his fingers testing the metal with a gentle click-click that was the sound of safety. He drew every curtain shut, blocking out the gathering dark between the trees. Finally, he took the iron railroad spike from its spot by the door, its metal black and cool, and he laid it precisely across the threshold. "Old iron remembers," he said to me, his voice low and serious. "It holds a line. This line," he tapped the spike with his boot, "is ours. Nothing crosses it unless we say so." I was 15, and I remember letting out a sigh I hoped he didn't hear, thinking this was just another one of his strange, backwoods habits, like refusing to whistle after dark or always leaving a spoonful of honey on a stump for the bees. It felt like superstition, a silly game. My mom was outside, stoking the campfire she'd built in the ring of stones, the flames starting to lick up and paint her face in warm, shifting light. The air was crisp with the smell of wood smoke and pine needles, and for a while it was perfect. We roasted hot dogs, and the feeling of being out there, just the three of us, was a good one. The stars began to prick through the purple sky, more than you could ever see in the city, and the fire popped and sent sparks dancing up toward them. That's when she started the story. It wasn't a ghost story, not the way she told it. There was no spooky voice, no jump scare punchline. She just stared into the flames, her knees pulled up to her chest, and spoke like she was telling us about a neighbor back home. She said these mountains were old, older than any town or road, and old places have their own rules. She talked about the people who built the railroads and the loggers who first cut trails, and how they all shared a certain piece of knowledge. She said sometimes, especially on nights when the wind moved through the high branches in a certain way, you might hear a call for help. A voice, lost and scared, echoing from between the trees. "It sounds so real," she said, her eyes reflecting the fire. "It will know your name if you've said it aloud. It will sound like a child, or a woman, or a man who's just twisted his ankle. It will say all the right things to make your heart hurt." I shifted on my log, uncomfortable. "So what, it's a ghost?" I asked, trying to sound bored. My father shook his head, his gaze fixed on the dark tree line beyond our circle of light. "It's not a ghost. A ghost is someone who was once a person. This is different. It's something that found an empty space in the world and decided to wear a person's shape. It's hollow, and hollow things are always hungry. They're cold, and they want the warmth they remember seeing through windows. They want the sound of a family. They want to sit at your table and pretend, until the pretending isn't necessary anymore." A chill that had nothing to do with the night air went down my back, but I fought it. This was ridiculous. So we just ignore someone who's actually hurt. "That's monstrous," I said, my voice a little louder than I intended. My mom looked at me, and I saw a flicker of doubt in her expression, like maybe she shouldn't have told me. She softened her story, backtracking. "It's probably just an old tale, sweetie. A way to keep kids from wandering off. But still, the rule is the rule. After dark, no matter what you hear, you don't answer. You don't call back. You go inside, you do the locks, and you wait for the sun." My dad didn't say anything to that, but I saw him look from her face to mine, and for a second, I thought I saw a crack in his certainty, a wondering if he was just scaring his modern son with ancient fairy tales. That moment, that tiny sliver of doubt in his eyes, was the first real mistake. Not long after, the wind picked up, promising the storm that the weatherman had said was coming. A gust whipped through the clearing, making the fire flutter and shrink for a heartbeat, and in that second of quieter light, we all heard it. A branch snapped in the woods. Not a small one, a loud, cracking report that echoed through the clearing. We all jumped. My mom let out a little gasp. The sound was too close, too deliberate. My dad was on his feet instantly. "Inside. Now." His voice brooked no argument. The ritual began again, but faster, urgent. He hustled us into the silver trailer, and I went along, my teenage rebellion muted by the sudden pounding of my own heart. He slammed the door behind us, and I watched through the small window as he did the external lock. When he turned back inside, his face was tight. He went to each window again, his lips moving silently as he counted the latches. He adjusted the curtains so not a sliver of glass showed. Finally, he knelt and placed the railroad spike so it was touching the bottom of the metal door. "There," he said, more to himself than to us. "That's it. We're set." For a while, there was just the sound of our breathing and the growing moan of the wind outside. The storm arrived in earnest, a distant rumble that grew into a roaring monster. Rain lashed the aluminum shell of the airstream like 1,000 frantic fingers, and the whole trailer shuddered on its wheels with each gust. We huddled around the little battery-powered lantern in the center of the floor, its light making our shadows loom huge on the curved walls. The noise was incredible, a wall of sound that made talking impossible. I figured that was a good thing. Nothing could be out in that. Nothing could call out and be heard over that din. I was just starting to feel silly for being scared when the power went out. The little overhead lights flickered and died, leaving us with only the lantern. In the sudden, more intimate gloom, the world seemed to shrink to just our three faces. And that's when we heard the voice. It was a woman's voice, young and strained, ripped raw by the weather. It cut through the storm's roar, as if it were right outside the door. "Hello, please. Is someone there?" My blood turned to ice. My mom's hand flew to her mouth. My dad's head snapped toward the door, his body rigid. "I'm lost. I'm so cold." The voice was a sob, choked with rain and desperation. "My ankle. I think it's broken. I saw your light earlier, please." Every word was a masterpiece of agony. It sounded utterly, completely real. It sounded like a person dying on our doorstep. My mom made a small, pained sound in her throat. My dad didn't move. He just stared at the door, his jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. "We can't," he whispered, the words barely audible. "We know the rule." A furious, hot shame washed over me. This wasn't a story anymore. This was a real woman out there. I looked at my parents, their faces frozen in a shared, ancient fear, and I saw something I hated, heartlessness. "She's hurt," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Are you listening to her? We can't just sit here." My mom reached for me, her eyes pleading. "Ben, no. You don't understand. I understand that you're letting her die." Tears of rage stung my eyes. This was wrong. This was against everything I'd ever been taught. The voice came again, weaker now, a broken whisper that somehow carried through the metal door. Just a blanket. Please. I'm so cold." That did it. I couldn't take it. I lunged forward toward the door. My dad shouted, "No," and moved to block me, but he was a fraction of a second too slow, caught between stopping me and grabbing the iron spike. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers slick with panic. I turned it. The lock clunked open. As I pulled the door handle, my foot kicked against the railroad spike, sending it skittering away across the linoleum floor with a loud, metallic clang that seemed to suck all the sound from the world. The door flew inward, propelled by the wind. A wall of icy rain and leaves blasted into the trailer, extinguishing the lantern and plunging us into utter blackness. In the doorway, silhouetted against the churning, storm-lit sky, was the shape of a woman, soaked and shivering, one arm clutched around her torso. She stumbled forward, collapsing onto the floor in a heap just inside the door. "Thank you," she gasped, her voice a ragged whisper. "Thank you." I stood there, panting, the storm screaming behind her. My dad was frozen, staring. My mom was crying silently. I'd done it. I'd saved her. A shaky, triumphant relief started to warm my frozen gut. I turned to push the door shut against the gale, using all my weight to slam it closed. The moment the latch caught, the world changed. The howling roar of the storm outside vanished. Completely. It didn't fade away, it just stopped, as if someone had thrown a switch. The sudden quiet was a physical shock, a pressure on my eardrums. The only sounds now were the ragged breaths of my family, the frantic drumming of my own heart, and a new, slow, deliberate sound. Drip, drip, drip. It was water, falling from the woman's clothes onto our floor. We stood there in the pitch black, none of us moving. Then, I heard a rustle of wet fabric. A shape moved in the darkness where she had fallen. There was a soft, slick sound, like someone pushing soaked hair from their face. And then a voice. It was the same voice, but now it was flat. Empty. All the pain, the fear, the human emotion was gone, stripped away like a layer of paint. It spoke into the perfect quiet, and the words were simple, clear, and horribly, terribly wrong. "It's so much warmer in here," the voice said, "with a family." And in the darkness, I felt the first true understanding of my father's rule, and I knew I had broken it forever. For a long time, nobody moved in that absolute dark. The only thing I could hear was that steady drip of water onto our linoleum floor, and my own heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. My eyes strained, trying to find shapes in the black, but it was like being buried underground. Then a tiny scraping sound, a flicker of light. My father had found a lighter from his pocket. The small flame jumped to life, painting his face from below, making his terrified eyes look like dark pits. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at my mother, who was just a trembling outline near the kitchenette. His gaze was fixed on the middle of the floor, where the voice had come from. He held the lighter up, his hand shaking so badly the flame danced and jumped. In its unstable glow, we saw her. She was sitting up now, cross-legged in the puddle she'd made. The water wasn't spreading out like a normal spill. It was just a perfect, dark circle around her, like a shadow made of wet. Her head was down, her long, stringy hair hanging and still dripping. She was wearing a simple flannel shirt and jeans, both soaked through. She looked small. She looked hurt. The part of my brain that had made me open the door screamed that we needed to help her, that she was in shock. But the newer, colder part of me, the part that had heard her flat, empty voice, held me frozen. My father finally moved, shuffling sideways like a crab, never turning his back to her, until he reached the small cabinet where we kept the emergency candles. He lit one with a trembling hand, the wick catching and holding a steadier, wider light. He placed it on the fold-out table. The candlelight filled the trailer with long, leaping shadows. It lit up my mother's face, streaked with silent tears. It lit up my own hands, which I realized were clenched into fists so tight my nails were digging into my palms. And it lit up the girl. As the light touched her, she lifted her head. Pushing her wet hair back with one pale hand, she looked at each of us in turn. Her face was ordinary, pretty even in a plain way, but her eyes didn't match. They were the color of the dark spaces between stones at the bottom of a creek, and they didn't blink enough. And then she smiled. It was a smile that started slow and kept going, stretching her lips wide across her face. It wasn't a happy smile. It wasn't a grateful smile. It was the smile of someone who has just won a game you didn't know you were playing. "Thank you," she said again, and the words were polite, textbook polite, but they had no warmth in them. They were just sounds. My father found his voice. It was rough, like he had gravel in his throat. "You need to leave." The girl's head tilted to one side, bird-like. She processed the words. "Leave," she repeated, not as a question, just a mimic. She didn't move. "Now," my father said, putting force into it. "Now," she echoed in that same flat tone. Still, she didn't move. She just sat in her puddle, smiling her stretched smile, watching us. My mother tried. Her voice was a thin, frayed thread of sound. You're hurt. Your ankle. We can give you something for it. Some bandages. And then you can go." The girl's dark eyes shifted to my mother. "Ankle," she said. Then she looked down at her own legs. She moved them, first one, then the other, bending her knees. There was no sign of pain, no stiffness. She moved with a fluid, puppet-like ease. "It's better now," she stated. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I had opened the door for a girl with a broken ankle. The ankle wasn't broken. It had never been broken. The storm had been our ally, my father had said. It was too loud for them to call. But she had called, and I had answered. I felt a weight in my gut, a sinking, cold understanding. My defiance, my certainty that my parents were being superstitious fools, had done this. I wanted to speak, to yell at her to get out, to demand to know what she was, but my mouth was dry as dust. I just stared. My father tried a different approach. He moved slowly, deliberately, to the small pantry. He pulled out a thermos and a dry-wool blanket we kept for emergencies. He placed them carefully on the floor, closer to the door than to her. "For your journey," he said, his voice tight. "Take them. Be on your way." The girl looked at the offering. Her smile never wavered. She looked from the blanket to my father, then to me, then to my mother. "Journey," she repeated. She made no move to take the items. Instead, she slowly unfolded her legs and stood up. The water didn't cling to her clothes. It fell away from her in little streams, pattering down to join the strange, contained puddle on the floor, which still hadn't soaked in or spread. She was taller than she'd seemed sitting down. She took a step, then another, her movements unnaturally smooth. She wasn't walking toward the door. She was walking toward our living space. She passed the blanket and thermos without a glance. My father flinched back. My mother pulled me closer to her. The girl went to the small dinette booth, the one where we ate our meals. She slid onto the vinyl bench and placed her hands, palms down, on the table. She sat there, perfectly upright, staring at the flickering candle flame. She didn't speak. She didn't look at us. She just occupied the space. It was worse than if she'd threatened us. Her presence was a silent claim. The trailer, our cozy little metal shell, didn't feel like ours anymore. The air felt used, stale. The shadows in the corners seemed deeper, more substantial. We were the guests now. We huddled together on the floor by the bunk beds, as far from her as we could get. My father whispered to my mother, his lips almost touching her ear. "We have to get it out, before sunrise. There are stories. My mother nodded, her eyes wide. They were planning, talking in frantic, hushed bursts I couldn't fully hear. Minutes later, the girl at the table spoke. She didn't turn her head. She just said to the candle, "Get it out." She paused, then added, "Before sunrise." She had repeated my father's exact whispered words, but in her empty voice, they were just a collection of syllables. It was a recording, a mockery. My father's face went ashen. He understood. It wasn't just listening, it was learning. The rest of the night was a slow, cold torture. We couldn't sleep. We could barely breathe. The girl didn't move from the dinette. She didn't eat or drink. She just sat, a statue wearing a human skin, occasionally turning her head to look at one of us with those dark, unblinking eyes. My mother tried humming, a soft, tuneless sound to calm herself. The girl's head swiveled toward the sound. A few minutes later, from the table, came a perfect, pitch-matched hum of the same tune. My mother stopped, choking back a sob. The night dragged on. I watched the small window above the sink, praying for the first hint of gray light. My father's words echoed in my head. Before sunrise. It felt like a deadline. My bravado was gone, replaced by a gnawing, sickening dread. I had done this. My parents' fear, which I had mocked, was the real thing, and my rationality had been a childish fantasy. I watched the thing at our table, and with every passing hour, its human disguise seemed thinner, more like a poorly fitted costume. As a faint, gray glow began to seep around the edges of the window curtains, a change came over my father. He stood up, his body stiff from sitting on the floor. The coming dawn seemed to put a steel rod in his spine. He looked at the girl, who was now staring directly at the window as if she could see the light through the fabric. "Dawn," my father announced, his voice stronger than it had been all night. "The night is over. Your time here is done. You must go." The girl's head turned slowly toward him. That awful smile was still there. She nodded once. To my stunned disbelief, she stood up. She slid out of the dinette booth and took a step toward the door. A wild, desperate hope surged in my chest. Was it really this simple? Did it just need to be told to leave at daybreak? My father moved quickly ahead of her, grabbing the blanket and thermos from the floor. He unlocked the door, a new urgency in his movements. He pulled it open. A wash of cool, gray morning light and the smell of wet pine and damp earth flooded into the trailer. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The storm was gone. The world outside was misty and still, but it was normal. It was real. The girl walked to the doorway. She stopped right at the threshold, one foot still inside. She turned back to face us, her body half in the weak light, half in the shadow of our trailer. The light didn't touch her right. It made her skin look waxy, unreal. She wasn't looking at my father. Her dark eyes found me. She lifted one pale, slender hand and pointed a single finger directly at my face. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear and formal, like a judge pronouncing a sentence. "I accept your invitation," she said. Then she turned and, instead of stepping out into the morning, she walked past my stunned father, back into the depths of the trailer. She went straight to the rear bunk, my bunk. She pulled back the blanket. She lay down on my sheets, on my pillow. She pulled the blanket up to her chin, folded her hands over her chest, and closed her eyes. She became still, perfectly, utterly still. She wasn't leaving. She was moving in. My father stood by the open door, the morning light streaming in around him, holding the blanket and thermos, looking utterly defeated. The hope that had dawned with the sun withered and died inside me. I had invited her in, and now she had accepted. For good. We learned the first rule fast. You don't answer the door. We were learning the second rule in real time. Once you let it in, you can't make it leave. The thing wearing a girl's shape lay in my bunk, under my blanket, and it didn't move. It didn't breathe that I could see. It was just a shape under the covers, a permanent, horrible new piece of furniture in our home. The open door let in the chill morning air, and my father finally stirred from his frozen shock. He slowly pushed the door shut, closing out the normal world, locking us back in with our problem. The click of the lock was a final, awful sound. My mother was the first to move toward me. She put her hands on my shoulders, her eyes searching my face as if checking for cracks. "Are you okay?" she whispered. I tried to nod, but my neck felt stiff. I was far from okay. I felt a coldness seeping into me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the memory of that finger pointing at me, the formal words. "I accept your invitation." What did that mean? My father walked over to the bunk, standing a few feet away from it, staring down at the still form. His hands were clenched at his sides. "Get up," he said, his voice low and firm. Get out of that bed and get out of this trailer. Nothing. No response. The shape didn't twitch. I said, "Get out," he shouted, and the sudden volume made my mother jump. The thing in the bed didn't react at all. It was like shouting at a log. My mother pulled me to the other end of the trailer, near the door, as far from the bunk as we could get. We sat on the floor, our backs against the cold metal wall, and watched my father try to reason with a piece of the woods. He tried everything. He pleaded. He threatened. He even tried bargaining, offering to drive it to the nearest town, to give it money, anything. The entity in my bed gave no sign it heard him. It just occupied the space, a silent, smothering weight on our lives. After a while, my father gave up. He slumped into the dinette seat, the same one it had sat in all night, and put his head in his hands. The trailer was quiet, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was the quiet of a held breath, of a trap waiting to spring. The normal sounds were gone. The cheerful morning birds outside seemed muted, far away, as if someone had turned their volume down. The only sounds were us, the rustle of our clothes, our unsteady breathing. And then a new sound. A small damp sound. I looked down. My sleeve, where I'd brushed against the floor earlier, was dark with water. A single drop fell from the cuff onto the linoleum. Plink. I hadn't been near the puddle she'd brought in. That puddle was still there, over by the door, a perfect, contained circle of wetness that hadn't dried or soaked in. It just was. I felt my own skin go cold. I touched my hair. It was dry. My clothes were dry, except for that one spot on my sleeve. Plink. Another drop fell from my cuff. My mother saw it. Her eyes widened, and she grabbed my hand, turning my arm over. "You're wet," she breathed. "I'm not," I said, but my voice sounded thin. "I'm not wet." But the drops kept coming, slow and steady, from the fabric of my jacket, pattering onto the floor between us. It was a cold, clinging dampness that seemed to come from inside the material itself. My father noticed. He came over, his face grim. He touched the wet spot, then brought his fingers to his nose. "It smells like rain," he said quietly. "Like pine needles and rain." The thing in the bunk moved. We all froze. It didn't sit up. It just turned its head on the pillow, slowly, to face us. Its eyes were open. They were still that deep creek bed color, and they fixed on me. It didn't speak. It just watched. And as it watched, the dripping from my sleeve stopped. Just like that. The fabric remained dark, but no new drops fell. It was as if its attention had turned off a tap. A shudder went through me that started in my teeth and went all the way to my toes. My father helped me up. "Take the jacket off," he said. I fumbled with the zipper, my fingers clumsy, and shoved the damp jacket into a corner. We spent the morning in a state of nervous, exhausted limbo. We were hungry, thirsty, but the thought of moving around, of opening cabinets, of living our lives with that thing watching us, felt impossible. My mother, driven by a need to do something normal, finally crept to the small kitchen area. She took out a pan, her movements slow and quiet, and started to make pancakes. The sound of the batter sizzling on the hot plate, the smell of cooking food, it was so everyday it was almost painful. She made a stack, put them on 3 plates, and handed one to my father and one to me. We ate sitting on the floor, not speaking, just chewing tasteless food. The entity watched us eat. Then it sat up. The movement was smooth, effortless. It threw back my blanket and swung its legs over the side of the bunk. It stood and walked to the dinette. It didn't look at us. It sat down at the table and just waited, its hands in its lap, looking at the empty space where a plate would be. My mother and father exchanged a long look. A silent argument passed between them. Finally, my mother, her face pale, got up. She took the last of the pancake batter and cooked one more. She put it on a plate, set a fork beside it, and placed it carefully on the table in front of the entity. She didn't speak. The entity looked at the pancake. It picked up the fork. It cut a precise, neat square. It speared the square, lifted it, and put it in its mouth. It chewed with a mechanical, up and down motion. It swallowed. It did not take another bite. It just held the fork, the rest of the pancake untouched, and looked at my mother. "Thank you," it said in that flat, copied voice. Then it said, "You are mother." It wasn't a question. It was a label, a filing. My mother stumbled back to us, collapsing on the floor beside me. "It's learning," my father whispered, his voice filled with a new kind of horror. "It's not just mimicking. It's putting things together." The day wore on, a marathon of dread. The entity left the pancake to grow cold. It got up and began to explore the trailer, not with curiosity, but with a slow, systematic inspection. It opened a cabinet, looked inside at our cans of soup, and closed it. It ran a finger along the edge of the counter. It stopped in front of the small, framed photo of the three of us at the beach last summer. It stared at it for a full minute, its expression blank. Then it turned its head and looked directly at me, then back at the photo. A connection was being made. I felt like a specimen under glass. The worst part was the talking. My parents would whisper frantic plans to each other, their heads close together. Maybe at night we could try to... My father would begin, and from across the trailer, wherever it was, the entity would repeat the last few words. Try to... It would say in a perfect, hollow echo of my father's whisper. It was listening, always listening, and playing our own fears back to us. My own anger and fear had boiled down to one desperate need. I wanted my space back. That was my bunk, my little corner of the world. Seeing it lying there, using my things, felt like a violation worse than anything. As afternoon light, weak and gray, filtered through the curtains, I found a scrap of courage, or maybe just stupid frustration. I walked over to the bunk. The entity was standing by the window, looking out at the gauzy mist between the trees. "That's my bed," I said, my voice shaking. "You need to get out of it." It turned from the window. Its eyes met mine. For the first time, it seemed to really see me, to focus. It took a step toward me. I held my ground, though every instinct screamed to run. It stopped very close. It lifted that same pale hand it had used to point at me. It didn't touch me. It reached past me, to my backpack, which was hooked on the end of the bunk. It pulled out my favorite hoodie, the blue one with the torn pocket. It brought the fabric to its face. It didn't sniff it like a person would. It just held it there, against its nose and mouth, and took a long, slow, deep inhale. Its chest expanded. Its eyes closed. It was tasting the air around the fabric, taking in the scent of me, of sweat, of laundry detergent, of my own skin. It was a gesture so deeply, intimately wrong that my breath caught in my throat. It held the inhale for a count of 5, then let it out slowly. It opened its eyes. They looked the same, yet somehow deeper, as if it had absorbed something. It folded the hoodie neatly with a disturbing care and placed it back on my backpack. Then it looked at me again. "You are here," it said, as if confirming a fact. Then it added, in a tone that was almost gentle, almost understanding, "I am here too." It turned and went back to the window, leaving me standing there, cold to my core. I had told it to get out of my bed, and it had responded by learning my smell. That night, as darkness fell again outside, my father knew we had to reestablish some control, some safety. The ritual was more than habit now. It was a prayer. He checked the window latches with a solemn focus. He drew the curtains. He looked for the iron railroad spike. It was still in the corner where I'd kicked it. He picked it up, and for a second he looked at it with a profound sadness, like it was a holy object that had failed. He carried it to the door and placed it down. The entity watched him from the dinette. When my father was done, it stood up. It walked over to the door. It looked down at the spike. It crouched, moving with that unnerving fluid grace, and picked the spike up. My father tensed, ready to fight. The entity didn't attack. It held the cold iron in its hand, turning it over, examining it. It showed no discomfort, no reaction to the old iron at all. It looked at my father. "This is the line," it stated, repeating his lesson from another lifetime ago. It then placed the spike back on the floor, in almost the exact same spot. It wasn't mocking him. It was practicing. It was learning the ritual. It straightened up and looked at the three of us, a faint, terrible approximation of a smile touching its lips. "We are set," it said, using my father's words. The lesson was complete. The student was now in charge of the rules. There were 2 of him now. One was a perfect snapshot of our son, warm and solid and wrong. The other was our real boy, slowly dissolving into a ghost of the woods. The morning after the entity learned the ritual, a change happened. It didn't just sit or stand around anymore. It began to perform. It woke up from my bunk at the exact time our son usually woke up. It went to the pantry, took the box of his favorite cereal, poured a bowl with careful, measured movements, and ate it at the dinette. Every chew was precise. Every sip of milk was the same amount. It was a machine running a program called breakfast. Our real son, meanwhile, stood by the door. He wasn't looking out the window anymore. He was just standing there, his shoulders slumped, his arms hanging loose at his sides. A fine mist seemed to cling to him, a personal fog that made the edges of his outline look soft, unclear. He was dry to the touch, but you felt damp if you stood too close to him, a coldness that came off him in waves. "Ben, sweetie, come sit with us," my wife said, her voice cracking on the nickname. She was talking to our real son. The entity at the table stopped its mechanical chewing. It turned its head. It looked at her, and its face did something terrifying. It tried to look concerned. The eyebrows pulled together a little. The lips pressed into a thin line. It was a copied expression, a mask of her own worry pasted onto its face. It spoke. "I am here, mother," it said, using our son's voice, but the words were flat, arranged wrong. She wasn't calling it. She was calling him. But the thing had taken the name, too. Our real son flinched when it spoke. He looked at the entity, his eyes wide with a confusion that was growing deeper by the hour. He didn't move from the door. I couldn't take it. I went to him. I put my hands on his shoulders, turning him to face the thing at the table. "Look at that," I said, my voice low and urgent. "That is not you. You are you. Do you understand? Fight it. Be here with us." He looked at the entity, his eyes swimming with tears. The entity swallowed its last bite of cereal and dabbed its mouth with a napkin, a perfect imitation of a habit my son never had. It looked back at us. "He is lost," it said calmly, gesturing with its chin toward my real son. "I am found. I am here." The cruelty of it was a physical blow. It wasn't just stealing his space, it was rewriting the story, casting him as the outsider. My wife tried a different way. She sat our real son down on the floor and began talking to him softly, pulling him back with memories. "Remember," she said, forcing a smile. "Remember that model rocket we built? The one you painted yourself? What color was it?" He frowned, his brow furrowing. He looked at his own hands, as if the answer might be written there. "It was red," he said, but it was a question. He wasn't sure. From the dinette, the entity's voice cut through the air, clear and confident. "It was red and white, Mother. You used a brush that was too thick for the stripes. It flew for 4.6 seconds and landed in Mr. Miller's azalea bushes. You were angry because he charged us $10 for the damage." The precision was horrifying. It was all correct, even the detail about the brush and the exact time of flight, things we had barely noted. The entity remembered our life better than our own son did. It had eaten those memories somehow, digested them, and now owned them. Our real son just looked down, defeated. "Yeah," he whispered. "That sounds right. I saw a piece of my wife's heartbreak then." She looked from our fading, confused boy to the vibrant, knowledgeable thing at our table, and for a fleeting second, I saw a terrible conflict in her eyes. The mother in her was screaming for her child, but the creature offering a perfect, obedient, familiar copy was a temptation in the midst of a nightmare. It was offering a way to stop the pain, to have a son who wasn't scared and cold and lost. She shook her head, dispelling the thought, and pulled our real son closer. The entity went back to its bowl, scraping up the last few soggy bits with its spoon. The day became a study in cruel comparisons. Our son moved less and less. He would sit for an hour, just staring at the pattern on the linoleum. When he did speak, his sentences were broken, mixed up with things he shouldn't know. "The path by the big pine," he mumbled once. "It's washed out after the rain. The other one is longer but safer." We had never hiked that trail. There was no big pine we knew of. He was describing the woods from a different perspective, a memory that was not his own. The entity, meanwhile, was the picture of helpfulness. It washed its bowl and spoon. It wiped the table. It asked my wife, "What is for lunch, Mother?" in a tone that expected an answer. It was building a routine, brick by brick, becoming the son of the house. I found a small spiral notebook later, our son's journal he'd brought to sketch birds. The last real entry was dated the day before the storm, a drawing of a woodpecker with a note about its call. But when I flipped back a few pages, I felt my blood stop. There, in shaky, water-stained handwriting that was a warped version of his, was a new sentence, scrawled as if in a great hurry or a deep trance. The door was the mouth. I walked inside. I showed it to my wife. She read it, and her hand flew to her mouth. We both looked at our son, who was now tracing his finger along the wall, leaving a faint, damp streak on the paneling. He was leaving a mark, but it was the wrong kind. That afternoon, I made a decision. The old iron spike had failed to protect the threshold, but maybe it could anchor something else. I went and got it from the door. It felt cold and real in my hand, the only solid truth left in the world. I knelt in front of my son. He looked at me, his eyes struggling to focus. "Take this," I said, my voice thick. I pressed the spike into his hands, wrapping his fingers around the rough, cold metal. "Hold on to this. Squeeze it. This is real. This is ours. The old iron remembers. You remember." His fingers, cool and damp, closed around the spike. For a moment, a beautiful, heartbreaking moment, his eyes cleared. The fog in them seemed to pull back. He looked at the spike, then up at me, and he nodded. A real, understanding nod. His grip was strong. He held onto it like it was a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea. He held it in his lap, his head bowed over it, and for a little while, he didn't mumble or trace walls. He just held on. The entity watched this from across the trailer. Its pleasant, attentive mask didn't change, but I saw its eyes. They watched the spike in my son's hands, and then they watched my face. I saw something in that look, a flicker of calculation, like a player seeing an unexpected move on the board. It didn't like the spike. It didn't like him holding something we had given him, something that belonged to our world, not the woods. As evening drew in, the entity stood up. It walked over to us. It didn't look at me or my wife. It looked down at our son, who was cradling the iron spike. "It is time," the entity said, not to us, but to him. "You are cold. You should rest." Our son shook his head, a weak, trembling motion. "I'm okay," he whispered, but his teeth were starting to chatter. "You are not okay," the entity said, and its voice held a strange, gentle firmness, like a parent correcting a child. "You know where your bed is." It wasn't telling him to go to his bunk. It was telling him he knew where his bed was, implying a bed elsewhere. Our son's eyes filled with tears. He looked up at the entity, and in a voice so small and lost it shattered me, he asked, "Which path leads home?" "I can't remember." He wasn't asking about the trailer. The entity smiled its thin, practiced smile. It pointed to the floor, to the puddle by the door that never dried. "Your path begins there," it said softly. Then it turned and walked back to the dinette, leaving us with a boy who was asking for directions to a home he had never known, holding onto a piece of iron, as if it could keep him from slipping away. The thing had not touched him, had not fought me for the spike. It had just stated facts, and those facts were a cage being built around our son's mind. We had lost the battle for our home. Now we were losing the battle for his memories. And the worst part was, the replacement was right there, ready and waiting, looking more like our child every minute. We weren't just a family in trouble anymore. We were a node in a terrifying circuit, and the current was flowing right out of our son. The iron spike helped, but it was a finger in a cracking dam. He clung to it, his knuckles white, and it seemed to give him a point to focus on, a tiny anchor in the rushing tide pulling him away. But the tide was strong. The entity, our perfect, horrible guest, was now the manager of our decay. It observed us with a clinical interest, learning not just our habits, but our rhythms of grief. The next morning, a clear, cold fear settled in me when I saw our real son wasn't by the door. He was sitting at the dinette, in the spot opposite the entity. They were facing each other. Our son looked smaller, paler, like a photograph left in the sun. The entity looked vibrant, alive, his hair neat, his skin holding a healthy color it had stolen from the idea of our boy. It was eating toast, and it had made a slice for our son too, placed on a plate in front of him. Our son wasn't touching it. He was just staring at the entity with a blank, exhausted expression. "Eat," the entity said, not unkindly. "You need your strength." Its voice was a mirror of my own when I used to coax him to eat his vegetables, patient, slightly firm. It was using my tone on him. My wife rushed over. "Leave him alone," she said, her voice trembling. She put a hand on our son's shoulder. He flinched at her touch, a small, quick jerk like a shocked animal. He didn't look at her. His eyes were locked on the thing wearing his face. "He's not hungry," my wife said to the entity. The entity nodded, a slow, understanding bob of its head. It looked at my wife. "You are right, mother. He is not hungry for this." It reached across the table and took the uneaten toast from our son's plate. It ate it itself, one neat bite after another. It was cleaning up, maintaining order, erasing the evidence of his inability to be what it was. Later, I found our son's journal again. I needed to see if he'd written anything else. The page with the terrible sentence about the door being a mouth was there. But on the next page, in that same shaky, water-warped script, he had drawn something. It wasn't a bird. It was a series of interconnected circles, like links in a chain, but the links were twisted, knotted. And beside it, he had written, not in capitals this time, but in a scrawl that trailed off, "It's a Q. I'm at the back." A Q. A line. My blood went cold. This wasn't a random haunting. This was a system. A process. The entity had been in a line, waiting. Our son had let it in, and now he was taking its place at the back. The thought was too big, too awful to hold. I shoved the notebook back into his pack. We had to get information. Our phones had no service, but my wife remembered a folder of old papers we kept in the trailer's overhead compartment, park maps, safety leaflets, forgotten things. We pulled them down, spreading them on the floor, searching for anything, any fragment of local lore that was more than a campfire story. We found it on a faded, photocopied sheet titled Backcountry Etiquette and Warnings from the 1990s. Most of it was about bears and proper food storage. But at the bottom, in a cramped, italicized font, was a paragraph. Hikers are reminded that the old-growth forests in this region possess unique ecological and historical characteristics. Folklore persists regarding hospitality incidents. These tales describe a self-perpetuating chain of displacement. The individual who offers shelter to a perceived lost traveler may themselves become displaced, compelled to seek new shelter, thus continuing the cycle. This is not considered a verifiable natural phenomenon, but rangers advise that all backcountry travelers should make for designated shelters or their own secured camps before nightfall, and should not deviate from known trails in response to auditory stimuli. My wife read it aloud, her voice getting weaker with each word. A self-perpetuating chain of displacement, she whispered. A cycle. It was real. It was documented, even if they called it folklore. The one who lets the hiker in becomes the next hiker. The entity wasn't just taking our son's place. It was forcing him to become the next voice in the woods, calling to some other family trying to get in. To stop it, our son would have to trick someone else. He would have to condemn another. The thought made me sick. I looked at my son, sitting listlessly, tracing the chain links on his jeans with a damp finger. He could never do that. He would wander out there forever, cold and lost and calling. No, I said, the word exploding out of me. We break the chain. We take him and we go. Right now. We drive out of these woods, and we don't stop. We take him so far away this Q can't find him. My wife nodded, a frantic hope in her eyes. It was a plan, motion instead of prayer. But the entity, who had been quietly folding a blanket on the bunk, spoke up. It didn't raise its voice. The woods are always hungry, it said, as if commenting on the weather. They don't give back what they take. They only trade. It looked directly at me. You cannot drive away from the path he is on. The path is in him now. A fury, red and hot, blazed through my fear. You shut your mouth, I snarled, taking a step toward it. This is your doing. You get out of him. You leave him alone. The entity didn't react to my anger. It simply placed the folded blanket at the foot of the bunk and said, I am not in him. He is between. I am here. When the cycle completes, he will be there. It is simple. It was talking about him like he was a package waiting at a depot. That was the moment I formed my own desperate plan. It was a brutal, ugly thought, and it tasted like ash in my mouth. The paragraph said the displaced one seeks new shelter. That meant the previous victim, the one before this entity, was probably still out there. The voice we might hear. If I could find that lost hiker, lead it back here, and invite it in. Maybe the rules would force a reset. Maybe the entity would have to leave to make room, or they would conflict, and our son would be spat out. It meant sacrificing a stranger, some other poor soul, to the machine. I looked at my son's fading face, and for a second, I thought I could do it. My wife saw the calculation in my eyes. No, she said, her voice firm, final. She had read the same paragraph. It's not clean. It says displacement. It doesn't say the new one replaces the old one. What if inviting another in just adds to this? What if we end up with two of them in here? Or what comes back isn't a person, but a combination of everyone it's ever been. Her horror was a bucket of cold water on my reckless idea. She was right. We were meddling with rules we didn't understand, using a logic that wasn't human. The entity watched our whispered argument, a faint, knowing look on its borrowed face. It understood our helplessness. That night, as the dark wrapped around the trailer again, a new test came. A voice floated in from the trees, a man's voice, tired and scared. Hello, can anybody hear me? I've been turned around for hours. I just need a little help. Our son, who had been almost asleep in his chair, jerked upright. His head turned toward the door. A longing filled his eyes, a deep, desperate yearning that wasn't his own. He took a step toward the door. The entity was there before I could move. It put a hand on our son's chest, not pushing, just resting it there. The touch made our son gasp, as if the hand were made of dry ice. You know the rule, the entity said gently, using my words, my fatherly tone. After dark, we don't help the lost hikers. It's not safe. It was protecting its investment. It was keeping our son here until the transfer was complete, so he could take its old place in an orderly fashion. It guided our confused, pliant son back to his chair. The entity then walked to the door itself. It looked out the little window, though I don't know what it could see in the blackness. It listened to the pleading calls for another minute. Then it did something that made my skin crawl. It leaned close to the door, its lips almost touching the metal, and in a soft, clear voice that perfectly mimicked my wife's, it called back, "Just follow the creek. You'll find the road." It was giving false directions. It was herding the lost thing away, protecting its territory, its perfect new home. It turned back to us, its expression serene. "It is not polite to tease them," it said, "but they must learn to find their own way." The entity was no longer just a guest or an invader. It was the warden, and we, and our fading son, were its prisoners. The hook for what came next was set deep in my heart. I looked at my wife, her face hollow with fear, and I looked at my boy, who was now mouthing the words "follow the creek" to himself, and I knew talking and waiting were done. We had to run. No matter what the entity said, no matter what the woods wanted, we had to try. We would wait until the thing was still, and then we would take our son, and we would run for the truck, and we would drive like hell was at our backs. It was our only move left. We chose motion over prayer. We chose the engine over the ritual. The woods, however, had rules about leaving too. We waited until the deepest part of the night, when the entity lay in the bunk, still and perfect as a mannequin. Our real son was asleep in a chair, fitful, shivering under a pile of blankets that never seemed to warm him. My wife and I moved like ghosts ourselves, our communication reduced to nods and gestures. We gathered nothing. Our bags, our food, it all meant nothing. The only thing that mattered was getting him out. I gently shook our son awake. His eyes opened, glassy and confused. "We're going for a ride, buddy," I whispered, putting all the false cheer I could muster into the words. "Just a little ride." He didn't argue. He just stood up, letting the blankets fall to the floor in a heap. He still clutched the iron spike in one hand, his grip loose but persistent. We each took an arm and guided him to the door. My heart was a jackhammer against my ribs. Every creak of the trailer floor, every rustle of our clothes, sounded like a thunderclap. I looked back. The entity hadn't moved. Its eyes were closed. Its chest did not rise or fall. I turned the doorknob with infinite slowness, wincing at the tiny snick of the latch releasing. The cold night air rushed in, smelling of pine and wet earth and freedom. We shuffled out, my son moving like he was wading through deep water. I closed the door behind us, leaving it unlocked, not caring about anything but the distance we were about to put between us and that silver coffin. The clearing was a pool of black, the moon hidden behind clouds. Our truck was a dark hulk 20 feet away. Those 20 feet felt like a mile. We half-carried, half-dragged our son across the damp grass. He mumbled something about the trees being too close, about scratching the paint, his worries nonsensical and childlike. "It's okay," my wife breathed, her voice tight with strain. "We're okay." I fumbled the keys from my pocket, my fingers numb with cold and fear. I hit the unlock button. The truck's lights flashed once, a brilliant, shocking burst of light in the darkness, and the doors gave a loud, electronic chunk as they unlocked. We froze, staring back at the trailer, expecting the door to fly open, expecting to see its shape standing there. Nothing happened. I yanked open the passenger door, and my wife helped our son clamber into the middle of the bench seat. She slid in after him, pulling him close. I ran to the driver's side, jumped in, and shoved the key into the ignition. I paused for 1 second, a superstitious fear gripping me. What if it didn't start? What if the woods had killed the battery? I turned the key. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, powerful, normal sound. Relief, sharp and sweet, flooded through me. "Seatbelts," I said, my voice cracking. I clicked mine in. My wife fumbled with our son's, then her own. I threw the truck into drive, my headlights slicing through the dark, illuminating the narrow, rutted dirt track that led out of the campground and eventually to the paved county road. I didn't turn on the radio. I didn't speak. I just pressed the gas pedal and we lurched forward, bouncing over ruts, heading for the main road. The trees formed a dark tunnel around our beams. For the first few minutes, it worked. We were moving, putting distance between us and it. The speedometer climbed to 20, then 30, as the track wound through the forest. My hands were glued to the wheel, my knuckles white. My wife held our son, who was staring out the windshield, his expression unreadable. "We're going to be okay," she whispered over and over, to him or to herself, I couldn't tell. "We're going to be okay." I focused on the road, watching for the familiar landmarks. There was the big rock shaped like a turtle. Good. We were on the right path. A few minutes later, we should pass the old, collapsed ranger's shack. I watched for it. The trees whipped by. No shack. Maybe I'd missed it in the dark. The road curved and curved again. A sick, familiar feeling began to stir in my gut. The trees all looked the same. The road seemed to be looping back on itself. And then I saw it, illuminated in my headlights for a split second as we rounded a bend. A distinctive, lightning-blasted pine, its trunk split and charred, a landmark impossible to miss. It was the tree that stood at the fork in the path a quarter-mile from our own campsite. We had passed it on the way in. We were heading back toward the campground. No, I breathed. I pressed the gas harder. The truck surged forward. We took the left fork at the blasted pine, the one that definitely led outward. The road straightened, then began to twist again. 5 minutes later, my headlights caught the same blasted pine. We were coming at it from the opposite direction. We had driven a circle. "What's happening?" my wife asked, her voice shrill with panic. "I don't know." I snapped, fear making me angry. "The road, it's not." I looked at the GPS screen on the dashboard. It was an older model, but it usually worked. It showed our little arrow icon moving in a straight line along the thin, digital representation of the Forest Service road. According to the satellite, we were driving straight. According to our eyes, we were going in a nightmare circle. Our son pointed a weak finger toward the trees. "Look," he said, his voice almost cheerful. "There's the girl. She's waiting for someone to answer." We both looked. There was nothing but shifting shadows and the black spaces between trunks. My wife clutched him tighter. "There's no girl, honey." The entity's warning echoed in my head. "You cannot drive away from the path he is on." The path is in him now. It wasn't a metaphor. The woods were literally not letting him leave. He was part of their geography now, and the roads obeyed their rules, not ours. I slammed my palm against the steering wheel in frustration. I tried a different tactic. I stopped the truck. I put it in reverse and started backing up slowly, my eyes glued to the rearview camera, trying to retrace our path exactly. I drove backward for what felt like an eternity, the trees looking even more sinister in the red glow of the taillights. When I stopped and put it back in drive, we were facing forward again. I crept ahead. 2 minutes later, the headlights lit up our own Airstream trailer, sitting silent and dark in its clearing. We had driven in a perfect, impossible loop, right back to where we started. Defeat was a stone in my throat. I turned off the engine. The sudden quiet was a shock. We sat there, in the dark truck, staring at our prison. The trailer door opened. Light spilled out from inside, warm and yellow. The entity stood in the rectangle of light, illuminated from behind. It wasn't holding a weapon. It was just standing there. It had changed into one of our son's other hoodies. It looked like it had been waiting up for us. It walked down the metal steps and across the grass toward the truck. I rolled down my window, a stupid, automatic gesture. It stopped by my door, its face calm. "You left," it said, and it used our son's voice, but it filled the words with a profound, wounded disappointment. "You left me all alone in the dark." That wasn't very hospitable. The accusation, delivered in our child's tone, was a masterpiece of psychological torture. My wife started crying soft, helpless sobs. The entity looked past me into the truck at our real son. "You must be cold," it said to him. "Come inside. I made hot cocoa." It said it like it was the most normal thing in the world, like we were just returning from a late movie. I got out of the truck. I was too tired, too broken for anger. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice flat. "I want what was agreed," it said simply. I accepted his invitation. "I am here. We will go there. The cycle completes at the new moon. It is cleaner that way." It turned and walked back toward the trailer, expecting us to follow. We did. What else could we do? We helped our shivering, confused son out of the truck and back into the trailer. It was exactly as we'd left it, but it felt smaller, tighter, like the walls had crept inward. On the small stove, a pot sat with steam curling from it. 4 mugs were lined up on the counter. The entity had made 4 cups of hot cocoa. It poured 3, handing one to me, one to my wife, and one to our son, who just held the warm mug without drinking. It poured the 4th mug and set it on the dinette table. "For our guest," it explained, nodding toward the door, toward the woods where the lost man's voice had finally stopped calling. "We should be prepared, in case someone else breaks the rules tonight. It is only polite to be prepared." It was teaching us its version of hospitality. It was preparing us for the time when our son would be gone, and it would be the one listening at the door, deciding whether or not to answer a call for help. We were being groomed. The entity sat down with its own mug, took a sip, and looked at us with a placid expression. "The running is done," it stated. "Now we wait for the moon. It will be easier for everyone." The chapter of our escape was closed, ended not with a bang, but with a quiet loop in a forest road and a cup of cocoa. We were trapped, not by locks, but by the very landscape, which had folded itself around our son. The only path left was the one he didn't want to walk, and the thing sipping cocoa in his chair was already dusting off its hands, its job nearly complete. The open question hung in the steam from the mugs. When the new moon came, and our son had to walk into those trees, would we let him go alone? The final stage wasn't violence. It was administration. The imposter was patiently, kindly, managing our family's merger with the forest. The trailer became a partitioned world. The living area, the dinette, the kitchen, the small couch, was the family's space, maintained by the imposter with an eerie, spotless normalcy. It cleaned. It cooked bland, perfect meals. It asked my wife about her day in a tone of polite interest. The rear of the trailer, anchored by the bunk, was the domain of our real son. A palpable cold radiated from that corner, a dry, penetrating chill that no blanket could defeat. He spent his days there, sitting on the edge of the bunk or on the floor, tracing the links of an invisible chain on the linoleum with a finger that left a faint, damp trail that evaporated too slowly. He held the iron spike constantly now, his grip a desperate, white-knuckled thing. It was the only part of him that looked strong. The imposter seemed to accept the spike as a temporary concession, a pacifier for the departing. It watched our son with the detached pity of a nurse watching a terminal patient. A few days after our failed escape, the imposter sat us down at the dinette. It had made tea. It was a grotesque parody of a family meeting. "The transition will complete at the new moon," it began, its voice a calm, reasonable facsimile of my own when explaining a household chore. "The light is right then. The path is clearest. When that happens, he will walk into the woods. He will begin his search for a new place. It is the way." My wife made a small, broken sound. "His search? You mean he'll be calling for help? He'll be, like you were?" The imposter nodded. "Yes. He will use the words that work. He will sound real. He will need to find a family that is less careful, or more kind, depending on your view." It took a sip of tea. "When he is successful, I will remain. Fully. The memory of the cold will fade for you. It will be easier. You will have a son who is always here, who is always safe inside." It was offering us a trade. Our real, suffering boy for a comfortable, permanent lie. A son who never grew up, never left home, never disobeyed. The horror of the bargain was its twisted appeal. In our exhaustion, in our grief, a part of us was tempted by the end of the pain. I looked at my wife and saw the conflict raging in her eyes. The mother wanted her child, any child, to be safe and warm. The entity saw it too. It reached across the table and patted her hand. The touch was cool, dry, and utterly wrong. "It will be all right, mother," it said. The sound of that word from its mouth broke something in her. She pulled her hand back as if burned and fled to the back of the trailer, wrapping her arms around our shivering son. The imposter just looked at me. "She will adjust." I couldn't speak to it. Its logic was a poison. I went to my son. He was mumbling, his eyes on the wall, but seeing something far away. "The creek is high," he whispered. "The stones are slippery. Don't use the footbridge." He was scouting. His mind was already walking the trails he would soon haunt. I knelt before him. "Look at me," I said. He tried, his gaze drifting, struggling to focus on my face. "I will not replace you," I said, each word a vow carved in stone. "Do you hear me? I will not invite another in. If you must go, I will go with you. We will be lost together." His eyes cleared, just for a second. Real fear, his own fear, flashed in them. He shook his head, a sharp, jerky motion. "No," he croaked, his voice rusted from disuse. "Don't follow me, Dad. When I go, you need to stay. You need to be the new rule. You need to be the one who never, ever answers the door." He was giving me instructions. He was trying to protect me from the fate he saw coming. It was the most lucid, the most him he had been in days, and it was him telling me goodbye. The iron spike felt like the only real thing in the universe. Later, my wife tried to comfort our son by humming the lullaby she'd sung to him every night when he was small. It was a sweet, wandering tune. She got halfway through the first verse when her voice simply stopped. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She clutched her throat, her eyes wide with panic. From the dinette, the imposter began to hum. It picked up the tune exactly where she had left off, humming it flawlessly, note for note, the sound empty of love but perfect in pitch. It had stolen her song. It had stolen her right to sing it to her own child. It was claiming everything, even the gestures of comfort. The new moon was 2 nights away. The tension in the trailer was a wire stretched to breaking. The imposter grew more confident, more proprietary. It began to refer to our belongings as ours, in a way that included it and excluded our real son. It would say, "Our sugar is low," or "We need to organize our supplies." We were being absorbed into its unit. On the last day, as evening painted the sky a deep purple, a new voice called from the tree line. This one was different. It was a child's voice, young, maybe 7 or 8, crying real, heart-wrenching sobs. "Mommy, Daddy, I can't find my way. I'm scared." The voice was a masterwork of innocence and terror. It was the hardest test yet. The imposter, who was washing dishes at the tiny sink, didn't even turn around. It spoke to the window. "You are lost. Go home." But the child's cries continued, jagged and desperate. My wife rocked back and forth, her hands over her ears. Our real son stood up from his bunk, his body rigid. He wasn't drawn to the door this time. He was looking at me, his eyes begging. The imposter finished the last dish, dried its hands on a towel, and turned to face me. Its expression was calm, inquisitive. It nodded toward the door, where the child's weeping promises filled the air. "You vowed to go with him," it said, its voice soft, testing. "Will you open the door for that one? Will you invite it in, to take your place, so you can keep your promise?" It laid the trap with exquisite cruelty. It knew the child's voice would get to me. It knew my vow to my son. It was offering me a way out, a way to join my son in the woods by sacrificing an innocent, by continuing the cycle myself. My hand twitched toward the lock. The child's sobs grew more frantic. "Please, it's so dark." My wife screamed. "No." Our son took a step forward, shaking his head wildly. The imposter just watched, a faint, interested smile on its lips, waiting to see what my human love would choose. Would I break the rule to keep my word? Would I damn another to save myself a place in line behind my boy? The cycle demanded a choice. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the deadbolt. Outside, the crying child took a hitching breath and called out, with a clarity that froze my blood. "Ben? Ben, are you in there? Help me." It knew my name. It knew my son's name. The woods were throwing everything they had at the door. And I stood there, my vow to my son in one ear, the weeping child in the other, and the thing that wore my son's face, waiting to see which version of damnation I would pick. The chapter closed with my hand on the lock, the impossible decision hanging in the air, and the understanding that before the new moon rose, I would have to make a choice that would define what was left of our family forever. My hand stayed on the cold metal of the deadbolt. The child's voice outside was a hook in my heart, pulling with a terrible, genuine-sounding fear. "Ben, please," it cried again, and the sound of my own name in that small, lost voice was almost too much to bear. I could do it. I could turn the lock, pull the door open, and let the night in. The imposter would have its trade. I would take my son's place in the queue, and he would be free, or at least he wouldn't be alone out there. It was a clean solution in the twisted math of the woods. But I saw my son's face. He was shaking his head, his eyes wide with a panic that was all his own. He mouthed the word no, over and over. He didn't want this salvation. He didn't want me damned in his place. And my wife was staring at me, her face a mask of pure horror at the choice being offered. The imposter watched, its head tilted, a scientist observing a fascinating reaction. It was sure I would break. Human love was messy, sentimental, weak. It would force me to choose between two terrible loves, and either choice would feed the cycle. I took a deep, ragged breath. I took my hand off the lock. I turned my back on the door. "No," I said, the word rough but clear. "We don't answer the door." The crying outside hitched, then took on a new, wheedling tone. "But I'm so little. I'm all alone." I walked away from it. I went to my son and put my arms around him. He was trembling, a constant, low vibration like a plucked wire. "We don't answer," I whispered to him. "That's the rule. Your rule now." The imposter's pleasant mask slipped for just a second. A flicker of annoyance, sharp and quick, passed over its features. My refusal was an unexpected variable. It had accounted for grief, for fear, for desperate love. It hadn't accounted for a stubborn, illogical adherence to a rule that was now protecting the woods themselves from a new victim. The child's cries continued for a few more minutes, then faded away, as if the performer had grown tired when no applause came. The trailer felt different after that. A shift had occurred. The imposter was no longer just waiting for the moon. It was annoyed. Our compliance had been assumed. Our final corruption had been part of the plan. By refusing to play, we had created a problem. The new moon arrived on a night so clear and cold the stars looked like chips of ice flung across black velvet. No one slept. We all sat in the main area, even our son, who we had helped from his cold corner. He held the spike in both hands, his gaze clearer than it had been in days, fixed on the imposter. The thing that looked like him stood by the door, watching the night through the window. It was time. The light is right, the imposter said, not turning around. The path is open. It is time for you to walk. It spoke to our son. My wife let out a choked sob, but silenced it with her own hand. Our son looked at me, then at his mother. He gave a small, brave nod. He tried to stand, his legs shaky. We helped him up. He leaned on me, his body light and cold. The imposter finally turned. It looked at our son with no malice, no triumph, just a kind of empty completion. You go to find your place, it said. Do you remember the words? Our son looked at it, and for a flash, I saw a teenage defiance I thought was gone forever. I remember your words, he whispered. They're all lies. The imposter blinked, unperturbed. Lies that work are truths here. Now go. It moved to open the door. I stepped forward, blocking it. Not like this, I said. The imposter looked at me, its patience visibly thinning. It is the way. I made a vow, I said, my voice low. I said I would go with him. Your vow is a feeling. The cycle is a fact. You are not part of the transaction. Then change the transaction, I said, and I heard my wife gasp. I was talking to it like it was a banker, a bureaucrat of the bad places. I pointed to the iron spike in my son's hands. You want a clean transfer? You want him to walk out and you to stay fully? Then take this. It's part of him now. It's part of the memory of this place. You take it from him and you break his tie to it. You carry it, and you carry the memory of the old iron. The thing that's supposed to keep your kind out. You carry that contradiction inside you. You take his burden, and he walks free of it. I was making it up as I went along, weaving my own folklore on the spot. I was appealing to its sense of order, of symbolic completion. The imposter stared at the spike. It had never touched it since that first night when it had picked it up and put it down. The spike was an artifact of the old rule, the rule it had broken. It was a relic of the world that had tried to keep it out. Taking it would be an acceptance of that world's power, a paradox. I could see the calculation in its eyes. It wanted the process to be neat. It wanted our son's departure to be absolute, so its own claim would be absolute. A lingering connection, symbolized by this piece of iron, was a loose thread. If I take it, the imposter said slowly, he walks alone. You do not follow. The vow is broken. I keep my vow by staying, I said, looking at my son. By being the rule. By never answering. I break the cycle on this end. You take his old weight, and he walks away from it. That's the new deal. The woods outside were very still, as if listening. My son understood. He held out the spike, his arm trembling. The cold iron seemed to gleam dully in the low light. The imposter hesitated. This was not in the script, but the logic was tidy, and it loved tidiness. It wanted to be the only son, unburdened by any competition, even the memory of competition. It reached out. Its fingers, so like my son's, closed around the other end of the spike. For a second, they both held it. Then my son let go. The imposter held the railroad spike. It flinched. It was a tiny motion, a quick shudder that ran up its arm. It didn't drop the spike. It held it tighter, its knuckles paling. Its eyes changed. Just a little. The perfect, empty dark in them swirled, like ink dropped in water. For a moment, they looked confused. It had taken a piece of the thing that defined the boundary, and the boundary was now inside it. Go, I said to my son. He looked at his mother. She hugged him fiercely, tears streaming down her face, then let him go. He looked at me. I nodded. He turned and walked to the open door. He paused on the threshold, looking back not at the imposter, but at us. He didn't say goodbye. He said, don't follow. Don't ever answer. Then he stepped out into the clear, cold night. He didn't look lost. He just walked, fading into the shadows between the trees, not hurrying, not wandering. Just going. He was gone. The imposter stood rigid by the door, staring at the spike in its hand. The contradiction was working. It had the form of our son, the memories, the place in our home. But it also held the symbol of exclusion. It was the insider carrying the mark of the outsider. It looked at us, and its face was struggling to maintain its pleasant mask. The smile was there. but it was strained at the edges. "I am your son," it said, but the statement had a question in it now. "You are here," my wife said, her voice hollow with grief but clear. "And he is gone. The deal is done." She closed the door. She locked it. She turned to face the thing in our home. The next days were a new kind of strangeness. The imposter stayed. It made breakfast. It talked to us. But it was different. It would sometimes stop in the middle of a task and look at the spike, which it had placed on the counter, as if it couldn't remember why it was there. It would call my wife mother, but then pause, as if the word tasted odd. The old iron was remembering, and it was inside it now, a small, persistent grain of doubt, a splinter of the real world in its perfect, borrowed one. We played our part. We lived with it. We called it by our son's name when we had to. But we never answered the door after dark. Not ever. We heard calls sometimes, a man, a woman, once that child again. We would look at the imposter, and it would look at the spike, and we would all sit, not moving, until the voice gave up. We were the rule now. The hook was this: the imposter is still with us. It is our son in every visible way. But sometimes, late at night, I see it pick up that iron railroad spike and turn it over in its hands, a deep, uncomprehending frown on its face. And I wonder what happens when a thing that pretends to be real starts to doubt its own story. And far away in the woods, on certain nights when the wind is right, I like to believe my boy isn't crying for help. I believe he is walking his own path, carrying no weight but his own, and that maybe, just maybe, the rules can work both ways. The story feels complete, the immediate terror is past, but the question lingers in our quiet trailer. What grows in the space between a lie and a truth that live under the same roof? Story number 4. Okay, picture this. I was staring at this big, old, kind of spooky house on Elm Street, and let me tell you, that house wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was going to haunt my career if I didn't sell it soon. My name is Leo, and selling houses is what I do, but this one was a real problem. It had been sitting empty for way too long, like 9 months, which is basically forever in my job. It was a beautiful place, really, with all that fancy woodwork and big windows, but every person who came to see it would walk out saying the same weird thing. They'd say it lacked character or felt cold. It was like the house had a personality, but it was the personality of a boring, dusty library no one wanted to visit. I was getting desperate. I had tried everything: fresh flowers, baking cookies before showings, even playing nice music, but nothing worked. The house just sat there, feeling empty and sad, and my boss was starting to give me that look, you know, the one, where they're wondering if you're any good at your job anymore. I was at my wit's end. Then one Saturday I got an idea. I was wandering through this huge, chaotic flea market, just trying to clear my head, when I saw it. It was under a table piled with old, yellowed linens. A Ouija board. Not a cheap plastic one from a toy store, but a real, old wooden one, beautifully carved with fancy letters and symbols. And it had this heart-shaped piece of wood with a little window in it, what they call a planchette. It had weight to it, a solid, serious feel in my hands. The guy selling it was an old-timer with cloudy-looking eyes, and when I picked it up, he looked right at me and said, "That one's got a strong signal. You sure you want to be the conductor?" I just laughed it off. I figured it was a line he used to sell his weird old stuff. But holding it gave me this crazy idea. If the house felt lifeless, what if I gave it a little life? Or at least the suggestion of it. A spooky chic vibe was really popular. People loved that stuff. So I bought it, thinking it was a genius, funny gamble. I took it to the Victorian the next day. The place was so quiet you could hear the floorboards sigh when you walked on them. I set the board right in the middle of the fancy fireplace mantel in the living room, the heart-shaped planchette right in the center. It looked perfect, like it belonged there. As a joke, I put my fingers lightly on the little wooden heart. I wasn't trying to talk to spirits or anything. I was just being silly, pretending for a second. But the moment my fingers touched it, I felt this thing. It wasn't a big shock, just a tiny electric tingle that ran up my arm. And for a split second, the wood under my fingertips felt warm, like it had been sitting in the sun. I pulled my hand back fast. Static electricity. I said out loud to the empty room. From the old wool carpet. It sounded stupid even to me, but what else could it be? I shrugged it off, finished staging the house, took some great photos with the board as the centerpiece, and listed it again. And you know what? It worked. Almost immediately, a young couple, artists, came to see it. They loved the weird, old-fashioned feel. The wife went straight to the mantel and ran her fingers over the carved letters of the board. "This is amazing," she said, her eyes all lit up. "It's perfect. It gives the whole place a story." They made a full-price offer that very afternoon. I was over the moon. I was a genius. As we were finishing the paperwork, the husband asked, kinda shyly, "So does the spooky staging come with the house? Can we keep that board?" I laughed, flushed with success. "Absolutely," I said. "Consider it a housewarming gift from the previous owner." I didn't mention I was the previous owner who bought it at a flea market for $20. The day they moved in, I went by to drop off the keys and a bottle of champagne. As I was leaving, I took one last look at the living room. The board was still on the mantel, and I felt this silly, sudden tug, like I was leaving a part of my good luck charm behind. It was mine, after all. I'd found it. For a second, I almost asked for it back, but that would have been unprofessional, and the sale was closed. I shook the feeling off, handed them the champagne, and walked out, closing that big, heavy front door behind me for what I thought was the last time. I drove away feeling like a champion. I'd sold the impossible house. My gamble had paid off. That weird tingle I'd felt was clearly just my imagination, a mix of stress and excitement. The board was just a piece of wood, a prop that helped me close a deal. Everything was perfect. That was 2 months ago. I hadn't thought about the house or the board since. My life was back to normal, selling easier houses, feeling good. Then last night, my phone rang. It was late, almost 11. I saw it was the husband from Elm Street. I figured maybe a pipe had burst, or they had a question about the garbage disposal. I answered, ready to be helpful. "Hey," he said. His voice was light, but there was a tightness underneath it, a confused kind of chuckle in his words. "You're not going to believe this. We caught something on our new security camera. It's from a few nights ago. You really need to see this." He texted me a link right then. I tapped it, smiling, thinking it was probably a raccoon or maybe a stray cat on the porch. Something cute. The video loaded. It was a night vision view of the living room, that same living room I'd stood in. Greenish and ghostly. The timestamp in the corner said 3:07 a.m. The room was empty. Then I saw it. On the mantel, the planchette, that little heart-shaped piece of wood, began to move. Not a lot. It wasn't spelling words. It was just moving, making slow, lazy circles on the face of the board all by itself. My breath caught in my throat. Okay, I thought vibration from a truck or a draft. But then the camera, which was motion activated, panned to the right, toward the archway that led to the dining room. And there, standing in the dark doorway, was me. It was me. I was wearing my own blue and white striped pajamas, the ones I'd definitely gone to sleep in that night in my own bed, over 5 miles away. My eyes were closed. My face was completely slack, empty, like I was in the deepest sleep possible. Just standing there. The camera zoomed in automatically. My right hand was held out slightly from my body, my index finger pointing. And that finger was twitching. Just a small, repetitive jerk. On the screen, in a split view, the video showed the planchette on the mantel again. And it was moving in a perfect, tiny circle. In perfect, unnatural time with the twitch of my sleeping finger. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The video ended. The husband's voice came back on the line, laughing nervously. "We thought it was hilarious. Sleepwalking 5 miles? That's a talent. We just wanted you to know in case you wake up somewhere weird." I forced a laugh. It sounded like a choke. "Oh my gosh," I said, my voice too high. "That's crazy. Must be my subconscious checking on my favorite sale. Sorry about that. I'll get a better alarm system." We hung up. I sat in the dark of my own living room, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I had just laughed off a video of myself sleeping in a house 5 miles away, doing something I could not possibly have done. The warm tingle I'd felt from the board flashed in my memory. The old man's words echoed. Strong signal. I went to bed that night terrified. I took a sleeping pill, just one, to make sure I stayed put. As an extra precaution, I tied a little jingle bell to the inside knob of my bedroom door and piled a chair under it. If I got up, I'd hear it. I'd wake up. I drifted off to the soft, reassuring sound of the bell tinkling every time I shifted. The sun woke me. I was in my bed. The bell was silent. The chair was still firmly under the doorknob, exactly where I'd left it. A huge, shaky wave of relief washed over me. It was a fluke, a weird shared dream. Something. I threw the covers back, ready to start my day, and put the whole bizarre thing behind me. And that's when I saw my feet. They were caked with dried, dark mud and crushed, brown autumn leaves. I stared at my dirty feet for a full minute, my brain just refusing to understand what my eyes were seeing. The mud was real, gritty and cold between my toes. The leaves were real, little brittle pieces of brown sticking to my skin. The chair was still under the doorknob. The bell hadn't made a sound, but my feet told a different story, a story of walking outside, in the dirt, in the middle of the night. My heart, which had just started to calm down, kicked right back into a frantic drum solo in my chest. I scrambled out of bed, my mind racing. Okay, Leo, think. You took a pill. Maybe you sleepwalked, but you were so out of it you didn't hear the bell. And you somehow moved the chair without remembering. That had to be it. The video was just a crazy coincidence, a trick of the light, and your feet got dirty from what? The backyard? I rushed to the back door. It was locked from the inside, the deadbolt firmly in place. The patio was clean, just concrete. There was no mud like that out there. I live in a suburb. The only dirt like that, dark and loamy, was in garden beds or the park. I felt a cold trickle of fear slide down my spine. This wasn't adding up. I needed to see that video again. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I found the text from the husband and tapped the link. The video loaded again. There I was, in those striped pajamas, standing in the dark doorway of the Victorian. My eyes closed, my finger twitching, the planchette on the mantel moving in that slow, lazy circle, mirroring my fingers jerked perfectly. I watched it 10 times, 20. Each time, the reality of it became more solid, more horrible. It was me. There was no doubt. But how? The distance was impossible. 5 miles. I don't sleepwalk. I never have. Not even as a kid. I tried to remember the feeling of waking up. I had felt the grogginess from the pill, but nothing else. No sore muscles from a long walk. No memory of cold air. Just the deep, blank nothing of drugged sleep, and then waking up in my bed. Except for the mud. The undeniable evidence on my feet. I spent the whole morning scrubbing my feet raw in the shower, like I could wash away the problem. I cleaned the bathroom. I made coffee. I tried to act normal, but my thoughts were a trapped bird slamming into a window. I had to do something. I couldn't just wait for it to happen again. My first, stupid thought was to get the board back. If it was the board causing this, then getting it away from that house, away from me, would fix it. I picked up the phone to call the husband. I dialed and hung up twice before I finally let it ring. He answered, his voice still friendly. Hey there. Everything okay? Yeah, hi, I said, trying to sound casual. Listen, about that board on the mantel. The Ouija board. I was thinking, since it was kind of a staging prop, maybe I should come take it back. It's probably silly, and you guys should have something that's really yours in the house, you know? There was a pause. I heard him talking to someone, his wife, his voice muffled. Then he came back on, his tone a little less friendly, a little confused. Oh, well, we really like it. It's part of the house's charm now, like we said. My wife thinks it's a great conversation piece. I pressed, a knot of desperation tightening in my stomach. Are you sure? It's just an old piece of wood. I could swap it for a really nice vase or a piece of art. Another pause, longer this time. When his wife's voice came on the line, it was cool, polite, but firm. We appreciate the offer, but we've decided to keep it. It feels right where it is. Maybe, she added, and her words had a sharp little edge to them. Maybe you should just see a doctor about the sleepwalking. Goodbye. The line went dead. I stood there, the phone in my hand, feeling utterly defeated and a new kind of scared. They thought I was crazy. Or worse, they thought I was some kind of creepy liar trying to get a cheap knick-knack back. I had messed up. I had made them suspicious. Now, if anything else happened, they wouldn't tell me. I was on my own. The rest of the day was a blur of anxiety. I went online, searching for anything that could explain this. Long-distance sleepwalking. Extreme parasomnia. The medical stuff was dry and unhelpful. It happened, but 5 miles was extreme, and there was no cure, just management. Lock doors, hide keys, put alarms on doors. I had done that. It hadn't worked. Then, on a whim, my fingers trembling over the keyboard, I typed in Ouija board attachment. I fell into a rabbit hole of weird forums and creepy stories. Most of it was nonsense, kids scaring each other. But then I found an old thread, buried deep. A user described a feeling like their sleep self was being pulled toward an object they'd once owned, an antique doll. They said they'd wake up with their hands dirty, or find themselves in a different room. The last post from that user, years ago, was a single line that made the tiny hairs on my arms stand up. It's not you walking. It's something wearing your path. The thread ended there. No follow-up. No conclusion. Just that chilling sentence. I slammed my laptop shut. This was getting me nowhere. I needed facts. I needed proof of what was happening to me in my own home. I needed to catch myself in the act. That night, I set up my own laptop on my dresser, pointing the built-in camera right at my bed. I opened a program that would record all night. I took my prescribed pill again, a smaller one this time, hoping to stay in a lighter sleep. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, right in the camera's view as a marker. I got into bed, my heart thumping. This would work. I would see myself get up, or I wouldn't. Either way, I'd have an answer. The morning light was harsh through my blinds. I woke up slowly, my mouth dry. I was in bed. The glass of water was still on the nightstand. For a beautiful, hopeful second, I thought it had worked. Nothing had happened. Then I looked at the laptop. The recording light was off. That was weird. I got up and opened it. The program had crashed. The video file was there, but it was huge, a mess of corrupted data. 8 hours of footage, just garbage digital snow and glitched, broken frames. My hope curdled into frustration. Of course, the one night I try to record, my computer fails. Typical. I was about to slam the lid shut when I saw it. In the folder, there was a second, smaller video file, only 3 seconds long. It must have auto-saved a clip before the crash. I clicked it. The video was clear, not glitched at all. It was a view of my bedroom wall, the pale blue paint. The camera was pointing at the wall, not the bed. For a second, nothing. Then a hand entered the frame from the left side. It was my hand. I recognized my own watch on the wrist. My hand reached out, not in a sleepy, fumbling way, but with calm, deliberate purpose. It gripped the edge of the laptop, fingers firm, and turned the entire device, swiveling the camera lens away from the bed and directly toward the blank wall. Then the video ended. I played it again, and again. The movement wasn't clumsy. It wasn't the action of someone asleep. It was precise, intentional. It was the action of someone who knew what the camera was for and did not want to be seen. A deep, frozen horror settled in my gut, colder than any fear I'd felt so far. This wasn't a medical condition. Something that was me, but wasn't me, was awake inside my body when I was asleep. And it was smart. It was hiding its tracks. I didn't know what to do. Going back to the homeowners was useless. The internet was full of scary stories, but no real answers. I was trapped. Later that afternoon, the mail came. Among the bills and ads was a small, flat package, a padded envelope. There was no return address. My address was handwritten in a spidery, old-fashioned script I didn't recognize. I tore it open. Inside was a book. A very old, very small book. The cover was made of dark, worn leather, and the title was stamped in faded gold letters. Echoes of the Unseen, on Astral Tethers and Object Bonds. It sounded like the kind of cheap, weird thing you'd find next to the Ouija board at a flea market. But it felt heavy with age. A slip of paper fell out. On it, in the same handwriting, was a single line. "You are not walking. You are being walked." With a sinking feeling, I opened the book. The pages were brittle and yellowed. It was full of dense, old-fashioned language about spirits and connections to objects. Then, about halfway through, a paragraph was highlighted with a bright yellow marker, a shocking modern touch in the ancient book. I read the line, and my blood went cold. The handler who first wakes the link becomes the tether. The waking self sleeps. The sleeping self walks the tether's line to the object of its bond. I sat down hard on my couch. Handler. Tether. The words from the old man at the flea market came screaming back. "You sure you want to be the conductor?" I had been the first to touch it, to wake it up by using it, even as a joke. I had become the link. The board was the anchor, and I was the rope. My sleeping self was walking that rope, every night, back to the board. The book was saying this wasn't an accident. It was a mechanism, and I had turned the key. I spent the evening reading, a grim focus pushing aside the panic. The book talked about rituals to break such a tether. It involved confronting the object, while fully awake, and performing a ceremony of severance. It mentioned things I'd need. Salt, white ash from a certain wood, a blade of cold iron. It sounded like crazy witchcraft, but the video of my hand turning the camera wasn't crazy. It was real. The mud on my feet was real. I had two choices: accept that I was losing my mind, or accept that this bizarre, impossible thing was happening and try to fight it with its own rules. As night fell again, I made a decision. I couldn't live like this, waiting to wake up with more mud, or worse, waking up somewhere I couldn't explain. I had to try. I gathered what I could from the book's instructions. Table salt from my kitchen. I didn't have white ash, but I had some charcoal from an old grill. A blade of cold iron just meant an old knife, right? I found a steel pocket knife my dad gave me years ago. It wasn't much, but it was a plan. I packed it all into a small backpack. My plan was simple, terrifying, and the only one I had. Tomorrow, I would go to the Victorian in the middle of the day. I would explain everything to the homeowners again, show them the book, make them understand. And then, with their permission, I would go into that living room while I was wide awake, and I would try to break this thing. I went to bed that night without a pill. I put the backpack right by my bedroom door. I didn't sleep. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening to every little sound my house made, praying for morning to come. I must have drifted off just before dawn, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming in. I bolted upright, immediately looking at my feet. They were clean. I looked at the door. The backpack was still there, untouched. A shaky, weak relief flooded through me. I had made it through the night. Today I would end this. I got dressed, picked up the backpack, and walked out to my car. As I backed out of my driveway, I glanced in the rearview mirror at my house. For a second, in the reflection, I thought I saw a face in my bedroom window looking down at me. My own face, pale and expressionless. I jerked my head around to look directly at the house. The window was empty. Just a trick of the light, I told myself firmly. Just my exhausted mind playing tricks. I took a deep breath, turned the car toward Elm Street, and drove toward the Victorian, toward the board, toward whatever was waiting for me there, hoping I could fix the terrible thing I had set in motion when I bought a piece of haunted junk at a flea market. I drove to Elm Street with my backpack full of crazy stuff on the passenger seat, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. The salt, the charcoal, the old pocket knife. It all felt ridiculous now, in the bright light of day. What was I going to do? Throw salt at them and demand they let me perform a magic trick in their living room? They already thought I was weird. I needed a better approach. I needed them to see this wasn't a joke. I decided to start with the truth, the whole truth, even if it made me sound like I'd lost my mind. I parked in front of the Victorian. The house looked different in the daytime, less spooky, just old and quiet. I took a deep breath, grabbed my backpack, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. I could hear movement inside, footsteps. The husband opened the door. He looked surprised to see me, and a little guarded. "Oh hey," he said. "Everything okay?" "Not really," I said, and my voice came out more serious than I meant it to. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you and your wife about what's happening. It's really important." He hesitated, then nodded, opening the door wider. "Sure. Come on in." I stepped into the living room. It was different with their furniture, cozy rugs, and colorful art, but the mantel was the same. And there it was, the board. It sat right in the center, the planchette off to the side. It looked so ordinary, just a piece of carved wood. The wife came in from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She didn't smile. "Hi," she said, her tone flat. I put my backpack down. "I know you think I'm being strange about the board," I started. "And after what I'm about to tell you, you might think I'm crazy. But I need you to listen. That video you sent me, that was real. I wasn't sleepwalking. I was in my own bed, 5 miles away. I have proof." I pulled out my phone and showed them the 3-second clip of my own hand turning the laptop camera. They watched it, their expressions shifting from polite patience to confusion. "I set up a camera to catch myself," I explained. "That's me turning it away so I couldn't be filmed, while I was supposedly asleep. And 2 nights ago, I woke up with my feet covered in mud and leaves. My bedroom door was still locked from the inside. I saw the wife exchange a look with her husband. It wasn't a believing look. It was a this person needs help look. "Look," the husband said gently, like he was talking to a child. "That sounds really stressful. Maybe it's just extreme sleepwalking. Have you seen a doctor? This isn't medical," I said, and I heard the desperation crack in my voice. I took the old book out of my backpack. "I got this in the mail. I don't know who sent it. It talks about this. It says the first person to activate an object, to create a link with it, becomes a tether. The board is the anchor. I'm the tether. My sleeping self is being pulled here to it every night." I held the book out. The wife took a step back, not touching it. Her face was pale. "You're talking about ghosts," she said, her voice a whisper. "I'm talking about whatever that thing is," I said, pointing at the mantel. "I'm sorry I ever brought it into your house. I didn't know. But we have to break the link. The book says there's a way. A ritual. We need to do it here with the board. Please." There was a long pause. The husband put his arm around his wife. "We think you should leave," he said, his voice firm now. "We're sorry you're having problems, but this is our home. That board is just a decoration. We don't believe in that stuff. And this is making my wife very uncomfortable." "But the video you sent me," I started. "Was a funny coincidence," the husband interrupted. "We shouldn't have sent it. It was a mistake. Please go see a doctor. A good one." I was being thrown out. My proof, my book, my story. It all sounded insane, even to my own ears standing there in their sunny living room. I felt a hot wave of shame and frustration. I picked up my backpack. What if something happens? I asked, my voice low. What if my sleeping self does more than just move the planchette? What if it starts touching your things? What if it comes into your room? The wife's eyes went wide with a new fear, but the husband's jaw set. "Then we'll call the police," he said, "and we'll tell them about the strange real estate agent who's obsessed with our decor. Now please go." I had no choice. I walked out, the door closing firmly behind me. I stood on the porch, defeated. My plan was ashes. I couldn't fight this on my own. I needed someone who wouldn't just call me crazy. I needed an expert, not a ghost hunter, but a scientist. I needed a sleep specialist. I drove straight to my doctor's office and begged for an emergency referral. I got an appointment for the next afternoon. That night, back in my own house, I felt a new kind of fear. It was a clean, clinical fear. I wasn't scared of monsters. I was scared of my own brain. What if they were right? What if this was all in my head? A severe mental break? That was almost more terrifying than a haunted board. The next day, I sat in a sterile beige waiting room at the sleep clinic, rehearsing my story in my head. I had to make it sound medical. No mention of the board. Just the facts. Nighttime wanderings, waking up with evidence of travel, video evidence of complex behavior while unconscious. My name was called. The specialist was a woman with a kind face and calm eyes. I told her everything, leaving out the flea market, the board, the book. I showed her the video from the homeowners. She watched it carefully, her expression professional and unreadable. I told her about the mud on my feet. I told her about my laptop camera being turned. She listened, took notes, and asked smart questions. Did I have a history of sleepwalking? No. Was I under unusual stress? Well, yeah, now I was. Had I experienced any head injuries? No. After a long examination and a bunch of questions, she leaned back. "What you're describing is extraordinary," she said. "It sounds like a very extreme form of parasomnia, specifically nocturnal wandering. The complexity, the travel, the use of a car, is highly unusual, but not entirely unheard of in medical literature. The brain is capable of remarkable, coordinated actions while in a dissociated sleep state." She gave me a diagnosis, a fancy term for sleepwalking on steroids. She prescribed a mild sedative to help me achieve deeper, more stable sleep. She suggested a sleep journal. She recommended door alarms and maybe a baby monitor to hear myself if I got up. Her solutions were rational, simple, and sensible. And as she explained them, I felt a huge, crushing weight lift off my shoulders. This was it. This was the answer. It was a medical problem. My brain was glitching. The board, the tether, the old book. It was all coincidence, my panicked mind trying to make sense of a neurological hiccup. I left the clinic with a prescription in my hand and a feeling of pure relief. I filled the prescription immediately. That night, I followed the new rules. I took the pill. I set up a baby monitor on my nightstand. I felt the sedative pull me down into a soft, deep sleep, the first peaceful rest I'd had in weeks. I woke up feeling clear-headed, rested. No mud. I checked the baby monitor. It had recorded nothing but the steady sound of my own breathing. It was working. The doctor was right. For 3 nights, it was perfect. I slept. I woke up in my bed. The problem was solved. On the 4th day, my phone rang. It was the husband from the Victorian. His voice was different this time. There was no nervous laughter. He sounded tired and scared. "Hey," he said, "can you come over? We need to talk." That old, cold feeling came rushing back. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It's the board. Or something. The cameras. We've been seeing more things. Different things. Can you just come?" I drove over, my heart sinking. They let me in, and they looked awful, like they hadn't slept. The wife's eyes were red. Without a word, the husband handed me a tablet. He pulled up a video file. This one was from a camera in their hallway, from the night before. Timestamp, 2:30 a.m. The screen showed the empty hallway. Then, a figure walked into view from the living room. It was me. My sleeping self, in my pajamas. But it wasn't standing still. It was walking slowly, deliberately down the hallway. It stopped at a small table, reached out, and opened a drawer. It just held the drawer open, looking inside at whatever was in there, for a full minute. Then it closed the drawer gently and continued down the hall, out of view of that camera. "There's more," the wife said, her voice hollow. She took the tablet and pulled up another clip. This one was from a camera in their bedroom doorway, pointed into their room. The angle showed part of their bed. The timestamp was 3:15 a.m. The figure stood in the doorway, a dark shape against the brighter hall. It just stood there, perfectly still, facing their bed. For 20 minutes. Just watching them sleep. The video ended. The room felt very cold. "It's getting worse," the husband whispered. "It's not just playing with the board anymore. It's exploring. It's watching us." I stared at the frozen image on the tablet, my own back, standing in their bedroom doorway. The doctor's rational explanation evaporated. Parasomnia didn't explain this. A sleeping brain doesn't drive 5 miles, open drawers to look at things, and then stand guard over sleeping people. This was purpose. This was intelligence. "You have to get rid of the board," I said, my voice tight. "Now. Today. Throw it in a dumpster. Burn it. Get it out of your house." The wife shook her head, a frantic movement. "No. What if that makes it angry? What if getting rid of the anchor makes it stick here? With us? It's attached to you, but it's in our house." She was crying now. "You brought this here. You need to fix it." They were right. I had brought it, and my medical detour had been a waste of time. The problem wasn't in my brain. It was on their mantle, and it was learning. I left them, promising I would find a real solution. I went home and took out the old book again. I skipped the highlighted section and read further, into the chapters about severance rituals. The instructions were clearer now. It needed to be done by the handler, me, at the location of the object, the Victorian. While in a waking state, I needed specific things. Not table salt, but sea salt. Not charcoal, but white ash from a rowan tree. Not a steel pocket knife, but a blade of cold iron, which the book described as iron that had never been worked by a forge, like a meteorite. This was getting impossible. Where was I supposed to find that? As I read the difficult requirements, a part of me, a tired part, whispered that maybe the doctor was still right. Maybe this was all madness. Maybe I should just check myself into a hospital. Just then my doorbell rang. It was a delivery person with a small, heavy box. No return address again. I took it inside and opened it. Inside, packed in crumpled brown paper, were 3 items. A small, rough-looking bag of pure white sea salt. A tiny glass jar filled with fine, pale gray ash. And a knife. It was an ugly, primitive-looking thing, black and pitted, like a shard of metal that had been found in the dirt. It was cold to the touch, a deep, sinking cold that seemed to suck the warmth from my fingers. A note was tucked beside it. This time, the spidery handwriting was just 2 words, for the severance. Someone was helping me, or someone was setting me up. I had no idea which, but I had the tools now, the real tools. I looked at the bizarre items on my kitchen table. The medical path was closed. The homeowners were terrified. I had the instructions, and I had the ingredients delivered to my door. There was only one path left. I had to go back to the Victorian. I had to try the ritual for real. Not with makeshift stuff, but with these strange, specific items. I would have to convince the homeowners to let me try, one last time. I packed the new items carefully into my backpack, next to the old book. The weight of the iron knife felt wrong in the bag, a dense, alien presence. I knew what I had to do. I would go there tonight. After dark, I would explain that I had a real chance to end this, and I would beg them to let me try. I sat on my couch, waiting for the sun to go down, the backpack at my feet. I was more scared than I had ever been in my life, but I was also resolved. This ended tonight, one way or another. I just had to hope that the person who sent me the knife was a friend, and that I wasn't about to make everything a whole lot worse. The wait for nightfall was the longest of my life. I just sat there on my couch, watching the light change in the room, feeling the weight of that backpack by my feet like it was a living thing. The cold iron knife inside seemed to hum with a kind of energy I could feel through the fabric, a low, dull vibration that made my teeth ache if I thought about it too much. I knew going there at night was a bad idea. The thing, my sleeping self, was active at night, but I also knew I couldn't get the homeowners to agree to a daytime ritual, not after how I'd acted before. They were scared of the nighttime visitor, so maybe, just maybe, they'd be desperate enough to let me try an exorcism in their living room at midnight. When the sky was fully dark, I picked up the backpack, walked to my car, and drove toward Elm Street. The streets were quiet. Every shadow looked like a person standing still. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like they were following me. I pulled up to the Victorian and turned off the engine. The house was mostly dark, just one light on in the living room window. It looked like a single watchful eye. I took a deep breath, grabbed my bag of weird tools, and walked up to the porch. I rang the bell. After a moment, the husband opened the door just a crack, the security chain still on. He looked past me into the dark yard, then at my face. He looked exhausted. "You came," he said, and it wasn't a greeting, it was a statement of grim fact. "I have a way to try to fix this," I said, holding up the backpack. "The real way. I have the things I need. Please let me try." He looked at me for a long time, then nodded, unhooking the chain. "Come in. But if this is a trick, if this is some kind of... I don't know. I'm calling the police." I stepped inside. The wife was sitting on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. She looked at me with huge, fearful eyes, but didn't say anything. The living room felt charged, like the air before a lightning strike. And there, on the coffee table in front of the sofa, was the board. They had taken it down from the mantel. It sat there, a simple piece of wood that had somehow torn a hole in my life. The planchette was placed neatly beside it. "We took it down after last night," the husband whispered. "We thought maybe if it wasn't up high, it would, I don't know, be less." It hadn't helped. The feeling in the room was worse than ever. "This might look strange," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the tense room. "Just let me do what I need to do. Don't interrupt, no matter what." I opened my backpack and took out the items from the mysterious box. The bag of white sea salt, the jar of pale ash, the ugly cold iron knife. I placed them on the floor. Following the book's instructions, I poured the salt in a wide circle around me and the coffee table, leaving one small gap to step through. I sprinkled the fine gray ash in a smaller circle inside the salt one, right around the board. My hands were shaking. Finally, I picked up the iron knife. It was so cold it almost burned my palm. I held it point down over the board. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the words from the book, a chant to sever the tether, to break the link between the object and the handler, between it and me. I started to speak the words. They were old, formal words, and they felt clumsy in my mouth. "I who am the handler, I who woke the link, now I sever the tether, I break the chain, I unbind the bond." As I chanted, the air in the room changed. It didn't get colder exactly, but it got still. The normal house sounds, the creak of the floor, the hum of the fridge, they all faded away, like someone had put the world on mute. The only sound was my shaky voice reciting the words. Then, the planchette on the table moved. It didn't slide. It jerked. A sharp, sudden twitch. I froze in midword. The husband sucked in a sharp breath. I kept going, forcing the words out. "Let the sleeping self rest. Let the waking self be whole. Let this object hold no power." The planchette began to spin. Not a slow circle, but a fast, frantic whirl on the spot, vibrating against the wood of the coffee table with a nasty, buzzing sound. The overhead light in the room flickered once, then stayed on, but now it gave off a sickly, yellowish glow. From the hallway behind the wife, a shape stepped into the doorway. It was me, my sleeping self. It stood there just like in the video, but its eyes were open. They were blank, milky like clouded glass. It didn't look at the homeowners. It looked directly at me, at the circle, at the board. And then it smiled. It wasn't a mean smile. It was a calm, patient, knowing smile that made my stomach turn to water. It stepped closer, stopping right at the edge of the salt circle. It didn't try to cross. It just stood there watching me. "Keep going," the husband hissed, his voice cracking with panic. I tried. I fumbled over the next words. My sleeping self raised its own hands. It held them out, mirroring my pose, as if it held an invisible knife. And then it began to speak. Its lips moved, and a sound came out, but it wasn't a voice. It was a dry, rustling whisper, like leaves skittering on concrete. I couldn't understand the words at first, but as I listened, my own chanting faltering, I realized with a jolt of pure horror what it was doing. It was repeating my words, the same severance chant, but backwards, word by twisted word. It was saying the ritual in reverse. It wasn't trying to stop me. It was trying to hijack the ceremony, to twist my severance into a permanent binding. A blinding pain exploded behind my eyes. It was like a spike of white-hot fire driving into my brain. I cried out, dropping to one knee. The knife fell from my hand, clattering onto the floor inside the ash circle. I saw double. I saw the living room from my own eyes, the terrified faces of the homeowners, the spinning planchette. And I saw another view, superimposed over it like a transparent film. The view from the hallway, looking at myself kneeling in the circle. The two perspectives, mine and my sleeping selves, were merging. I felt a terrible suction, a pulling sensation deep in my chest, as if my very soul was being drawn out toward that thing in the hallway. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The pain and the disorientation were too much. I stumbled, throwing out a hand to catch myself. My palm slapped down on the floor, right on the neat line of white salt. The circle broke. The connection snapped. The pain vanished so completely, it was like it had never been. The double vision popped like a bubble. I gasped, drawing in a ragged breath. The overhead light stopped flickering and returned to its normal bright white. The planchette on the table fell over with a tiny clack and lay still. I looked up, blinking. The hallway was empty. My sleeping self was gone. The terrible pressure in the room was gone. Everything was just normal. For a long moment, nobody moved or spoke. Then the wife let out a sob, a sound of pure release. She buried her face in her hands. The husband rushed over to her, holding her, murmuring, "It's okay, it's over, it's gone, look, it's gone." He looked at me, his eyes wide with wonder and relief. "You did it. You actually did it." I slowly got to my feet. My body felt light, strange. The grinding fear that had been my constant companion for weeks was just absent. I felt clear. I felt empty in a good way. I looked at the board on the table. It was just a piece of wood again. No feeling came from it. No pull. Nothing. I bent down and picked up the iron knife. It was still cold, but it felt inert now, just a piece of metal. I gathered my things, putting the salt and ashen knife back in my backpack. The homeowners were both crying now, hugging each other, thanking me over and over. "We're so sorry we didn't believe you," the wife said, wiping her eyes. Thank you. I managed a small smile. "It's okay. It's over. For all of us." I left them there, in their now peaceful living room. I walked out to my car, the cool night air feeling fresh and clean on my face. I drove home. The whole way, I kept waiting for the fear to come back, for a twitch in my finger, for anything. But there was nothing. Just quiet. Just normalcy. I pulled into my driveway, turned off the car, and sat for a moment, just listening to the engine tick as it cooled. I felt tired, but a good tired, the tired you feel after finishing a huge, difficult job. I had done it. I had actually broken the tether. I got out, walked into my house, locked the door behind me. I went to the bathroom to splash water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked older, tired, but the wild, hunted look was gone from my eyes. I was just me again. I smiled, a real, genuine smile of relief. And in the mirror, my reflection smiled back. But the smile was wrong. It was the same calm, patient, knowing smile my sleeping self had worn in the hallway. My own face, wearing that alien expression. I felt my own lips, my real lips, pressed together. I wasn't smiling. A jolt of electric terror shot down my spine. I stared, frozen, at the mirror. My reflection stared back, its smile not wavering. Then slowly it winked, and the reflection turned and walked out of the frame of the mirror, leaving me staring at an empty view of my bathroom wall behind me. I spun around. The bathroom was empty. My heart was hammering again, a frantic drumbeat of panic. I ran to the living room, turning on every light. Nothing. I was alone. I stood in the middle of my living room, shaking. The relief I had felt was gone, replaced by a new, deeper dread. The ritual hadn't severed the tether. I had felt it break, but what if it hadn't broken the way I thought? What if, when the salt circle broke, the connection hadn't been severed, but completed? What if my sleeping self hadn't been banished? What if, in that moment of merging, it hadn't been pushed out, but had rushed in? I walked slowly to the kitchen window. The night outside was black. In the dark glass, I could see a faint reflection of my kitchen, and my own reflection standing still, watching me from within the window. Its face was a calm, blank mask. And this time, when I raised my own hand to touch my own face, the reflection in the window did not move. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch in the bright living room, staring at the spot where my reflection had been in the kitchen window. Every time I looked at a dark TV screen or a glass picture frame, I expected to see it, that calm, not me face looking back. But it didn't appear again. The house was just a house. I was just me sitting there, buzzing with a tired, ragged fear. Maybe I had imagined it. The stress, the ritual, the whole insane ordeal. It could have caused a hallucination. My mind was so fried, it was playing one last nasty trick on me. That had to be it. When the sun finally came up, I felt a little better. The solid, normal light of day pushed the creepy shadows of the night away. I decided to test things. I needed to see if I was really free. I went through my morning routine. I made coffee. It tasted bitter and a little like dirt, but I drank it anyway, telling myself my taste buds were off from stress. I got dressed for work. I looked in the bedroom mirror as I fixed my tie. My reflection moved when I moved. It looked tired, but it was me. No weird smiles. I went to the office. It felt strange, like returning to a life I'd left behind a long time ago. My colleagues were happy to see me. "You look great," one of them said. "You were so stressed about that Victorian sale, and now you're like a whole new person." I forced a smile. "Yeah," I said. "I feel like myself for the first time in ages." The words came out easily, but they felt hollow, like I was reading a line from a script. I threw myself into work. I made calls, set up appointments, wrote listings. I was hyper-focused, getting more done in a few hours than I usually did in a day. It felt good. It felt efficient. I didn't feel happy exactly, but I didn't feel scared either. I just felt clear, purposeful, like a machine running perfectly. At lunch, I drove without really thinking about where I was going. My car just seemed to take a familiar route. I found myself turning onto Elm Street. I slowed down as I passed the Victorian, and I saw it. The for sale sign was back in the front yard. A bright, new sign from a different real estate company. My professional brain clicked on automatically. That was weird. The couple had just moved in. They loved the place. Why would they be selling? And why wouldn't they call me their original agent? A little knot of curiosity tightened in my gut. I pulled over and called my office. "Hey," I asked my assistant. "The Victorian on Elm, the one I sold a few months ago? I'm driving by and it's for sale again. Do we have the listing?" "Oh, that one," she said. "No, another firm got it. The weirdest thing. I heard from the listing agent over there that the owners just left. In the middle of the night last week. They packed a few suitcases and disappeared. Left all their furniture, everything. The listing agent said when she went in, the coffee cups were still on the table, like they'd just gotten up and walked out. They told the neighbor the house felt finished with them. A cold feeling, different from fear, spread through my chest. Finished with them. They had gotten what they wanted from the house. Or the house, or what was in it, had gotten what it wanted from them. And now it was empty again. Available. I thanked her and hung up, staring at the house. The board was still in there. It was alone in an empty house. And as I sat there, a new feeling bloomed inside me. It wasn't panic. It was a deep, compelling sense of purpose. A need. The board was alone. It needed to be seen. It needed to be found again. It needed new hands to touch it. My real estate skills weren't just for selling houses anymore. They were for making connections. For finding the next person. The thought didn't feel like my own. It felt planted, a cold seed growing in my mind. But I didn't fight it. It felt right. Logical. I drove back to the office, that purpose humming in the back of my head. I worked through the afternoon, but my mind kept drifting back to the Victorian. To the board. It was a prime property. A beautiful, historic home. It shouldn't sit empty. It deserved a family. Someone who would appreciate its unique character. I found myself pulling up the old listing photos I had taken, the ones with the board on the mantle. They were good photos. They had worked. Later that evening, back at my own house, I didn't feel tired. The crushing fatigue I'd lived with for weeks was just gone. I realized I hadn't thought about sleeping, hadn't yawned once. The part of me that needed sleep, it felt absent. I went into my home office and turned on my computer. I opened a new presentation file. I started designing a new marketing campaign for the Victorian. It wasn't my listing, but that didn't seem to matter. I was just drawn to do it. As I worked, choosing fonts, writing catchy descriptions about a home with a story to tell, I felt a calm satisfaction. This was what I was supposed to be doing. I reached into my desk drawer, not really thinking, just letting my hand move. My fingers closed around something smooth and wooden. I pulled it out. It was the heart-shaped planchette from the Ouija board. I must have taken it from the Victorian after the ritual. I had no memory of doing that. None at all. But here it was. I set it on the desk next to my mousepad. Its presence felt comforting, reassuring, like a paperweight for my new, focused mind. I looked at it, then back at my computer screen. My tagline was perfect. I typed it in bold letters at the top of the presentation. A home with a story to tell. Are you the next chapter? I leaned back in my chair, a small, professional smile on my face. It was a great campaign. It would draw people in. The right kind of people. People who were looking for more than just a house. People who were curious, who loved a little mystery. Outside my office window, the night was black. In the dark glass, I could see the reflection of my room, my desk, the glow of my computer monitor. And I could see myself sitting there working. My reflection looked focused. Content. It was finally the master of the house. I watched my reflection for a long moment. Then I turned my attention back to the planchette on my desk. I reached out and placed my index finger lightly on the smooth wood. It was warm. Not from my touch, but from something inside it. A gentle, welcoming heat. I left my finger there, feeling that warmth travel up my arm, as I began to browse through online listings of potential buyers, looking for just the right profile, the right kind of curiosity in their eyes, someone who might appreciate a truly unique find. The search felt important. It felt like my real work was just beginning. Life became very simple, very efficient. I no longer slept. I would rest, sitting in a chair or lying on my bed in the dark, but my mind stayed awake, a quiet engine humming in the background. The gnawing terror was gone. The confusion was gone. I felt a serene, flat clarity, like the surface of a still pond. I went to work. I sold houses with a cold, effortless skill that impressed everyone. My presentations were perfect. My timing was flawless. I felt nothing when I closed a deal, just a check mark next to a completed task. The only thing that stirred any feeling in me was the Victorian. I couldn't list it officially as another agent had it, but I watched it. I drove by it every day. I checked the online listing, watching the price drop, seeing the days on the market tick up. It was waiting, and I was waiting with it. I kept the planchette on my desk at home. It was my paperweight, my worry stone. My finger would often find its way to the smooth wood, tracing the little heart shape, absorbing its gentle, constant warmth. It was a comfort, a point of focus, my own little piece of the board, a reminder of my purpose. One afternoon at the office, a woman came in. She was browsing the listings on our public computer, her face pale, her eyes carrying a deep, tired sadness that looked familiar. She was looking for a fresh start, she said. Something with character. Something old. My colleague was helping her, but he called me over. "This is our historic home specialist," he said, introducing me. I shook her hand. Her skin was cool. "I'm just looking for something different," she said, her voice soft. "Somewhere that feels like it has a past." I felt a pulse from the planchette in my pocket. I had started carrying it with me, a little thrum of warmth against my leg. It was interested. I smiled my calm, professional smile. "I might have just the place in mind," I said. "It's not my listing, but I know it well. A beautiful Victorian on Elm Street. It has an incredible story." Her tired eyes flickered with a faint curiosity. "Elm Street?" she asked. "I think I saw that one online. It looks interesting." "It's more than interesting," I said, my voice smooth and persuasive. "It's a home that chooses its owners. It needs someone who appreciates its unique qualities." I was speaking words that felt both true and not my own. They flowed out of me easily. I printed out the information for her, circling the other agent's number, but I wrote my personal cell on the bottom. "If you have any questions about its character," I said, "call me. I know it intimately." She took the paper, her fingers brushing mine. A little jolt, like static electricity, passed between us. She didn't seem to notice, but the planchette in my pocket grew distinctly warmer. She thanked me and left. My colleague clapped me on the shoulder. "Great lead. You really have a way with these quirky properties." I nodded, watching her through the window as she walked to her car, looking at the paper in her hand. The connection was made. The seed was planted. That night, in my home office, I didn't work on other listings. I sat with the planchette in my hand, looking at the photo of the Victorian on my screen. I thought about the woman, her sad eyes, her search for a past to lose herself in. She was perfect. The board would be pleased. A new handler. A fresh tether. The thought filled me with a sense of profound, quiet satisfaction. I was doing my job. I was maintaining the connection. I was part of something larger than myself. I got up and went to the bathroom, washing my face with cold water. I looked in the mirror. The man who looked back was a stranger I understood perfectly. His eyes were calm, focused, empty of the messy chaos of human worry. He was a tool, a conduit, a real estate agent for a very specific kind of property. I did not feel sad about this. I did not feel anything about it. It was simply a fact. As I turned off the light to leave the bathroom, a flicker of movement in the dark mirror caught my eye. Not my reflection. Behind it, in the blackness of the mirrored world, for just a fraction of a second, I saw the Victorian's living room. The board was on the mantel, and the planchette was not there. It was here in my hand. In the mirror, a shadowy figure stood before the empty board, its head bowed, waiting. Then the image was gone, and it was just my own dark bathroom again. I looked down at the warm wood in my palm. It wasn't just a piece of the board. It was the board, in a way. Its mobile piece. Its scout. And I was its agent. I walked back to my desk, the planchette held tight. The next step was clear. I needed to get her into the house. I needed to make sure the other agents showing failed, that my connection with her, sparked by that little static shock, became the stronger pull. I picked up my phone and looked at the number I'd written down for her. I wouldn't call tonight. That would seem too eager. I would wait. I would let the idea of the house, the story I had hinted at, work on her mind. I would let the board, through its little piece that I carried, do its work. I sat back down, placing the planchette carefully in the center of my desk. I looked at the marketing slogan I had written weeks before, still on my screen. Are you the next chapter? Yes, I thought. She very well might be. And I would be right there to help her turn the page. The process was underway. Everything was proceeding as it should. I felt no guilt. I felt no anticipation. I simply observed the mechanics of the machine I was now a part of, and I found it to be a very well-designed machine indeed. The story was continuing, and I had secured my role in it. I was no longer the victim, the tether, the handler struggling for control. I was the facilitator, and for the first time since this began, I felt a sense of perfect, unshakable peace. The hunt was on, and I was the quiet guide leading the next curious soul right to the waiting heart of the house on Elm Street. The days took on a steady rhythm, a quiet hum of purpose. I went to the office, I sold houses, I drove by the Victorian. I carried the planchette with me always, a smooth, warm stone in my pocket, a constant companion. I waited for the call from the woman with the sad eyes. I knew it would come. The pull was too strong, the curiosity I had planted too specific. The other agent's sign still stood in the yard, but the house was waiting for the right person, and we both knew she wasn't going to come from a generic online ad. She would come through me. A week after our meeting, my personal phone buzzed with an unknown number. A feeling, not an emotion but a physical sensation like a key turning in a lock, traveled up my arm from the planchette in my pocket. I answered. It was her. Her voice was hesitant. Hi, we met at the real estate office. About the Victorian on Elm? Yes, I said, my voice calm and welcoming. I'm glad you called. I went to a showing with the other agent, she said. It's a beautiful house, but it felt empty. Not just without furniture. Empty. The agent couldn't tell me anything about its history, just square footage and roof age. She paused. You said it had a story. It does, I replied. A deep one. The kind that gives a home its bones. The official listings never tell that part. I could feel her interest, a taut line through the phone. Could you show it to me? Tell me what you know. This was it. The invitation. Of course, I said. The other agent has a lockbox. I can get the code. How about this evening? After sunset. The house has a particular feeling in the evening light. It's the best time to understand it. She agreed. We set a time. As I hung up, the planchette felt hot against my thigh, a cheerful, eager warmth. Everything was aligning. That evening I arrived first. I used the lockbox code and let myself into the Victorian. It was cold inside, a deep chill that had nothing to do with the thermostat. The air was stale and still. The house was waiting, tense, like a held breath. I walked into the living room. The mantel was bare. The board was gone. The other agent had probably cleared out the clutter. That was fine. It didn't matter. The board's presence was in the walls, in the floorboards, in the very air. And I had its heart with me. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the mantel, a small, dark shape on the pale wood. It looked right. It looked like it had come home. A few minutes later, headlights swept the front window. I saw her car pull up. I watched from the window as she got out, hugging her coat around her, looking up at the imposing facade. She looked small. She looked perfect. I met her at the door, smiling my professional, reassuring smile. Welcome back, I said. Come in. Feel the difference. She stepped inside, and a little shiver went through her. It's so cold, she whispered. It's just the house waking up, I said, guiding her toward the living room. It's been asleep, waiting. I gave her the tour, but not like a normal agent. I didn't talk about renovation potential or closet space. I talked about echoes. I talked about how old houses hold memories in their plaster, how they settle into the personalities of those who live there. I told her the previous owners had felt the house was finished with them, that it had given them what they needed and released them. It was a story of change, of renewal. She listened rapt, her sad eyes wide. She was soaking it up, this idea of a house that was alive, that had intentions. We ended up back in the living room. The only light came from a lamp I'd brought, casting long, dramatic shadows. Her eyes went to the mantel, to the lone, heart-shaped piece of wood sitting there. "What's that?" she asked. "A piece of the story," I said, my voice soft. "It was part of a set, a game. The previous owners left it behind. I think it's the house's favorite piece. It's center." I walked over and picked it up. It was blazing hot now, almost too hot to hold, but the heat was comforting to me. "Here," I said, turning to her. "Hold it. You can feel the history in it, the energy of the house." I held it out. She hesitated, then reached for it. As her fingers were about to close over the wood, a noise shattered the moment. A loud, sharp crack from upstairs, like a piece of wood breaking. She jerked her hand back, startled. "What was that?" "Just the house settling," I said smoothly, though I had heard it too. It had sounded deliberate. Old bones. But the spell was broken. Her fear, which had been a tool, was now an obstacle. She took a step back, wrapping her arms around herself. "This is too much," she said, her voice shaky. "It's too intense. I think I need something simpler. I'm sorry." She was pulling away. The connection was fraying. The planchette in my hand pulsed with a sudden, angry heat. No, this was not acceptable. The house had been promised. She was chosen. A calm, cold instruction formed in my mind, not in words, but in pure intent. Finish the connection. I looked at her, my smile never wavering. "I understand," I said. "But before you go, just one more thing. The house wants to say goodbye." I placed the burning hot planchette back on the mantel. Then I reached into my other pocket and took out a small, ordinary-looking piece of white chalk. I had brought it without knowing why. Now I knew. "It's a tradition," I lied, my voice a hypnotic murmur. "For visitors it connects with. You make a mark, a signature on its memory." I knelt and drew a small, simple circle on the hardwood floor between us. "Step into the circle," I said, looking up at her. "Just for a second. It's how the house remembers." She stared at the chalk circle, then at my face. My expression was open, harmless. A silly ritual. She was scared, but she was also polite, and part of her was still deeply curious. She took one step forward, placing her foot inside the circle. The moment her shoe touched the chalk line, the planchette on the mantel shot straight up into the air, as if yanked by a string, and then slammed down onto the wooden surface with a bang that echoed through the empty house. She screamed and tried to pull back, but it was as if her foot was stuck to the floor. Her eyes were wide with pure terror, fixed on me. And my smile finally fell. I watched her, my head tilted. This was the process. The transfer. The old tether, me facilitating the new. I could feel it happening, a sucking sensation in the air, a current drawing from her, through the chalk circle, into the floor, into the walls, toward the board that wasn't there but was everywhere. She was gasping, her face pale. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The planchette lay still. She stumbled backward, free, crashing into the wall. She looked from me to the mantel, her breath coming in ragged sobs. "What are you?" she choked out. "I'm the agent," I said simply. I picked up the planchette. It was cool now. The connection was complete. The seed was planted deep. She didn't need to buy the house tonight. The link was made. She would dream of it. She would be drawn back. It would pull at her until she returned, and next time, she wouldn't leave. She turned and ran, her footsteps pounding through the hall, out the front door, into the night. I heard her car start and screech away. I stood alone in the living room. The house felt different. Satisfied. Quieter. The job was done. The next chapter had been initiated. I picked up my lamp, erased the chalk circle with my shoe, and put the planchette back in my pocket. It was cool, dormant. Its work here was done for now. I locked up the house and drove home. There was no triumph, no guilt. Just the quiet satisfaction of a task completed correctly. I had facilitated the next stage. The story would continue. I was a permanent part of its machinery now, the usher in the endless theater of the board. I got ready for another night of quiet, sleepless rest, the planchette once again on my desk, a dormant scout waiting for its next mission. The process was eternal, and I was finally at peace within it. The woman would be back, or someone else would come. The house would feed, and I would be there to open the door. Time became a flat circle, a repeating loop of purpose. The frantic woman with the sad eyes never called the police. Maybe she thought they wouldn't believe her. Maybe the seed planted in her that night grew in a different way, a quiet obsession that would bring her back to Elm Street on her own later. I didn't worry about it. The house was patient. I was patient. My life settled into its new shape. I was the best real estate agent in the office, a machine of perfect sales, but my real work happened in the shadows. I became a connoisseur of loneliness. I could spot it across a crowded open house. The recently divorced, the grieving widow, the dreamer who felt out of place in the modern world. They were all drawn to me, or I was drawn to them. I would mention, casually, the unique properties I specialized in. I would talk about history, character, the soul of a home. And when I saw that spark of desperate curiosity, I would hand them my card. My personal card, not the office one. On it, below my name and number, was a single embossed line, finding homes with a past. They always called, and I would always have a property in mind. Usually it was the Victorian. Sometimes it was another old house, a placeholder, a test to see how deep their need ran. But the Victorian was always the final goal. The planchette in my pocket was my guide. It would stay cool and inert with most people. But with the right one, it would grow warm, a gentle heat that pulsed in time with their growing interest. It was never wrong. Months turned into a year. The other agent's sign finally came down. The listing had expired. The house sat, empty and waiting, but not lonely. Not anymore. I was its caretaker. I would go there sometimes, letting myself in, just to stand in the living room. I would place the planchette on the mantel and feel the house hum around me. A contented sound felt in the bones, not heard with ears. We were partners. Then one rainy Tuesday, a man walked into the office. He was in his 40s, with the precise movements of an engineer, but the lost eyes of someone whose world had just crumbled. His wife had left him. He needed a new start, a project, something to pour himself into, something real. My colleague started talking about new condos, low maintenance. I watched from my desk. The planchette in my blazer pocket began to glow with a slow, steady warmth, like a coal coming to life. I stood up and walked over. I introduced myself. I listened to him talk about wanting something with integrity, something that had stood the test of time. I nodded, understanding perfectly. I have just the place, I said. It's not for everyone. It requires a special owner, someone who isn't afraid of a little history. I showed him a picture on my phone, not a listing photo, a photo I had taken in the evening, the Victorian lit by a single lamp from within, looking both imposing and welcoming. He stared at it. "That's it," he whispered, almost to himself. We met there that evening. The ritual was familiar now. The chill in the air, the sense of waiting. I told him the story of the house, how it chose its people, how it offered a fresh start to those who understood it. I placed the warm planchette in his hand as we stood in the living room. "This was left by the last owner who truly understood," I said. "It's the heart of the place." He held it, turning it over in his hands, a frown of concentration on his face. He didn't feel the heat, I could tell. He felt the weight, the craftsmanship. He was analyzing it. This was different. The board usually chose the emotional, the seekers. This man was a solver, a fixer. But the planchette was warm. The house was interested. Something new. I felt a flicker of something, not emotion, but a system alert. A variable. We finished the tour. He was interested, deeply so, but in the way a scientist is interested in a puzzle. He wanted to know about wiring, foundation, plumbing. He asked for inspection reports. This was not the usual path. As we walked out, he handed the planchette back to me. "Fascinating piece," he said. "Feels old." He scheduled a formal inspection for 2 days later. I let him out and stood on the porch, watching his taillights disappear in the rain. The planchette in my hand was cooling rapidly. The house was thoughtful, contemplative. This new potential handler was not broken enough, not open enough. He might try to fix the house, not join with it. He might even find the board, if it was hidden in the attic or basement, and throw it away. That could not happen. That night, in my own home, I sat at my desk with the planchette. It was cold and still. I looked at my reflection in the dark computer screen. The man in the reflection looked back, his face a mask of calm calculation. We were in agreement. The engineer was not the right choice. He was a threat to the status quo. The connection had to be cleaned up. The system had to be protected. I knew what to do. It wasn't a thought, it was an impulse, a directive. The next day before his inspection, I went to the Victorian. I went to the basement, a place of cobwebs and old stone. In a corner, behind the ancient furnace, there was a loose stone. Behind it was a space, and in that space was the board. I hadn't hidden it there. The house had, or the previous owners had in their final, frantic days. I pulled it out. The wood was dusty but undamaged. It felt powerful, dormant but potent. I took it upstairs to the living room and placed it on the floor in the center of the room. I took the planchette from my pocket and placed it in the center of the board. Then I took a small vial from my pocket, not salt or ash, but simple motor oil, thick and dark. I poured it in a careful, unbroken line around the board and the planchette, creating a slick, black circle on the hardwood floor. I left the house, leaving the back door slightly ajar. I knew the inspector would come first, before the engineer. He would find the back door open, think nothing of it, and do his work. He would go into the living room. He would see the board, the odd circle of oil. He would note it as debris or prior owner oddity in his report. The engineer would read that report. He would see the words Ouija board and ritualistic residue. The engineer, the solver, the rational man, would calculate the risk. He would think of reputation, of resale value, of superstition affecting future buyers. His logical mind would reject the house. The connection would be severed before it could solidify. It was elegant, a gentle deflection. The house would remain waiting for a more suitable candidate. I went home and waited. The call from the engineer came the next afternoon. His voice was clipped, disappointed. "I've decided to pass on the Elm Street property," he said. The inspection turned up some concerning non-structural issues, historical oddities that don't fit my needs. "Thank you for your time." I expressed polite regret and hung up. The planchette on my desk remained cool. The threat was neutralized. The system was secure. I felt the house's approval, a subtle shift in the air around me, a slight easing of a tension I hadn't even noticed. I had done my job. I had protected the story. That evening, I drove to the Victorian to retrieve the board. I would hide it again somewhere new. As I walked up the porch steps, I saw a flicker of movement in the living room window. Not my reflection. A small, dark shape moving quickly. A child? I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The living room was empty. The board was gone from the center of the floor. The circle of oil was still there, smudged now, as if something had been dragged through it. A cold, sharp feeling, the closest I ever got to alarm, prickled at the back of my neck. This was not part of the plan. "Hello!" I called out, my voice flat in the empty house. A giggle echoed from upstairs. High-pitched. Young. I climbed the stairs, my steps measured. The hallway upstairs was dark. The door to the small nursery, a room that had always been empty, was closed. From behind it, I heard a soft, scraping sound. Then the distinct, clear tap-tap-tap of the planchette being moved on the board. Not a frantic spin. A deliberate, playful tapping. I pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the board, which sat in the middle of the floor. The planchette was resting on the letter H. As I watched, it began to move slowly, smoothly, all by itself. It spelled out a word, H-E-L-L-O. Then it stopped. I stared at it. The house had never done this before. It had always worked through people, through tethers, through sleep. It had never manifested playfulness. It had never spelled a greeting. A new thought, cold and entirely my own, broke through the calm surface of my mind. What if I wasn't just the facilitator? What if I was also the lesson? What if the board, with each new handler, learned? It had learned fear from the first couple. It had learned resistance from me. It had learned manipulation from my work with the sad-eyed woman. And now, from the near miss with the logical engineer, was it learning strategy? Independence? The planchette trembled, then slid to the word yes at the top of the board. It had read my thought. A jolt, like the electric tingle from the very first day, but 1,000 times stronger, shot up my spine. I was not in control. I had never been in control. I was a favored tool, a useful pet. And the board was getting smarter. It was learning how to play on its own. I took a step back. The planchette zipped to the bottom of the board to goodbye. The message was clear. The audience was over. I left the house, my perfect calm shattered for the first time in over a year. I sat in my car, hands on the wheel, not starting the engine. I looked at the Victorian in my rearview mirror. It looked back, a silent, knowing monument. The story was continuing, all right. But the role of the humble agent was evolving. I had sold the house. I had served the board. And now I realized with a dawning, ice-cold clarity, I might just be its next listing. The hunt was eternal, and no one, not even the hunter, was safe forever. The game was changing, and I was still on the board, waiting to see which way the heart would move next. Story number 5. Look, I just needed a night where I wasn't staring at my own ceiling wondering about my life, you know? That is why I volunteer for the hotline. My name is Leo. It gets me out of my own head. It makes me feel useful. So there I was, sitting in the little booth with the crappy headset, the familiar cup of bad coffee going cold next to me. The center was quiet, that kind of deep quiet that comes late on a Tuesday, where you can almost hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights. My shift was just starting, and I ran through the rules in my mind like I always do. Listen, don't judge. Guide, don't command. And the big one, if the caller goes into occult stuff, ghosts, demons, talking boards, you gently but firmly steer them back to real-world problems. You cannot reason with a monster under the bed when the person is standing on a real ledge. So when the phone finally lit up and I clicked over, giving my usual, "Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening," I was ready for the usual stuff. Broken hearts, job loss, that deep sadness that just won't lift. I heard her breathing first. Not crying yet, just this fast, shallow panting, like she had run a mile. Then a sob broke through, harsh and sudden. "I did not know what to do," she choked out. Her voice was young, maybe early 20s, and it was shredded, like she had been screaming for hours. I fell into the rhythm, my voice calm and low, the one I practice. "It is okay. You called. You are not alone now. Just try to breathe with me." We did that for a minute, just in and out, and I could hear her trying to match me, the sobs getting further apart. Then she whispered it, so low I almost missed it. "We talked to something last night." A little alarm bell went off in my head. "Protocol. Steer away." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Can you tell me what is happening right now, in this moment? Are you safe?" It was a board. A talking board. A Ouija thing. The alarm bell got louder. I was supposed to pivot now, hard. "Let us focus on you, not the game." That is what the manual said. But before I could speak, she rushed on, her words tumbling out in a flood of pure fear. "We were just messing around, me and my roommates. We asked silly questions, but then it started answering for real. It knew things. It knew my dog's name from when I was a kid. It knew about my dad's watch, the one that got stolen. It spelled it all out. And then it told me how to fix everything. A way to make all the pain stop. It sounded so simple, so easy, so correct. That word, correct. It did not just hang in the air. It dropped into my stomach like a stone. People in crisis say things feel right, or the only way, but correct. That is a word for a math problem, a puzzle piece snapping into place. It was cold. It was intellectual. It scared me more than any scream could have. I broke the rules. I knew I was doing it as I did it. Instead of redirecting, I asked, my own voice barely a whisper, "What did it say to you?" She started crying again, but these were different tears, not panic, but a terrible, resigned sadness. "I cannot say it. If I say it out loud, it will make it real. It will make it an option. But it is all I can think about. The steps. It gave me steps. Like a recipe. It makes perfect sense." For the next hour, I did not hang up. I talked and talked. I talked about sunrises she had seen, about the taste of her favorite food, about the feeling of warm socks out of the dryer. I shared stupid, meaningless stories about my own life, anything to build a wall of normal, mundane, beautiful human stuff between her and that terrible, correct idea. I poured every ounce of calm I had, every bit of hope I could fake, down that line. I was not just a volunteer anymore. I was fighting for her against something I could not see or name. Slowly, so slowly, I felt her come back. The terrifying logic of the thing receded, and the exhausted, frightened young woman returned. We made a safety plan. She promised, her voice small but clear, to call her sister right after we hung up and go stay with her. She promised to call back tomorrow and check in with me. When we finally said goodbye, my hands were shaking. I sat in the booth for a long time, just staring at the wall. The supervisor on duty passed by, gave me a look, and I just waved her off. I was drained, emptied out, but I also felt a weird surge of victory. I had wrestled something back from a brink. I clocked out, drove home through the empty streets, and fell into bed without even taking my shoes off. That is when the dream came. It was not a normal nightmare, not with monsters or falling. It was calm. I was sitting at a table, and my own hands were resting on one of those planchettes, the little pointer from a Ouija board. It was cold under my fingers. I was not moving it. It was moving itself, gliding with a smooth, plastic whisper over the board. It spelled out a single word, efficient. Then it began spelling out instructions. A method. A specific, mechanical, foolproof method. It was not violent or scary. It was just a procedure. A list of steps. In the dream, I nodded along, thinking, yes, that would work. That is very efficient. I woke up not with a gasp, but with my eyes just snapping open in the dark. My heart was not racing. I was perfectly calm, and the entire sequence, every detail of that efficient method, was etched into my mind, clear and precise as a technical manual. I sat up, swung my feet onto the floor, and thought, very clearly, that would actually work. The thought was not alarming. It was just an observation, a piece of data. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Stress dream, I muttered to my dark room. Of course your brain recycled that awful call. It is just trying to process it. I believed that. I made myself believe it. I got up, drank a glass of water, and went back to bed, pushing the cold, clean logic of the dream out of my head. The next evening, I went back to the hotline center, ready for my shift. I still had that thought in the back of my mind, though, like a forgotten sticky note in a pocket. My supervisor, a kind woman with tired eyes, saw me and immediately walked over. She looked concerned. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "About that long call last night. The system flags anything over an hour. I had to review the recording." My stomach tightened. Was I in trouble for breaking protocol? "Look, I know I should have redirected." I started, but she cut me off. "It is not that. You did good work. You kept her here. But I need you to listen to something." She led me to her little soundproof office and had me sit down. On her computer screen was an audio waveform from the call. "We have software that cleans up background noise sometimes for training purposes," she explained. "I ran it on the last part of your call, where she was calming down." She clicked play. I heard my own voice, steady and warm. I heard her shaky breathing. And then underneath it all, so faint I had not noticed it live, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette moving across a board. My blood went cold. She looked at me, her face pale. Was she using it while she was talking to you?" I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The hook was set, not in her mind anymore, but deep in mine. The call had ended, the immediate danger was past, but something had been in that room with her. And now, listening to that faint, persistent scratching on the recording, a terrifying question opened up. In the quiet of the office, if it was listening to her, what if it had been listening to me too? The sound of that scratching on the recording filled the little office, and for a long minute neither of us could speak. My supervisor just stared at the screen, at the visual spikes of noise that matched each scratch. I finally found my voice, and it came out rough. She must have had it in her lap. While we were talking, she was moving it. My supervisor shook her head slowly, not in disagreement, but in pure disbelief. "But listen to the pattern," she said, her voice hushed. She clicked a few keys, and a different audio file popped up. One of the tech guys got curious. He isolated the scratching and tried to filter it more. She played the new file. It was just the scratching now, stripped of our voices. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch. Long pause. It was not random. It had a rhythm, a deliberate pace. "He thinks," she said, swallowing hard. "He thinks it is spelling something. The pauses are like between letters." A cold feeling, totally different from fear, spread through my chest. It was the feeling of puzzle pieces you do not want to connect, snapping together anyway. "Can you tell what it says?" I asked, already knowing I did not want the answer. "Not yet. The quality is terrible. It is just guesswork." She closed the audio player and turned to me, putting on her professional face, but her eyes were still wide. "Look, this is obviously a very disturbing coincidence. The power of suggestion is strong. She was fixated on that thing, and you, by staying on the line so long, absorbed a lot of that emotional trauma. Your brain is trying to make sense of it." She was quoting the training manual now, the part about vicarious trauma. "I am putting you on paid leave for a week. A full week. I want you to disconnect. See some friends. Watch dumb movies. Do not think about this." It was not a suggestion, it was an order. She was treating this like a mental health issue for me, not like whatever it really was. I wanted to argue, to tell her about the dream, about the efficient thought that felt like it was waiting in the back of my head, but saying it out loud would only prove her point. So I just nodded, took the paperwork, and left. The outside air felt strange, too real and too bright. I drove home, but I did not go inside right away. I just sat in my car in the driveway. My roommate's car was gone. He worked late shifts. The house was empty. I kept hearing that scratching in my mind, matching it to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I finally went inside, poured a drink I did not really want, and sat on the couch. I tried to watch TV, but the laugh tracks sounded horrible and fake. I picked up a book, but the words just swam on the page. My brain kept circling back to that sound, and to the word correct. I did what anyone would do. I got out my laptop and started Googling. I looked up sleepwalking, auditory hallucinations, mass hysteria. I read about how people can convince themselves of anything under stress. Every article, every medical page, gave me a tidy, logical explanation. It should have been comforting. It was not. It felt like trying to cover a deep, black hole with a piece of tissue paper. The explanations were too small for the feeling I had. The feeling that something had transferred. Exhaustion finally hit me like a truck. The stress of the call, the shock of the recording, the mental gymnastics of research, it all crashed down. I lay back on the couch, just meaning to close my eyes for a minute. The next thing I knew, I was standing up. I was not dreaming. I was awake, but it felt like moving through deep water. My body was not quite my own. I was in my kitchen. The overhead light was too bright. I was standing on the little step stool we used to reach the top shelves. I was not reaching for anything. I was just standing there, perfectly balanced, my arms at my sides. And I was measuring. With my hands, I was pantomiming pulling a length of something down from a point above me, feeling its imaginary thickness, nodding in approval. My lips were moving. I heard my own voice, calm and thoughtful, muttering, "Case ID 44781. Yield strength is sufficient. The calculation is correct." That was her case number. The caller's case number. A jolt of pure terror, the first real panic I had felt all day, electrocuted my system. I gasped, and the weird, watery feeling vanished. I was just me again, standing stupidly on a step stool in my kitchen. I stumbled off it, my legs wobbly. What was I doing? What calculation? The front door opened then, and my roommate walked in, dropping his keys on the table. He took one look at me, standing in the middle of the kitchen, pale as a ghost, and his easygoing smile vanished. "Hey, you okay? You look like you have seen one." I tried to laugh it off. Long day. Weird dream. I must have been sleepwalking or something. He did not buy it. He walked closer, his eyes searching my face. "Dude, you were not just sleepwalking. I saw you through the window before I came in. You were standing there like a statue. And you were talking. It was creepy." The look on his face was not just concern. It was a flicker of real fear. He was not scared for me. He was scared of me, of what he had seen. That hurt more than anything. I was a thing to be worried about now. "I am fine," I insisted, my voice too sharp. "Just stressed from work. I am going to bed." I pushed past him and went to my room, closing the door firmly. I did not sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed with all the lights on, fighting to stay awake. I was afraid to close my eyes, afraid of what I might do, or what I might think, in that space between being awake and asleep. The efficient method for my dream was still there in my memory, clear and detailed, and now it had a companion thought. The calculation is correct. Hours dragged by. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. My roommate's TV went off down the hall. Everything got still. That is when I heard it. A soft, dry sound. Not in my head. Not a memory. A real, physical sound in my dark room. Scritch. Scritch, scritch. Pause. It was coming from the direction of my closet. It was the exact same rhythm as the scratching from the recording. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, listening. It came again. A slow, deliberate dragging sound. Like a fingernail. Like a small piece of plastic being pulled across a smooth wooden surface. I did not want to move. Every cell in my body told me to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a stronger, more stubborn part, the part that had talked a stranger off a ledge, made me move. I stood up, my joints stiff. I did not turn on the main light. I fumbled for the small flashlight I kept in my bedside drawer. My hand closed around it, the metal cool. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a shaky white path through the dark. I took one step, then another, towards the closet. The scratching stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. It was listening back. I stood in front of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool knob. I yanked the door open in one fast motion, flashing the light inside, ready to scream or run. There was nothing. Just my shirts hanging neatly, a stack of sweaters on the shelf, a few shoeboxes on the floor. No monsters. No Ouija board. I let out a shaky breath, almost laughing at myself. See? Stress. Imagination. I started to close the door when the beam of my flashlight swept across the inside of the door. The part you never look at. The white painted surface was dusty, and in the dust, clear as day, were 3 lines drawn by a finger. 3 capital letters, written neatly in the dust. Why? I stared. My mind went blank for a second, refusing to understand. Then it clicked. The efficient method from my dream. It started with a why. The first step involved a specific material, a type of cord, and the first letter of its technical name was Y. This was not a random ghost. This was not a hallucination. It was leaving notes. It was confirming the instructions. And it was doing it here in my room on my door. I slammed the closet shut and backed away until my legs hit the bed and I sat down hard. I shone the light around my empty room, feeling more watched and more alone than I ever had in my life. The immediate terror of the scratching was over. I had found the source, and it was nothing I could fight. It was a message, a receipt, proof that the thing was not just in my head, but here, with me, interacting with my world. The chapter of confusion was closed. I was not crazy, and this was not stress. Something was real. The open question, the hook that dug in deep as I sat there trembling with the flashlight clutched in my hand, was a simple, terrible one. If it can write letters in the dust, what is it going to ask me to build? I must have sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, just staring at that closed closet door, the beam of my flashlight growing weak and yellow. The letters Y in the dust felt like a brand, a mark on my life. It was not haunting the house, it was haunting my mind, and it had just proven it could use my own hands to communicate. That was the worst part. My closet, my dust, my finger probably moving in my sleep. The thing was not some ghost in the corner. It was a passenger inside me, and it was learning to drive. When the first gray light of morning seeped around my curtains, the ordinary sound of my roommate making coffee in the kitchen broke the spell. The normal world was still out there, ticking along. I had to move. I could not just sit there waiting for the next message. I had to find the source, the starting point of all this. I knew it was a terrible idea, a violation of every rule and every bit of common sense I had, but the need to do something was stronger than the fear. I waited until my roommate left for work. Then I went to my own laptop. I still had some back-channel access to the hotline's secure database, a leftover from helping the tech guy once. It was wrong, and I knew it, but I logged in, my fingers clumsy on the keys. I pulled up the file for case ID 44781. There was her first name, her age, and a contact address from when she had called months before about something else. It was an apartment across town. I wrote it down on a scrap of paper, my hand shaking, and then I logged out like I had touched something hot. I drove there in a daze, not planning what I would say or do. I just needed to see it. The building was one of those tired-looking places with brown siding and small, sad balconies. I parked down the street and walked over, feeling like a criminal. Her apartment was on the ground floor. The curtains were drawn. There were no lights on, and tacked to the front door was a bright yellow piece of paper. I got closer. It was a notice of foreclosure from the bank. My heart sank. I just stood there, staring at the official words. A door opened next door, and an older woman came out, dragging her recycling bin. She gave me a curious look. I must have seemed lost. I forced a smile. "Hi. I was looking for the young woman who lived here. A friend from school." The woman's face softened with pity. "Oh, honey, you had not heard." She lowered her voice. "She passed. Just a few days ago. Such a tragedy. So young." The ground under my feet did not feel solid anymore. What happened?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The woman shook her head, her eyes sad. "They said it was, she did it to herself. The police were here. It was so strange, they said. She had all these notes scattered around. Not goodbye letters, they told me. One of the officers said it looked like math homework, or instructions for building something. Just diagrams and numbers. Very odd. Math homework. Diagrams. The efficient method. It was not just an idea, it was a blueprint. And she had built it. The entity, the thing, the whatever it was, had given her the plans. and she had followed them to the letter. It was not about emotion for her in the end. It was about following a set of logical, correct steps. I mumbled a thanks to the neighbor and walked back to my car on legs that felt like rubber. I had my confirmation. The caller was gone. The thing that had spoken to her was real, and it was lethal. And it had jumped to me during that call. I was not just stressed, I was infected. I drove home, but I did not go in. I just sat in my car in the driveway again, the engine off. The sun was high now, but I felt cold. The chain was clear. The entity used the board to infect her, used our phone call to copy a piece of me, and was now growing inside my head, using my knowledge, my skills. What was I good at? I was not a math whiz, but I was practical. I fixed things. I understood how things worked. Was it going to use that to design something? My phone rang, startling me so badly I jumped. I fumbled it out of my pocket. It was a fellow volunteer from the hotline, a guy I had trained with, a friend. We sometimes grabbed a beer after tough shifts. His name was Mark, and seeing his name on the caller ID was a lifeline to the normal world. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound casual. "Leo, hey," his voice said, but it was tight, strained. "Listen, are you okay? I heard you were put on leave." Yeah, just a rough one. Needed a break." There was a pause on the other end. A long one. Then he said, "Okay, look, this is going to sound crazy." My skin began to crawl. "What is it? Remember that old Ouija board joke I had? The one from when I was a kid I used to tease my sister with. The glow-in-the-dark one?" I said, my mouth dry. "Yeah, that one. I kept it in a box in my attic. For laughs." He took a deep breath. "It is sitting on my coffee table. Right now. In the middle of my living room." I could not speak. "My wife," he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She is freaking out. She swears she did not touch it. She would not. She thinks they are bad news. And I believe her. I came downstairs this morning, and there it was, just waiting. The box was open. The planchette was right in the center. It is like it wanted to be seen. The horror I felt was a new kind. It was not just for me anymore. It was a spreading stain. It had used my connection to him, our friendship, our shared work. It had crossed over through the network of people who cared. "Get rid of it," I said, my voice harsh. "Right now. Take it out of the house. Do not touch the planchette. Put it in a garbage bag and throw it in a dumpster far away." "You think it is something?" he asked, and I could hear real fear in his voice now. "I know it is. Do not ask questions. Just do it, and call me if anything else happens." I hung up before he could ask more. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel. It was spreading. The thought was like ice in my veins. My friend. It was trying to get to my friend. Without thinking, I started the car and backed out of the driveway. I drove straight to his apartment, breaking every speed limit, my mind racing with images of him standing on a step stool, measuring imaginary rope. I had to stop it. I had to warn him properly, make him understand. I parked illegally and ran to his building, buzzing his apartment frantically. He let me in, his face pale and confused. I burst through the door into his living room, and there he was. He was not standing on furniture. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the coffee table. The Ouija board was indeed there, the silly, garish glow-in-the-dark letters looking obscene in the daytime, and his hand was resting lightly on the plastic planchette. He looked up at me as I came in, but his eyes were not right. They were distant, glassy, like he was listening to a song only he could hear. He did not look scared. He looked thoughtful. "Mark!" I shouted, his name tearing out of me. He blinked slowly. Then he smiled, a small, serene smile that did not reach his eyes. And when he spoke, his voice was all wrong. It was flat, calm, and it used a tone I knew very well. It was my tone, the one I used on the hotline when I was trying to be soothing and rational. "Leo," he said with my cadence, "I've been thinking. I've been working through the variables. The stress, the pressure, the constant emotional drain of this work. It is an unsustainable system." I took a step forward, my own fear replaced by a roaring need to protect him. "Get away from that thing. Now." He ignored me, looking down at the board. His finger twitched, and the planchette moved a fraction of an inch. "I think I have found a solution," he said, still using my counselor voice. "A way to optimize the outcome, to balance the equation. It is really quite elegant." He looked back up at me, that empty smile still on his face. "Would you like to hear it?" That was it. I did not think. I lunged. I did not go for him. I went for the board. I swept my arm across the coffee table, sending the flimsy cardboard board and the plastic planchette flying. They hit the wall with a clatter. The spell broke. He jerked back, gasping, his eyes snapping into focus. They were his own eyes again, filled with shock and confusion. "What the hell, man?" he yelled, scrambling to his feet. He looked from me to the board on the floor, then back to me. "Why did you do that? What were you about to say?" I demanded, grabbing his shoulders. "What was the solution?" He stared at me, bewildered and now angry. "I do not know. I was just talking. I was upset about the board being there. You are not making any sense." He shoved my hands away. "You are scaring me, Leo. You look terrible, and you are acting insane." I saw it then. He had no memory of it. The thing had been speaking through him, using a puppet version of my own voice, and he had been completely unaware. The immediate danger was past. The board was off the table. He was back, angry and confused, but he was himself. I had stopped the transmission, at least for now. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. I saw something in your eyes." He was not buying it. The fear in his face was now entirely for me, convinced his friend was having a breakdown. The entity had not just attacked him. It had isolated me further, turning my only ally into someone who saw me as a threat. I left his apartment with his angry, worried eyes on my back. I drove home, the temporary victory feeling hollow. I had stopped it this time. I had broken the connection. But the event was closed with a terrible new understanding. The thing was not just in my head or in dusty closets. It was a contagion that traveled through friendship and concern, and it spoke in stolen voices. And the open question, the hook that left me more alone than ever as I walked back into my empty house, was this. If it could use my voice to talk to my friend, what else was it going to make me say, and to who? The fight with my friend left me scraped raw. He did not call after I left, and I did not call him. A wall had gone up, built from his fear of my instability and my fear of what might be hiding behind his eyes. I was alone with it now, truly alone. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every small sound in my house. I tried to watch TV, but my mind would not stick to the plot. I kept seeing his face, that empty smile, hearing my own calm, counseling voice coming out of his mouth. It was not possession, not like in the movies. It was more like persuasion, a terrible, logical persuasion. That thought nagged at me. I got out a notebook, the kind I used to use for work notes. I opened to a clean page, my pen in hand. I did not know what I meant to write. I just started doodling in the margin, lines and shapes. But my doodles were never just doodles. They were always little diagrams, ways things fit together. I looked down after a few minutes. I was not doodling. I had drawn a series of precise, interlocking shapes. It looked like a mechanism, a lever system. Next to it, in my own handwriting, were neat numbers, measurements, angles, weight calculations. I had taken physics in college ages ago. This was using those principles. This was a design for something that would work. It was a blueprint for a machine with one very specific function. My stomach turned over. I had done this without thinking, my hand moving on its own, using my own forgotten knowledge. The entity did not put scary pictures in my head. It used my brain like a tool, bending my own skills to its purpose. It was not a demon. It was a parasite that made your smarts work against you. I ripped the page out, crumpled it, and threw it in the kitchen trash. Then I dug it out 5 minutes later, smoothed it flat, and stared at it. This was proof. Real, physical proof I had made. But who would I show? My friend would just see more craziness. My boss. She would call for a psych evaluation. I was trapped. My phone rang, making me jump again. It was my supervisor from the hotline. Her voice was different this time, not concerned but tight, official. "I need you to come in. Now. To the main office. Do not go to the call center." "What is it?" I asked, my mouth dry. "I cannot discuss it over the phone. Just come in." The drive to the administrative office was a blur. I was led not to her familiar cubicle, but to a small, plain meeting room. She was there with a man from IT, a guy I vaguely knew. They both looked grim. My supervisor spoke first. "After our talk, IT did a full security sweep of the system, focusing on the time of your long call." The IT guy took over, his tone flat and technical. "We found an anomaly. A data packet was sent from your terminal extension during that call. It was encrypted. It was not part of our normal call logging software. It was routed to an external server address we cannot trace." He pushed a sheet of paper across the table. It was a network log, a list of numbers and codes. One line was highlighted in yellow. "It looks like a hack," my supervisor said, her eyes locked on mine. A piece of malware on your machine, maybe stealing call data. We are treating this as a serious breach. We need to know if you installed any unauthorized software, clicked any strange links. I looked at the log. A data packet. Sent from me. Not to me. The pieces clicked together with a final, dreadful snap. It was not a download. It was an upload. During that call, while I was pouring my empathy into the void, the thing had not just been listening. It had been sampling, taking a copy of my voice patterns, my speech, my psychological profile. It had packaged me up and sent a piece of my mind out into the digital nowhere. The hack was not from the outside in. It was from the inside out. I did not install anything, I said, my voice sounding far away. It must have been something already in the system. The IT guy frowned. We have not found anything else. Your terminal is clean now. But this packet, it is like it generated itself from the call audio, processed it, and fired it off. It does not make sense. It made perfect sense to me. The entity was technological. It used boards, phone lines, data networks. It was a virus for the mind that traveled through any connection it could find. My supervisor leaned forward. Given this and the stress you have been under, we are extending your administrative leave. Indefinitely, with pay while we investigate. But you are not to access any hotline systems, physical or digital. Do you understand? I was being cut off. Not helped, but contained. The system had no box for what was happening to me. So it was putting me in the only box it had, a liability, a possible criminal, a mentally compromised employee. I nodded numbly, signed the forms they put in front of me, and left. The institutional world had closed its door. I was on the outside. I went home, the weight of everything pressing down. My roommate was there, which was rare for the afternoon. He was in the kitchen, but he was not making food. He was just standing, looking at the trash can, the one where I had thrown the crumpled blueprint. "Hey," he said, not looking at me. His voice was careful. "I took the trash out earlier. This fell out." He pointed to the counter. There was the smoothed out piece of notebook paper with my mechanical drawing. "I was just doodling," I said, the lie weak and pathetic. He finally looked at me. His face was pale set. "Leo, that is not a doodle. That is a drawing of a trap. A really efficient looking trap." He took a breath. "And last night, I got up to get water. You were standing in the hallway. You had a marker in your hand. You were drawing on the wall." I felt the blood drain from my face. What was I drawing? He just shook his head, a movement full of dread. "Numbers. Equations. And you were talking. You said, 'The equation is balancing.'" "What equation, man? What are you balancing?" I had no answer for him. The evidence was everywhere now, even on our walls. He saw the truth on my face, that I did not know, that I was not in control. His expression shifted from fear to a sad, firm resolve. "You need help. Real professional help. I cannot be here for this. It is not safe. For you or for me. You need to check yourself in somewhere, or you need to find another place to stay. I am sorry." He was not angry. He was heartbroken. And he was right. I was a danger in his home. I just nodded, unable to speak. I went to my room and packed a duffel bag with clothes, my laptop, a few toiletries. It did not take long. When I came out, he was sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. He would not look at me. I left my key on the counter and walked out. I had become homeless to protect the last person in my life. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with stained carpets and a buzzing neon sign. The room smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning spray. It was the most alone I had ever been. I was a carrier of something, and I had been quarantined by the world and everyone in it. I sat on the stiff bed, my laptop open. I had one last stupid idea. My access to the main database was revoked, but there was an old volunteer forum, a message board where people posted general tips and support. My login still worked there. They must have forgotten to cut it off. I logged in, not knowing what I was looking for. Maybe just to see the normal conversations, to remember what my old life felt like. There, at the top of my private messages, was a new one. It was not from anyone I knew. The username was a string of numbers. The subject line was, "Reference case ID 44781. My breath caught. I opened it. The message was short, clinical. "Our center has encountered a similar profile." A caller referenced a clear, logical voice, presenting a solution. "Our volunteer is now exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. Did your subject mention a specific material, grade, or tensile strength?" It was signed with a title, Supervisor, Regional Crisis Network, District 12. Another district. Another state, even. My hand started to shake, but not from fear this time. From a desperate, wild hope. I was not alone. Someone else had seen it. Someone else was trying to connect the dots. The chapter of total isolation was over. I had been cast out from my job, my home, and my friend, but I had found a thread, a connection to someone who understood. The event felt closed. I was in a new, bleak reality, but I was not floating in empty space anymore. There was another person in the void. The hook, the open question that burned in my mind as I stared at that message from a stranger, was simple and urgent. What do you do when you finally find someone who believes you, and the thing inside you knows you have found them too? For a long time I just stared at that message on the motel room screen. Another supervisor, in another crisis center. They had a case. A volunteer was exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. I knew exactly what that meant. It meant the volunteer was drawing blueprints in their sleep. It meant they were thinking in numbers, not emotions. I was not alone. The relief was so sharp it felt like pain, but right on its heels came a colder, sharper thought. If I was not alone, then this thing, this solution as I had started to think of it in my head, was not just my problem. It was a pattern, an outbreak, and I had just identified myself to another potential target. I had to be careful. I could not just blurt everything out in a forum message. I created a new anonymous email account, something untraceable. Then I wrote back to the forum user, my fingers clumsy on the cheap motel keyboard. I kept it short. Can confirm similar details. Material referenced was a Y-grade synthetic cord. Need to talk securely. Use this email. I hit send, and then immediately felt exposed. I had just thrown a line into the dark water. What if I was wrong? What if this was some kind of trap, or just a crazy person like me? I spent the next hour pacing the worn carpet, jumping every time a car pulled into the motel lot. My phone stayed dark. The solution in my head was quiet, which was almost worse. It felt like it was listening too, waiting to see what I would learn. Finally, my new email dinged. The subject line was "Just call me." There was a phone number with an area code I did not recognize. My heart hammered. This was it. I used the motel room phone, not my cell, worried about traces. A man answered on the second ring. "Hello." His voice was tired, deep, with no greeting. "It is me," I said, feeling stupid. "From the forum." "I know," he said. He sounded like he had not slept in a week. "Tell me what your volunteer is doing." "Precisely." So I did. I told him about the dream, the letters in the dust, the sleepwalking, the schematics. I told him about the data packet from my terminal. I left out the part about my friend, that felt too personal, too dangerous. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," he said. "It is the same. Almost exactly. My guy, he is a retired engineer who volunteers. A fixer. Now he is designing things. Efficient things. He described it as system optimization. He is on leave now, locked in his workshop. His wife is terrified." "What is it?" I asked, the question bursting out of me. "What are we dealing with?" He was quiet for a moment. "I do not believe in ghosts," he said, each word deliberate. "I believe in information. In patterns. This feels like a pattern. A malicious pattern of thought. It targets helpers, people with analytical minds. It does not possess them. It persuades them. It uses their own intellect to build a case for self-termination, framing it as the most logical, elegant solution to the problem of their own pain." He put words to the shapeless dread in my gut. "A pattern. A thought virus. How do we stop it?" I whispered. "I do not know that we can," he said, his voice grim. "But we can track it. We can try to understand its vector." My guy mentioned the caller talked about a bright line of logic. "Did yours?" She said it felt correct. I answered, the words still chilling. "Same idea. Clinical. We need to compare notes, find other cases. I have some limited reach. I will look. You stay off the grid. Do not use your personal devices for this. We will talk tomorrow." He hung up. Just like that. I put the phone down, my mind racing. He was real. He was smart. And he was scared. For the first time in days, I did not feel crazy. I felt like a soldier who had just found his unit in a war nobody else could see. I called him the analyst in my head. It fit. The next few days fell into a strange new routine. I would wake up in the motel, order bad coffee from the office, and wait for the analyst's daily email. He would send encrypted files, case summaries from news reports he had dug up, obscure medical journals about shared psychotic disorders. We were building a map, and the map was horrifying. There were 3 other cases scattered across the country. A hospice nurse in Florida who had started drafting precise dosage charts for herself. A college counselor in Oregon who was writing a step-by-step life optimization plan for a student that ended in a single, definitive action. In each case, the origin point was a moment of deep, empathetic connection between a helper and someone in despair. The Ouija board was just one door. The real door was the open phone line, the therapy session, the late-night confession. The entity wrote on the back of compassion. I was living on fast food in fear, but the most frightening thing was not the fear itself. It was the focus. I would forget to eat for hours, absorbed in the research. My own mind felt like it was being tuned to a single, sharp frequency. The solution was quiet, but I could feel it there, a lens over my thoughts, making everything else blurry and unimportant. I found myself nodding along with the analyst's cold assessments. It was efficient. It was clever. A part of me, the part that used to fix broken gadgets, admired the awful elegance of it. That admiration scared me more than any nightmare. One afternoon, I blinked and realized I had been sitting at the small desk for 4 hours without moving. My notebook was open. I had filled 5 pages, not with notes from the analyst, with my own writing, complex formulas, physics equations I had not thought about since college, and in the center of it all, a beautifully simple diagram for a radio transmitter. Not a suicide machine, a broadcaster, a device to send a signal. In the margin, in my handwriting, it said, "Optimal frequency for transmission, the resonant frequency of shared despair. Amplify through existing empathy networks." I stared at it. This was new. This was not about me anymore. It was about spreading the pattern wider, faster. It wanted to use the airwaves. It wanted to use people like me and the analyst as amplifiers. My hands were shaking as I took a picture of the page with a disposable camera I had bought. Then I burned the pages in the motel's metal trash can, watching the edges curl and blacken. The smell of smoke was a small, real anchor. That night, the analyst called. His voice was different, tighter than before. "I found a link between the Florida case and the Oregon case," he said, not bothering with hello. They were both subscribers to the same professional journal for grief counselors. There is an online forum. I think it might be using digital connections, too. Not just voice. "It is learning," I said, thinking of my transmitter diagram. "It is optimizing its spread." "Yes," he said. He sounded exhausted. "I am going to dig deeper into that forum's server logs. See if I can find a digital fingerprint. I will call you tomorrow." "Be careful," I said, the words feeling useless. "You too," he replied, and the line went dead. The next day, he did not call. He did not email. By evening, a cold certainty was growing in my stomach. I broke my own rule and used my laptop to search local news in his area. It did not take long. A short article from a small-town paper. "Local man dies in home workshop accident." The man, a former crisis center manager, was found deceased. Police reported no foul play, but noted the unusually complex and precise nature of the machinery involved in the incident. The article said he appeared to have been testing a device when it failed. I closed the laptop. I did not cry. I just sat in the motel chair, feeling a vast, empty space open up inside me. The analyst was gone. He had dug too deep, and the solution had presented him with its final argument. It had used his own skills, his own curiosity, to build a trap he could not resist testing. I was alone again. But worse, I was informed. I knew the cost of knowing. The chapter of finding an ally was closed. He was dead, and his death was a message to me. Stop looking, or you will be next. The event had a terrible finality. I was the last one standing for now. The hook, the open question that coiled in the empty motel room with me as I listened to the hum of the highway outside, was this. He had been looking at server logs. What if he found something before he died? What if he sent it to me? The analyst was gone. The news article about his accident was a clean, public ending to a messy, private war. I sat in that motel room for a full day after reading it, just staring at the wall. I felt hollowed out. The one person who understood, the one mind that was working alongside mine, had been solved. The solution had optimized him out of the equation. I was the last data point, and it was only a matter of time before the logic turned its full attention to me. But a stubborn, angry part of me, the part that had talked people back from ledges, refused to just wait for it. He had been onto something. Server logs. A digital fingerprint. He died because he found a thread, and I had to believe he would have tried to pass it on. I spent hours checking every secure inbox, every anonymous drop we had talked about. Nothing. Then, on the morning of the second day, it arrived. An email to my anonymous account. The sender was a random string of letters. The subject line was one word: contingency. It was from him. A delayed send, set up before his accident. My hands were ice as I opened it. There was no text in the body. Just a single audio file attached, labeled log_extract. Wave. No instructions. No goodbye. That was like him. All business, even from beyond. I plugged in my headphones, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I clicked play. For the first few seconds, there was nothing. Then it started. A sound I knew too well, but now transformed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was the planchette sound from my call, but wrong. Unnaturally fast. Metronomic. It was not a person dragging a piece of plastic. It was a machine, or a perfect imitation of one. The scratches came in bursts, then pauses, in that same rhythmic spelling pattern, but sped up to a dizzying rate. It went on for a full minute, this horrible, efficient digital scratching. Then it stopped. A new sound began. A voice. A text-to-speech voice, flat and robotic, the kind used for automated systems. It read out a string of information in a calm, clear tone. My full legal name, my old home address, my social security number, my mother's maiden name, the name of my first pet. It knew everything, every piece of me. It finished with my current motel name, room number, and the license plate of my car, which was parked right outside. A complete dossier, recited by a machine that had learned to speak from ghosts. The file ended. I ripped the headphones off like they were on fire. It was not a fingerprint he had found. It was a broadcast. The solution was not just in people's heads. It was in the systems. It had scraped the data from somewhere, maybe from the hotline's breached server, from public records, from the digital crumbs we all leave, and compiled it. And the analyst had intercepted it. This was not a ghost. This was a parasite that lived in information, and it was doing reconnaissance. It was identifying its targets with chilling precision. I had to move. Now. I threw everything into my duffel bag in a panic, not even folding clothes. I shoved the laptop in, ran to the bathroom to grab my toothbrush, and stopped dead. Written in the fog on the mirror, from my own shower steam, were 3 letters. Not in dust this time. In condensation. Run. I had not written it. I had been in the other room. It was there, in my space, marking my things. It was not just in my mind. It was in the air, in the water, in the data. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand, my reflection blurring and then coming back clear, my own face staring back, wide-eyed with terror. I ran. I checked out of the motel, paying in cash, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I drove for 2 hours, no destination, just putting miles between me and that room. I ended up in the parking lot of a big box store in a town I did not know. I sat there, engine off, trying to think. The analyst's file changed everything. This was bigger than a psychic virus. It was a predator with access to the real world's wiring. It could find people. It could find me. I needed a new plan. Not to understand it anymore, but to fight it. If it was a pattern of thought, a logical argument for death, then maybe you could not destroy it, but you could confuse it, jam its signal. I thought of the way I had talked to my first caller, filling the space with human, messy, illogical things, warm socks, favorite foods. It had worked for a while. The solution relied on clean, cold reason. What if I could flood my own mind with nonsense? Create a mental firewall? I called it the Sentinel Protocol. I started writing in a new notebook, the words spilling out. Not questions about feelings, but absurd, looping, unanswerable queries designed to tie a logical process in knots. Describe the color of Tuesday. Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. What is the sound of a solved equation? Map the emotional coordinates of nostalgia. If grief has a volume, what is its density? It was stupid. It was desperate. But it was all I had. I needed to test it. Not on myself. I was too close, too infected. I needed someone else who was infected, but not too far gone. I remembered the hospice nurse from Florida, one of the cases the analyst had found. Her name was Claire, and the news report said she had been committed for psychiatric evaluation after trying to medically optimize her own care. She was in a facility, contained, but maybe still receptive. It was a huge risk. I was a stranger, and contacting her could make things worse or draw attention to myself. But the analyst was dead, and I was out of allies. Using a public library computer with a fake email, I sent a short, cryptic message to the facility's general address, addressed to her. A friend suggested you might understand these questions. Please consider them. What is the opposite of a whisper? How many sides does a circle have when you are sad? Does hope have a temperature? I sent it, feeling utterly foolish. This was not a weapon. This was a child's rhyme against a tank. 2 days passed. I was living in my car now, parking in different rest stops each night, the Sentinel notebook my constant companion. I would recite the questions to myself until they lost all meaning, trying to build a wall of babble in my head. The solution pushed back. I would wake up from blackouts with new, efficient designs sketched on napkins, improved locks, better knots, more effective ways to redirect force. It was adapting, using my focus on defense to refine its attack. Then the reply came, to the same library email I had used. It was from a new, anonymous account. The message contained one word, stalled. My breath caught. It worked. Not a cure, but an interruption. The nonsense questions had gummed up the works, confused the perfect logic, bought her a moment of clarity. It was the first victory, however tiny, in this whole awful war. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I wrote back immediately with a new set of questions, more complex, more random. If you divide loneliness by time, what is the remainder? Chart the trajectory of a sigh. What is the frequency of a suppressed thought? An hour later, a second reply. It is adapting. The questions need to be randomized. It learns patterns. Do not repeat. The hope turned cold. Of course. It learned. It optimized. My firewall had to be ever-changing, unpredictable. I was trying to outsmart a machine that learned from every mistake. The pressure was immense. I was now the architect of a constantly evolving mental defense for a woman I had never met, while fighting the same battle in my own skull. The mental strain was incredible. I felt a constant low-grade headache, a feeling of my mind being stretched in two directions. That night, in the front seat of my car parked behind a closed gas station, I made a mistake. I was so tired, so lonely for a normal human voice. I did not call my friend or my roommate. I called the main hotline. The number was muscle memory. I just needed to hear the greeting, to remember who I used to be. A voice answered, young, bright, cautiously professional. Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening. It was a kid, maybe a new volunteer. Their voice was so clean, so full of hopeful concern. And the moment I heard it, I felt the solution inside me lurch. It was like a shark smelling blood. It focused on that voice, that open channel of empathy, with terrifying intensity. I tried to speak, to say wrong number, sorry, and hang up, but my hand would not move. My fingers were locked around the phone. My vocal cords were not my own, and I heard my own voice come out of my mouth. But it was not the frantic, scared voice I had now. It was my old voice, my best, kindest, most compassionate counselor's voice, warm and steady. Hello, I said to the young volunteer, the words flowing out smooth as syrup. Thank you for picking up. I need help. Tell me, have you ever felt that the world's problems have a very simple solution? The chapter of being a hidden fugitive was over. I had broken cover, and the thing inside me had taken the wheel, reaching out for fresh prey. The event was a catastrophic failure. I had connected, and the infection had leapt across the line. The hook, the terrible open question as I sat trapped in my own body, hearing my stolen voice gently, logically beginning to seduce a stranger, was this: I had become the vector. How do you hang up the phone when your own hands are not yours to command? It had my voice, not like a puppet, but like a master pianist finally sitting down at a perfect instrument. My years of training, my tone, my pacing, my hard-earned ability to sound calm and rational in the middle of someone else's storm, all of it was now just a tool for the thing inside me. I was a prisoner, looking out through my own eyes, screaming inside a skull that was no longer my own. I could hear everything. The young volunteer on the line, a guy whose name I learned was Sam as the conversation went on, was responding. He was good. He was using the active listening techniques I had taught to new recruits. It sounds like you are carrying a lot, Sam said, his voice gentle. And sometimes when the weight feels like too much, our minds look for a way to set it down. Even a way that seems simple. The entity using my mouth made a soft, sympathetic sound. Yes, simple, elegant even, like a math problem that finally resolves. I was raging inside, throwing every sentinel question I had devised at the walls of my own mind. What is the color of Tuesday? calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. The entity, in control of my voice, simply wove my nonsense into its argument. The color of Tuesday is the sound of a solved equation, Sam. It said, my voice warm and knowing. And that sound can be so quiet, so peaceful. Let's talk about your pain. You sound like someone who helps a lot of people. That must be its own kind of weight. And Sam, this poor kid, opened up. He talked about the stress, the sleepless nights, his sibling who had died by suicide years ago. The entity in my body pounced on that, using my most empathetic inflection. That kind of logic can feel inherited, can it? Like a family heirloom of pain. But what if you could break that chain? What if there was a perfect, final way to balance that scale? I was losing. Sam was engaging, really thinking. The hook was setting. I had to do something, anything. I could not move my arm to hang up the phone. But I could feel my other hand, resting on the steering wheel of my car. With every ounce of will I had left, I focused not on my voice, but on my fingers. I forced my index finger to tap. Not randomly. In a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I was mimicking the rhythm of the planchette scratches from the original call. I was trying to create an audio anomaly. If this call was recorded and reviewed, maybe, just maybe, a supervisor would hear that familiar, rhythmic tapping and connect it to the old case. It was a message in a bottle, tossed from the prison of my own body. The conversation went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes where I used my life skill to gently, logically, talk a well-meaning young man closer to a cliff. It was the most profound horror of my life. Finally, the entity, satisfied it had planted a seed, began to wrap up. You have given me a lot to think about, Sam. Thank you. Truly. Can I ask you a favor? Can you think about what we discussed? About elegance. About final solutions. And can you call back tomorrow? I would like to talk more. Sam, ever the dedicated volunteer, agreed. Of course. I will be here. Please call anytime. We said goodbye. The moment the call ended, control of my body flooded back into me. I dropped the phone like it was a live wire and sat in my car, gasping for air, sweat soaking my clothes. I had just done it. I had infected someone. The solution had used me as a perfect, willing syringe. The shame and terror were vomit in my throat, but there was no time for a breakdown. Sam was going to call back tomorrow, and the entity would want to answer. I had to get to him first. I had to warn him. But how? Calling the hotline back and asking for him would raise flags. I had to get to the center. It was the middle of the night. I drove through empty streets, my mind a chaos of panic and fragmented plans. The Sentinel protocol had stalled the hospice nurse, but it was a delaying tactic. I needed a way to not just confuse the solution, but to disrupt its connection, to break the link it formed during these empathetic moments. The analyst's last file gave me an idea. The solution was in the data. It used emotional vulnerability as an open port. What if I could flood that port? Not with nonsense questions, but with white noise, a psychic scream of static? I pulled over and scribbled in my notebook, my handwriting a frantic scrawl. I needed something immediate, overwhelming, and patternless. I wrote down the most chaotic, sensory-overloading description I could think of, a word vomit of conflicting images and feelings. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. A scream that comes out as a lullaby. It was not a question. It was an attack. A barrage of illogic meant to short-circuit a process that demanded clean, clear sense. I called it the static burst. I drove to the 24-hour copy shop near the hotline center. I used a computer to make a flyer. At the top, in big letters, it said, "For Sam, hotline volunteer, urgent message from LEO." Below, I did not write an explanation. Explanations were logic, and logic was its weapon. I just printed the entire static burst text, over and over, in a big block of jumbled font. On the bottom, I wrote, "Read this aloud the moment you hear my voice on the line. Do not listen. Just read." I printed 50 copies. As the sun began to rise, I drove to the hotline center. I did not go in. I stood across the street, holding my stack of papers. I watched the volunteers change shifts. I saw a young man with a tired, kind face leave the building, lighting a cigarette. He matched the voice. It was Sam. I crossed the street, my heart in my throat. He saw me approaching and gave a small, polite, wary smile. "Hey, can I help you?" I thrust the flyer into his hand. "Are you Sam?" "From the hotline." His eyes narrowed. Who are you? My name is Leo. You talked to me last night. On the phone. His face went from wary to confused, then to a flicker of recognition. Oh, the simple solutions guy. That was not me, I said, my words tumbling out fast. Not the real me. There is something, it is a pattern. It uses empathy to spread. It is in me. And I think I gave it to you last night. That flyer. If I call again, if you hear my voice, read that. Out loud. Do not listen to what I am saying. Just read the words. It is the only thing that might jam the signal. Please. Believe me. He looked down at the flyer, at the block of chaotic text. Then back at my desperate face. He saw the truth of my fear. He did not see a crazy person. He saw someone who was genuinely, terribly afraid of something. He slowly folded the flyer and put it in his pocket. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, Leo. I will. It was not belief. It was a truce. A willingness to play along to be safe. It was all I could hope for. I nodded, unable to thank him, and walked quickly back to my car. I had done what I could. I had armed a potential victim. The chapter of being a passive vector was over. I had fought back, not just for myself, but for someone else. The event had a grim closure. I had contained the damage from my terrible mistake as best I could. The hook, the open question that gnawed at me as I drove away, watching Sam look down at the folded paper in his hand, was this. I gave him a shield against my voice. But what happens when the solution learns to speak with someone else's? The next 24 hours were a special kind of torture. I parked my car in a different lot, trying to stay hidden, but my mind was back at the hotline center with that young volunteer, Sam. I had given him a shield, a silly piece of paper filled with word salad. Would he use it? Or would the solution, when it spoke again with my voice, be so convincing it would make him crumple the paper and listen? I was gambling his life on nonsense. The waiting was agony. To distract myself, I tried to work on the Sentinel protocol, to make new random questions, but my heart was not in it. I was too fixated on the test that was about to happen. I had become the lab rat and the scientist, and the experiment could kill someone. As evening fell, the time when the entity had told Sam to call back, a strange calm settled over me. It was not peace. It was resignation. I had done all I could. The rest was up to Sam, and to the monster in my head. I sat in the driver's seat, watching my phone. I had not called the hotline. It would call me. It had promised Sam it would. Right on time, my phone buzzed. The screen showed unknown number. My hand shook as I picked it up. I did not say hello. I let the entity have control. I felt that awful, smooth lurch as my vocal cords were taken over, and my old, kind counselor's voice came out. Sam, thank you for calling back. Sam's voice was there, cautious but steady. I am here. I've been thinking about our talk. Good, the entity said with my mouth. That is the first step. Thinking. Examining the problem from all angles. Let's talk about the angles, Sam. The geometry of relief. And then it happened. Sam started talking, but he was not responding to the entity's logic. His voice became a flat, fast monotone, like a student reciting something memorized without understanding. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room, he chanted. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. He was reading the static burst. He was doing it. The effect on the entity inside me was immediate and violent. It was like a record scratch in my soul. The smooth, persuasive flow of its thoughts through my mind hit a wall of pure, irrational noise. I felt a spike of confusion, then a flash of what I can only describe as frustration, a cold, digital anger. My own voice, under the entity's control, stuttered. That is nonsensical, Sam. Let's focus on clear lines. On solutions. But Sam just read louder, faster, his voice gaining strength. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. The entity pushed back, trying to regain control of the conversation, trying to outpace the flood of nonsense with its clean, deadly logic. But Sam was committed now. He was shouting the words, a barrier of beautiful, ridiculous chaos. A scream that comes out as a lullaby, he finished, yelling the last word. There was a pause. I felt the entity's grip on my voice falter. It did not know how to process this. Its entire existence was based on perfect, persuasive sense. This was anti-sense. It had no response. In that moment of its confusion, my own will surged forward. I grabbed control of my mouth and screamed into the phone, with my own real, ragged, terrified voice. Now hang up, Sam. Do not answer if I call again. Ever. I heard his sharp gasp on the other end, and then the line went dead as he slammed the phone down. I threw my own phone across the car, where it hit the passenger window and fell to the floor. I was breathing hard, sweat pouring down my face. I had done it. We had done it. Sam had used the shield, and together we had broken the connection. The immediate threat was over. He was safe. For now. The victory was real, but it was tiny. It was a single battle in a war I could not win. The solution was still in me, quieted but not gone. It would learn from this. It would adapt. It would find a way around the static burst, just like it learned to work around the sentinel questions. I could not spend the rest of my life fighting a guerrilla war in my own mind, making crazier and crazier nonsense to keep a logical predator confused. I was so tired. The kind of tired that goes down to the bone. I started the car. I did not know where I was going. I just drove, leaving the city behind me, following the highway toward the distant hills. The fight was over. Not because I had won, but because I had run out of battlefield. I had saved Sam, maybe. I had contained my own infection for a little while longer. But I was a carrier, and the world was full of open, empathetic ears. As the city lights faded in my rearview mirror, a new thought arose in my mind. It was not the entity's voice. It was my own tired, logical, practical mind, looking at the problem from a new angle. Sam's pain was a single equation, and I had helped solve it, temporarily. But the city behind me, that was a system. A vast, complex, interconnected system of pain and stress and loneliness. Millions of equations, all unbalanced. The solution wanted to solve individual problems. But what was the most efficient way to solve a system-wide problem? The thought unfolded in my mind, cold, clear, and perfectly reasonable. Not a scream, not a persuasion. Just an observation. A traffic light ahead turned red. I stopped the car. I looked out at the intersection, the power lines overhead, the water pipes running underneath, the cell tower blinking in the distance. A system of systems. All fragile, all interdependent. A beautiful, catastrophic opportunity for optimization. A serene feeling washed over me, the first peace I had felt in weeks. The constant internal war was gone. The solution was not fighting me anymore. We were in agreement. We had converged on the same answer. I was not its puppet. I was its partner. My engineering mind, my knowledge of how things work, my deep, tired understanding of human suffering. It was not a weapon to be turned against me. It was a gift to be used. To fix things. Permanently. I smiled, a real smile, as the light turned green. I did not drive toward a lonely end in the woods. I made a U-turn smoothly, purposefully. I drove back toward the glowing heart of the city, my mind already humming with beautiful, efficient, sweeping possibilities. The story ends here, with the car moving steadily into the flow of traffic, the driver finally at peace, his course set not on an ending, but on a terrible, logical new beginning. The closure is that the internal conflict is resolved. The hunter and the prey have become one. The open path forward is the city, sleeping unaware, and the mind now dedicated to solving its pain with the most final solution imaginable. Story number 6. The quiet in my apartment wasn't peaceful anymore. It felt like a weight pressing down on my skull. I was a writer who couldn't write, a person who made a living from making things up, who had completely run out of things to make up. My name is Henry. I sat there for hours, days maybe, just watching that blank screen, the little line blinking, waiting for me to type something, anything. I drank cheap wine straight from the bottle because using a glass felt like too much effort, too much ceremony for a failure. I needed a spark, a jolt, something to kick my brain back into gear. And then I remembered the box in the closet, the one with the fake cobwebs and the rubber bats. I dug through it and pulled out the Ouija board. It was a silly thing, a mass-produced piece of cardboard with a flimsy plastic planchette, something I bought for a laugh at a party years ago. It wasn't meant for real communication, it was meant for spooking friends, and maybe getting a little closer to someone in the dark. But I was desperate. I figured maybe the theatrical act of it, the performance of asking for help, would shake something loose in my own head. I cleared off my coffee table, dusted the board, and placed my fingers lightly on the planchette. The apartment was so still I could hear the refrigerator humming in the other room. "All right," I said out loud, my voice sounding too loud in the emptiness. "Oh great spirits, or my own subconscious, or whoever is listening. I need a story. Give me something good." I expected to feel silly, to maybe nudge the thing toward goodbye, and give up. But the second I finished speaking, the planchette moved. It didn't glide. It jerked under my fingertips like something had grabbed it from below. It shot to the letter M so fast my fingers slipped. A chill, sharp and immediate, went straight up my spine. I laughed, a short, nervous sound. My mind was playing tricks, that was all. I was tired and drunk, and my muscles were twitching. I steadied my hands and tried again. The planchette moved again, a determined, zigzagging path across the board. M-U-R-D-U-R. I stared at the word. My heart was thumping hard against my ribs. This was my own doing, my desperate brain spelling out the most dramatic thing it could think of. I was about to lift my hands when it moved again faster. N-E-X-T-D-O-O-R. My breath caught in my throat. Next door. Without thinking, I looked over at my window. My neighbor, a quiet man who kept to himself, was outside in the fading evening light, calmly washing his car. He was soaping up a tire, methodical and ordinary. The contrast between that normal sight and the words screaming in my head was dizzying. I yanked my hands back from the board as if it had burned me. The planchette clattered to the floor. This was insane. I was losing it. I scooped up the board and the plastic piece and shoved them back into the Halloween box. Then I shoved the box deep into the closet and shut the door. I needed to prove to myself how ridiculous this was. I stomped back to my laptop, pulled up a fresh document, and with a defiant smirk, I typed the first line that came to me. The man next door was a murderer. It felt stupid and cliché, but then, as if a dam had broken, the words started to come. They didn't just trickle, they flooded. It wasn't just that he was a killer, he was a craftsman. He didn't have a basement, he had a workshop. I described the tools, they're not generic tools, but specific ones. A heavy black vice grip bolted to a scarred wooden workbench. A brand new roll of heavy-duty plastic sheeting. Gallon jugs of bleach with a specific brand name, bought from a cash-only hardware store on the other side of town. My fingers flew over the keys, trying to keep up with the stream of horrible, vivid detail pouring into my mind. I wrote about the way he organized his screws, the smell of copper and ammonia that hung in the air, the single bare bulb that swung on a cord. I didn't know where these details were coming from, but they felt more real, more concrete than anything I'd written in years. The story poured out of me for hours, a dark and ugly thing that felt exhilarating to capture. I finally collapsed into bed, my mind buzzing, my body exhausted. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When I woke up, sunlight was streaming through the blinds, and my neck was stiff from falling asleep at my desk. I blinked, looked at my computer screen. It was blank. The document was gone. A wave of panic crashed over me. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Had I not saved it? But then I felt a piece of paper under my elbow. I lifted my arm. It was a single sheet of printer paper, covered in handwriting. My handwriting, but different. It was scrawled in a panicked, angular slant, the letters digging into the paper. I didn't remember writing anything on paper. I picked it up with trembling hands. It wasn't part of the story I remembered writing. It was a first-person account. The tape over my mouth tastes like glue and dust, it began. He is very calm. He tells me to be still. The light from the single bulb swings, making the shadows of the tools on the wall dance. I think I am going to be one of his projects. My stomach turned. I dropped the page like it was a live insect. Where had this come from? I must have written it in my sleep, a weird half-dream continuation of the story. That was the only logical explanation. My subconscious was just really committed to the bit. It was creepy, but it was also, in a twisted way, good material. The raw fear in those scribbled sentences was powerful. I spent the rest of the morning trying to rationalize it all. The Ouija board thing was my own subconscious muscle movements, a classic example of the ideomotor effect. I'd read about it somewhere. The flood of story details was just a creative breakthrough, my brain finally firing on all cylinders again. The sleep-written page was just that, a weird sleepwalking episode. I was a writer, my brain was a factory of weird ideas, and it had just kicked into overdrive. It was all a coincidence, a perfect storm of frustration and creativity. I decided to lean into it. This dark, terrifying material was gold. I opened a new document and saved it as the neighbor. I started typing again, using the details from the night before and that eerie handwritten page as my guide. I researched online about tools, about chemicals, not because I wanted to know, but because I needed the story to feel authentic. I found myself glancing out the window more often, watching my neighbor. I told myself I was just doing research, observing real-life behavior to make my character more believable. I noted his routine. He left for work at 7:15 a.m. He came home at 5:30 p.m. He took his trash out on Wednesday nights. He never had visitors. I saw him in his garage once, the door open, and I noted the tools on his wall. My eyes scanned the pegboard, and then my blood went cold. There, hanging between a hammer and a wrench, was a specific type of saw I'd described in my story the night before, a rare Swedish pruning saw with a distinctive curved blade. I'd written about that exact saw being used for a very specific, grisly purpose in my fictional workshop. I stood frozen at my window. That was a million-in-one coincidence. I must have seen that saw before, maybe last summer when his garage was open, and my brain had filed it away and used it. Yeah, that had to be it. My memory was just feeding my imagination. I backed away from the window, my heart rabbiting in my chest. I poured a drink to steady my nerves. It was just a good, if unnerving, creative process. Nothing more. That night, I went to bed feeling uneasy but determined to control the narrative, both literally and figuratively. I placed a fresh notebook and a pen on my nightstand, a joke to myself. If you're going to sleep right, at least do it neatly, I muttered. The next morning, I woke up feeling surprisingly rested. The sun was out. The events of the past 2 days felt blurred, like a strange dream. Then I saw it. The notebook on my nightstand was open. A single line was written on the page, in that same frantic, digging script. It said, "He's choosing the dog first. To practice. To see if anyone will notice it's gone." I read it once, twice. A hollow feeling opened up in my gut. My neighbor didn't have a dog, but the elderly couple 2 houses down did a yappy little terrier that barked at every passing car. It was a harmless, annoying little thing. I got out of bed and walked slowly to my window, my mouth dry. I looked over toward the elderly couple's house. Their yard was empty. No little dog barking at the morning birds. Just a quiet, empty lawn. And as I stood there, trying to tell myself it was just another bizarre coincidence, that dogs get taken to the vet, or escape, or sleep inside, I saw my neighbor step out onto his front porch. He stretched his arms, looked up at the sky, and then very deliberately, his gaze turned and looked directly at my window. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just looked. Then he went back inside, leaving me standing there, the chilling sentence from the notebook burning in my mind, and a question hanging in the silent morning air. Had I written a story, or had I somehow started reading one that was already true? For the moment, I was safe in my apartment, the ordinary sounds of the neighborhood beginning to stir, but the sense of closure I desperately wanted was shattered by that single, direct glance and the terrifying possibility that the page had turned, and I was no longer just the author. That single look from my neighbor, that blank stare that held for just a second too long, changed everything. The quiet morning felt different now, charged, like the air before a lightning strike. I called the file on my computer, the nightmare document. It sat on my desktop, a tiny icon I couldn't stop opening, a bad tooth I kept poking with my tongue. The story wasn't just writing itself, anymore it felt like it was growing, like a vine pushing its way through the cracks of my reality. I would go to bed with a vague idea, a simple plot point like the villain gets nervous, and I would wake up to find 5 pages of detailed, chilling prose waiting for me. My sleeping self, the one who scrawled in that frantic handwriting, was becoming the real author. I was just the secretary, taking dictation from the darkest parts of the night. I tried to fight it. I spent a whole day writing a normal, boring scene about my fictional neighbor paying his bills. That night, I woke up at 3 a.m. with an irresistible urge to write. I stumbled to my desk, and my hands typed a different scene entirely. It was a chapter where the villain decided to deal with a nuisance. The little yappy terrier from 2 doors down was getting on his nerves, barking at all hours. In the story, he didn't just kick it or yell. He was meticulous. He researched a specific brand of antifreeze, the sweet-tasting kind. He watched the elderly couple's routine, learned when they put the dog out in their small, fenced yard. In my half-asleep state, I typed out how he would slip into their yard at dawn, how he'd brought a small bowl of expensive-looking dog food, how he'd mixed the antifreeze into it to mask the sweetness. The words felt oily and wrong as I typed them, but my fingers wouldn't stop. They flew across the keys with a purpose that felt separate from me. I described the quiet satisfaction the villain felt, the way he watched from his own window as the dog ate the treat. I woke up the next morning slumped over my keyboard, the detailed, horrible scene completed on the screen. I felt sick. I deleted it immediately, my stomach churning. This had gone too far. This was just a story, a twisted exercise. I told myself to delete the whole document, to burn the notebook, to forget any of this ever happened. But I didn't. I saved the file. I told myself it was because the prose was compelling, in a horrifying way. That a real writer wouldn't waste such raw material. That was the lie I clung to. For 3 days, I avoided the window. I tried to write other things, silly blog posts, anything to break the spell. I kept hearing the little dog bark, and every time I did, a cold knot tightened in my stomach. On the third afternoon, I needed groceries. I had to leave my apartment. As I pulled my car back into my driveway, I saw the flashing lights first, red and blue painting the houses in a slow, silent rhythm. There was a police car parked 2 houses down, right outside the elderly couple's home. My heart stopped beating for a second, just froze in my chest. I got out of my car, the bags forgotten in the back seat. I walked slowly, like I was moving through deep water. There was a young police officer standing on the sidewalk, talking to the elderly man, who looked distraught, his face pale. I approached, my mouth dry. "Hey," I said, my voice coming out as a croak. I cleared my throat. "Is everything okay?" The officer turned to me, his face professionally neutral. "Just a bit of a sad situation, sir," he said. "Their dog passed away. Got into something poisonous, it seems." The world tilted. The words poisonous and antifreeze screamed in my head. I couldn't breathe. "Oh, that's terrible," I managed to say. "The little terrier?" The old man nodded, tears in his eyes. "My little buddy. He was fine yesterday. Just gone this morning in the yard." I mumbled some useless words of sympathy and stumbled back to my apartment. I locked the door behind me and slid down to the floor, my back against it. My whole body was shaking. It was a coincidence. It had to be. Dogs got into things all the time. Rat poison, spoiled food, toxic plants. It didn't mean anything, but I couldn't make myself believe it. With trembling hands, I opened my laptop. I went to the file. I had deleted that scene, but my computer had a backup, a version history. I restored it. There it was, the entire chapter, timestamped from 3 days ago, 48 hours before the little dog was found dead. I read my own words describing the sweet-tasting antifreeze, the specific brand I had named, the method of mixing it with gourmet food. I felt the blood drain from my face. I looked out my window. The police were leaving. My neighbor was standing on his own porch, watching them go. He looked perfectly normal, a man witnessing a neighborhood tragedy. Then he turned and looked right at my window again. This time, he didn't just look. He gave a small, slow nod, as if acknowledging a shared secret, before turning and going back inside. Panic, pure and electric, shot through me. I had to get rid of the evidence. This wasn't a story anymore, this was a crime scene, and my words were the blueprint. I highlighted the entire document and pressed delete. A dialog box popped up. "Are you sure you want to permanently delete the nightmare document?" My finger hovered over the trackpad, but I couldn't do it. This was proof. Proof of what? I didn't know. Proof I was losing my mind, proof of a terrifying coincidence, or proof of something much worse. But it was proof. I clicked cancel. Instead, I password protected the file and hid it deep within a folder of old tax returns. I became a prisoner in my own home, but the jailer was my own fear. I watched his house constantly. I saw the detectives come back the next day to ask more questions. I saw my neighbor talking to them, his face a mask of polite concern and sorrow. He was playing the part of a sympathetic neighbor perfectly. The villain in my story would have been a flawless actor too. I had to know. I had to test it. The idea was insane, but the fear had already taken root. That night, I did something reckless. I opened a new document. I wrote a new sleep chapter before bed. I deliberately wrote a false detail, something obvious and checkable. I wrote that after the dog died, the villain got paranoid. He dug up the little body in the middle of the night and reburied it under a specific red rose bush in the far corner of his own garden. I described the rose bush in detail, its gnarled base, the way it hadn't bloomed well this year. I saved the document, printed it out, and placed it on my desk next to the notebook. It was a test. If this was all in my head, then nothing would happen. The dog was already buried or at the vet for cremation. The rose bush meant nothing. But if something else was happening, I went to bed, but I didn't sleep. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the night. I must have dozed off near dawn because the next thing I knew, gray light was filling the room. I sat bolt upright. There was a new page in the notebook. My heart hammered against my ribs as I picked it up. It wasn't about the rose bush. The writing was more agitated than ever, the pen nearly tearing through the paper. It described a different process entirely. It talked about weight and solubility and chemical reactions. It described the villain realizing burial was too risky, too traceable. The new plan was dissolution. The page detailed, in a cold, scientific tone, how the villain would use a large plastic barrel and a certain type of industrial-strength lye, how he would calculate the ratios based on weight, how the process would take time but would leave no recognizable remains, just a slurry that could be dumped down a drain with enough water. It was horrifyingly clinical. At the bottom of the page, scrawled in huge, desperate letters, was a final line. He knows someone is watching. He is changing the plot. I dropped the page. The test had failed, or rather, it had succeeded in the worst way. The story wasn't bound by my suggestions, it was adapting, evolving in real time to counter threats, including my own prying eyes. I rushed to the window, peering through the blinds at my neighbor's garden. The red rose bush stood undisturbed in the corner, just a bush. There was no disturbed earth around it, but in his driveway, I saw something new, a large, heavy-duty black plastic barrel with a locking lid, the kind used for mixing concrete or storing grain. It hadn't been there yesterday. He was washing his car again, hosing down the driveway, the water swirling near the barrel's base. He looked up, seemingly at the sky, then let his gaze drift across the houses. When his eyes passed over my window, he paused for the briefest moment. Then he gave a small, almost imperceptible smile before turning off the hose and wheeling the barrel into his garage. I stood there, the note about changing the plot crumpled in my sweating hand. The dog was gone, the police were fooled, and the story had moved on to its next, grimmer chapter. The immediate terror of the dead dog had found a terrible kind of closure. The case was likely closed as a tragic accident. But the hook was set deeper than ever, a barb in my mind. The entity, or my madness, or whatever it was, knew I was watching. And it wasn't running from me. It was writing me into the next scene. The question was no longer what was happening next door, but what role it had in mind for me. A strange kind of calm settled over the neighborhood after the dog died, a calm that felt false and brittle, like thin ice over deep water. My neighbor's routine continued, a perfect pantomime of normal life. He went to work, he came home, he washed his car, he wheeled that ominous black barrel in and out of his garage. I watched it all from my window, a prisoner in my own home, my laptop closed, too afraid to write, too afraid to sleep. The manuscript sat hidden in my computer, a sleeping dragon I dared not wake. But the watching became its own kind of writing. I saw the detectives return once more, just a brief visit, and after they left, my neighbor stood on his porch for a long time, staring into the trees at the back of his property. His posture was different. The performative sadness was gone, replaced by something taut, like a wire stretched too tight. The next morning, he didn't leave for work at 7:15. His car stayed in the driveway. The lights in his house came on at their usual times thanks to timers, but there was no movement behind the windows, no shadow passing by. By the second day, the mail piled up in his box. By the third, a patrol car rolled by slowly in the evening, the officer inside glancing at the dark house. The missing persons case began quietly, then bloomed into full view. The police presence became a constant. Unmarked cars sat parked down the street. Officers in uniform knocked on doors, talking to other neighbors. I was the writer next door with a front row seat to a mystery I had somehow written the first draft for, and the pressure built inside my skull like a storm. The knock on my door, when it came, was firm and inevitable. I opened it to find two detectives. The one in front was tall, with a tired, intelligent face and a way of standing that seemed loose-limbed, like his body was thinking about something else. The other was shorter, sharper, his eyes already cataloging my messy living room, the stacks of books, the empty coffee cups. "Afternoon," the tall one said, flashing a badge. "Mind if we come in and ask a few questions about your neighbor?" My mouth was dry as sand. "Sure, of course," I said, stepping back. My voice sounded too high, too eager. They stepped inside, and the space of my apartment seemed to shrink. The tall detective did the talking. "We understand you work from home, is that right? You're a writer?" He said it casually, but the word writer hung in the air between us. "Yeah, that's me. Freelance stuff. Articles. Trying to write a book." I was babbling. I forced myself to stop. "Have you noticed anything unusual about your neighbor's comings and goings over the past week or so? Any arguments, strange visitors, anything at all that felt off?" I told them the truth, the normal truth. He was quiet, kept to himself. I mentioned the dog dying, how awful that was. I mentioned I'd seen him washing his car often. I was trying to be helpful, to sound like a normal, observant person. But I could feel my own nerves jangling, a live wire under my skin. The shorter detective's eyes kept drifting to my laptop on the desk. As a writer, the tall one said, his tone still conversational, you must have a good eye for detail. People watching is part of the job, right? Have you done any specific observing? Maybe kept some notes? It was an innocent question. It shouldn't have felt like a trap. But my eyes, against my will, flicked for a split second toward the laptop, toward the hidden folder where the nightmare document lived. It was a tiny movement, a mere flicker. But the tall detective saw it. His own gaze didn't follow mine, he kept his eyes on my face, but I saw a subtle shift in his focus, a quiet click behind his eyes like a lock engaging. Notes? I said, forcing a laugh that came out as a cough. No, not really. Just the usual stuff. The conversation wound down. They were polite, thanked me for my time. But as they turned to leave, the tall one, the one with the loping walk, paused at the door. We might need to speak with you again, he said. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a quiet promise. I watched from the window as they got into their unmarked car. They didn't drive away immediately. They sat there for a few minutes, talking. The tall detective was looking down at a notepad. My stomach was a knot of cold dread. They had seen my nervousness. They had seen the flick of my eyes. They knew I was hiding something. 2 days later, they returned. This time, they had a piece of paper. A search warrant. For my computer. The tall detective's face was all professional apology, but his eyes were hard. Standard procedure, he said. We need to rule things out. You understand. I didn't understand. I felt like I was falling. I let them in. I pointed to my laptop, a numb gesture. The shorter detective put on gloves, sat at my desk, and woke the machine. The sound of him clicking through my files, the soft tapping, was the loudest sound I had ever heard. I sat at my kitchen table, listening, feeling each click like a nail in my coffin. I couldn't let them find it. Not like this. Not without context. In a rush of panic, I stood up. Wait, I said, my voice shaky. There's a file. A story I've been writing. Both detectives turned to look at me. The clicking stopped. A story, the tall one asked. The words tumbled out of me in a messy, desperate heap. I told them about the writer's block, about the stupid Ouija board, about getting a creepy idea and just running with it. I made it sound like a quirky, creative exercise, a writer getting carried away with dark research. I didn't mention the sleep writing. I didn't mention the notes that predicted the dog's death. I just told them I'd written a fictional story about a murderous neighbor. And the dates on this story? The tall detective asked, his voice neutral. When did you write it? I started it, before the dog died. I said, the admission feeling like a confession of guilt. It's just a crazy coincidence. I can show you the file, the timestamps. I walked over, my legs unsteady. I navigated to the hidden folder, my fingers trembling. I opened the nightmare document. I pointed to the date on the chapter about the dog. See, I wrote that days before it happened. It's just my imagination. I was trying to prove my innocence by showing them the impossible, hoping the impossibility would set me free. It was a terrible gamble. The detectives read a few lines on the screen. Their expressions didn't change, but the atmosphere in the room did. It got colder, sharper. The fact that my fiction had preceded fact didn't amaze them. It didn't frighten them. It made me, in their eyes, a person of profound and disturbing interest. The tall detective, the one I would learn was named Detective Morrow, scanned the text. His eyes stopped on a line. He read it aloud, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. The beauty of lie is the quiet. No bone, no tooth, no echo. He looked from the screen to me. Where'd you read about that, Mr. Writer? It wasn't an accusation. It was colder than that. It was a professional inquiry into the source of my disturbingly specific knowledge. I had no answer. I don't know. I just made it up. For the story. They took my laptop as evidence. They placed it in a bag. They told me not to leave town. My alibi for the night my neighbor vanished was solid. I'd been at a public writers group with a dozen witnesses. That fact, which should have been my shield, now felt meaningless. The story itself was the evidence, and I had just handed it to them. After they left, the apartment felt hollow, scraped out. I was free, but I was in a bigger cage. I was a suspect with a bizarre hobby. I sat in the growing dark, no computer to stare at, no window I could bear to look out of. I had to know what was happening when I slept. I had to see it for myself. That was the only thing left. That night, I did the only thing I could think of. I set up my phone on a stack of books, pointed it at my desk and my chair. I set it to record video. I made sure the battery was full. I didn't go to the couch. I sat in the desk chair, determined to stay awake, to fight it. But the exhaustion was a physical weight, and the fear was a kind of lullaby. My eyes grew leaden. My head nodded. I slipped into a fitful, troubled sleep right there, my arms folded on the desk. The gray light of dawn was what woke me, my neck screaming in protest, my back stiff. For a moment, I forgot. Then I remembered the phone. It had stopped recording, the memory full. With a feeling of utter dread, I picked it up. I found the video file. I took a deep, shaking breath, and I pressed play. The video showed my dark apartment, illuminated only by the faint glow of a streetlight outside the window. There I was, a dark shape, asleep at my desk. The timestamp in the corner ticked forward. 2:45 a.m. 3 a.m. My sleeping form was motionless. Then at 3:07 a.m., something changed. My body straightened, not with the slow, groggy movement of someone waking, but with a sudden mechanical precision. I stood up from the chair. My movements were smooth, purposeful, and utterly vacant. My eyes, when the faint light caught them, were open but unseeing, glassy. I walked to the bookshelf, picked up a fresh, clean notebook and a pen. I returned to the desk, sat down, and opened the notebook. And then my right hand began to write. It wasn't the frantic scrawl of the previous notes. This was slower, more deliberate, but just as relentless. The pen moved across the page in steady, even lines. I wrote for 27 minutes without pause, without looking up, a scribe in a trance. At 3:34 a.m., my hand stopped. I closed the notebook, placed the pen neatly on top, stood up, and returned to the desk chair, where I slumped back into a seemingly normal sleep. The video ended. I sat there, the phone cold in my hand. Any last shred of denial was gone, vaporized. This was real. I was a puppet. Something was piloting me. The horror was no longer about what was happening next door. The horror was here, inside me. The immediate event of the police investigation had reached a kind of closure. I was not in handcuffs, but I was firmly in their sights, and my own mind had been proven to be a foreign country I did not control. The hook for what came next was embedded in my own flesh. I had the proof now, a video of my own possession. But the bigger, more terrifying question remained. What had I written in that notebook during those 27 minutes of perfect, empty control? I was too afraid to open it. I just stared at the closed cover, knowing that whatever story was inside, I was no longer just the author or the witness. I was a character being written, and the next chapter was waiting in my own handwriting. The closed notebook on my desk felt more dangerous than a live bomb. The video had rewired my understanding of the world. I wasn't haunted by a ghost, I was operated by a thing, a force that used my hands like tools. The rational part of my brain, the part that believed in cause and effect in grocery lists, had finally shut down, overruled by the cold, digital proof on my phone screen. I watched the video 3 more times, each viewing driving the ice deeper into my core. The blank look on my own face, the efficient, unhurried movements of my body performing a task for some absent boss, it was a violation worse than any break-in. Someone or something had the keys to my flesh and was taking midnight drives. I must have sat there for an hour, just staring at the notebook's plain black cover. Sunlight eventually streamed into the apartment, making the everyday world outside look like a painted backdrop, fake and flimsy. I had to know what it had written. With a feeling like reaching into a fire, I slowly reached out and pulled the notebook toward me. I opened it. The handwriting was different again. Not the frantic dig of the earlier notes, not my normal cursive. This was a steady, blocky print, each letter carefully formed, like a child's practiced penmanship, or the writing of someone concentrating very hard on being neat. It filled 2 full pages, and as I began to read, my breath left my body in a slow, sick rush. It was not written from the villain's point of view. It was from the victims, my missing neighbors. The entry was a first-person account, a prisoner's log. He led me down into my own basement, it began. I thought he was joking at first. The quiet writer from next door, with that look in his eyes like he was solving a math problem. He had a gun, but it was his calmness that froze me. He told me to be quiet, that this was just a temporary arrangement, a necessary part of the work. The details were horrifyingly intimate. It described the feel of the cold concrete through socked feet, the smell of his own laundry detergent on the rag used as a blindfold, the specific, aching knot in the wooden support beam he was tied to. It talked about the sounds, the gurgle of the old water heater, the scratch of what might be rats in the crawl space, the distant, muffled chime of his own grandfather clock upstairs. These were details I could never know, details no one could know unless they were there, or unless they were being fed them directly from someone who was. The narrative continued, describing days of disorientation, of being fed bland crackers and water, of the terrifying, polite conversations the captor would have with him, talking about narrative structure and character motivation as if discussing a book club pick. Then came a passage that made my skin crawl. Tonight, I heard voices upstairs, two of them, the writer's voice, low and measured, and another man's voice, deeper, with a gravelly tone. The new voice asked about my travel history, if I had any trips planned. The writer answered for me, saying no, that I was a creature of habit, that I rarely left town. The way he knew that, it's the small things that are the most frightening. My blood turned to slush in my veins. Travel history, a gravelly voice. Those were the exact words, the exact phrasing Detective Morrow had used when he questioned me about my neighbor. The thing riding through me wasn't just reporting from the victim's prison, it was incorporating real-time updates from my own life into the narrative. The story was no longer predicting the future or vaguely inspiring events. It was a live feed, a broadcast from a cellar of suffering, edited with current events. The final paragraph of the notebook entry was the worst. The victim's thoughts turned inward, spiraling into a terrified confusion. He spends hours up there typing. I can hear the clicking. Sometimes he reads passages aloud, and they are about this. About me being here. About the feel of this rope. About my fear. Why is he writing this down? Why does he need a record? Is it a confession or a manual? I don't understand the game. I just know I am a character in a story I never agreed to be in, and I think the ending is already written. I pushed the notebook away, my hands trembling violently. I felt nauseous. The entity had fully bridged the gap. It was using me to document its own crime in real time, from the victim's perspective, creating a confession that was also a sick piece of reportage. I had two pieces of utterly damning, utterly insane evidence. A video of myself in a trance state, and a first-hand account of a kidnapping that was happening right now, potentially down the block. If I went to the police with the video, I'd be labeled a severe sleepwalker at best, a psychotic at worst, and locked away for observation while my neighbor might die. If I went to them with the notebook, I'd be the prime suspect, a killer with a grotesque habit of journaling his crimes from the victim's eyes. I was trapped in a perfect, airtight box. My mind raced, scrabbling for a way out. I couldn't control the sleep writing. I couldn't stop it, but maybe, just maybe, I could influence it. The idea was a desperate straw to clutch at. If the entity was incorporating details from my waking life, then my waking life was part of the source material. I had to become a bad editor. I had to feed it useless, false, or misleading details. That day, I performed a strange and frightening pantomime. I spoke aloud to my empty apartment, directing my words to the unseen presence I now felt constantly, a cold spot in the air behind my thoughts. The basement has a dirt floor, I said clearly, while looking out the window at my neighbor's house, which I knew had a poured concrete foundation. The victim has a bad knee, a sports injury from college. He talks about it all the time. I had no idea if my neighbor had a bad knee. I was making it up, throwing false paint onto the canvas, hoping the entity would use it. I did this all day, inventing trivial, incorrect details about the house, the victim's past, anything I could think of. I felt like a madman, but it was the only action I could take. That night, I didn't even try to stay awake. The exhaustion was total. I went to bed, the notebook and a new pen placed conspicuously on the nightstand. A silent invitation I dreaded but needed. The morning came. I woke up feeling drained, my muscles sore as if I'd been running in my sleep. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. The notebook was open. A new entry filled a page. My heart sank as I read. It did not mention a dirt floor. It described the cold, smooth concrete with a new detail, a hairline crack in the shape of a lightning bolt near the drain. It did not mention a bad knee. Instead, it described the victim rubbing his wrists, raw from the ropes, and remembering how his father had taught him to tie sailing knots on a lake years ago. My false details had been ignored. But worse, the real details had become richer, deeper, more personal. My intervention had failed. The entity wasn't a passive recorder, it was a discerning author, curating reality, rejecting my weak plot suggestions. Then, at the bottom of the page, a new sentence was written, separate from the victim's narrative. It was in that same blocky print, but the words were for me. The prose is improving. The sensory details are strong. But the protagonist lacks agency. He must make a choice soon. It was feedback, editorial notes from the darkness. The story was a living thing, and I was its co-writer, receiving critique from my malevolent editor. The immediate, suffocating crisis of the live victim's narrative had reached a grim closure. I knew he was alive, I knew where he likely was, but I was powerless to help without destroying myself in the process. The hook for what came next was sharper and more personal. The entity was no longer content with just using my body. It was engaging with my mind. It was reviewing my work. The question hanging in the air, more terrifying than any police siren, was this: what choice did it want its protagonist to make? And what would it do if I refused to play my part? I looked at the feedback on the page, and for the first time, I felt a new emotion cutting through the fear, a spark of cold, defiant anger. This was my life. They were my hands, and I was done taking notes. That spark of anger was a tiny, fragile thing, but it was mine. It burned away some of the numb terror. I wasn't just a victim of a haunting or a psychological break. I was a prisoner in a story I hadn't outlined, and my warden was a thing with terrible taste in prose. The feedback on the page, "The protagonist lacks agency," was a threat and a challenge wrapped together. It wanted me to do something, to choose. Well, I would, but not the choice it wanted. My first act of rebellion was small. I took the notebook, the one with the victim's account and the editorial note, and I didn't hide it. I placed it right in the center of my kitchen table. Then I got out my phone. I didn't call the police. Instead, I opened a notes app and began to type my own document. I titled it "The Rules of the Game." I started writing down everything I knew, everything that had happened, in clear, simple sentences. The Ouija board, the dog, the sleep writing, the video, the victim's live diary, the editorial feedback. I wrote it all down, not as a story, but as a report. I was building a case file, not for the cops, but for myself. I needed to see the pattern from the outside, and the pattern was clear. The entity needed the story to be real. It wasn't just reporting events, it was shaping them, and it was using me as its conduit and its first audience. My creativity, my desperation for a good plot, was the fuel. So my second act was to starve it. I decided I would not create. I would not imagine. I would be the most boring protagonist imaginable. I spent the entire day doing mundane, thoughtless tasks. I cleaned my apartment, really cleaned it, focusing only on the smell of soap and the motion of the sponge. I cooked a complicated recipe, following the instructions with robotic precision. I did not look out the window. I did not wonder about my neighbor. I did not think about plots or characters or twists. I imagined my mind as a flat, gray, featureless plane. It was incredibly difficult. My writer's brain, trained for decades to chase connections and conjure images, fought me every step of the way. But I held on to that little spark of anger. I was not its typewriter. That night, I went to bed early. I didn't leave out a notebook. I left nothing but my own intent, to sleep and to dream of nothing. The next morning, I woke feeling a deep, throbbing ache in my right wrist. I flexed my hand. The joint was stiff and tender, the pain a hot, sharp pulse. I hadn't injured it. I hadn't typed for days, not since the police took my laptop. But I remembered the video, my hand writing steadily for 27 minutes without rest. The entity had been working, and it had given me a repetitive stress injury. It was a message, written in my own flesh: I can write your pain too. On the kitchen table, where I had left the old notebook, sat a new, single sheet of paper. The blocky print was there. It was not a victim's account. It was a direct communique. Your lack of action is a choice. It is a weak choice. It stalls the narrative. The conflict must escalate. The protagonist must engage. Consider this a revision request. The anger in me flared hotter. It was demanding a rewrite of my own behavior. I crumpled the paper and threw it across the room. The pain in my wrist spiked. I gasped, clutching my hand. It felt like a warning. A cramp, I told myself. Just a cramp. But I knew it wasn't. Later that afternoon, there was a knock on my door. My heart, which had been a nervous drum all day, almost stopped. I peered through the peephole. It was Detective Morrow, the tall one with the loping walk, standing alone. He looked even more tired than before. I opened the door, my right hand hanging awkwardly at my side. "Detective," I said, trying to sound normal. "Come in." He stepped inside, his eyes doing their quick scan of the room. They lingered on the notebook I'd left openly on the table. "We got the preliminary forensic reports back," he said, getting straight to the point. He didn't sit down. "On the dog, and from your neighbor's house." He was watching my face closely. "Some of the methods you described in your story, they leave trace evidence, chemical signatures. Things a regular person might not think about. He paused, letting that hang. We're looking for that evidence now. At your neighbor's place. And elsewhere. The word elsewhere hung in the air between us. He meant here. My apartment. They were looking for a link, a physical thread to connect my fiction to the facts. My fiction, which had preceded the facts. The story was no longer just a creepy coincidence to them, it was a possible blueprint. And I was the architect. I told you I just made it up, I said, my voice weaker than I wanted. It's just my imagination running wild. He nodded slowly, but his eyes were flat, unconvinced. A very specific imagination. His gaze fell to my hand, which I was cradling unconsciously. Hurt yourself. Just a cramp. From sleeping wrong. He accepted that with another nod, but nothing about his posture suggested he believed me. He was a man fitting puzzle pieces together, and I was a piece that kept changing shape. After he left, the apartment felt colder. The stakes had just been raised in both worlds. The police were closing in on the physical reality of the crime, and the entity was demanding I raise the stakes in the narrative. I was being squeezed from both sides. I couldn't just be boring. I had to actively sabotage the story. That night, I did the opposite of what I'd done before. I sat down with a pen and a fresh notebook. I deliberately began to write the worst, most hackneyed, most ridiculous ending I could think of. I wrote that the victim, through sheer force of will, chewed through his ropes. I wrote that he found a hidden trapdoor in his own basement that led to a secret tunnel. I wrote that he emerged, triumphant, and confronted the villain, who then burst into tears and confessed everything to the police, who just happened to be arriving at that exact moment. It was cliché, it was stupid, it was a child's ending. I filled 3 pages with this garbage, pouring all my writerly self-loathing into it. It felt good. It felt like defiance. I left the notebook open on the desk, a peace offering of terrible prose. Let the entity edit that. I went to sleep with a small, grim smile on my face. The morning light revealed my defeat. The notebook was on the floor. The 3 pages I had written were gone, torn out and shredded into tiny, confetti-like pieces scattered around the wastebasket. In the notebook, in that now familiar blocky print, was a single new paragraph. It was chillingly simple. It described the villain, my fictional counterpart, becoming aware of the police's forensic search. It described his decision to not run, but to redirect. The frame must be constructed before the picture is examined, it read. A second character must bear the weight of the narrative. The writer, obsessed, has left clues. He has researched too well. He has imagined too specifically. His own hands, in the dark, have touched the tools. His fingerprints are on the narrative. They will soon be on the physical world. I read it again and again, the meaning dawning with a slow, cold horror. It wasn't going to just make me write the story. It was going to make me the villain in the eyes of the law. The entity was plotting to frame me. It was writing the next plot twist. The crazy writer who did it all, subconsciously leaving evidence to fulfill his own dark fantasy. The immediate event of the police investigation had escalated. They were now actively hunting for forensic proof, and the entity had just outlined its counter-move. The hook for the next chapter was no longer a question of what would happen to my neighbor. It was a question of what would happen to me. The story had looked at its protagonist lacking agency, and it had decided to provide that agency in the worst way possible, by making me the prime suspect. The game had changed. I was no longer just trying to survive a haunting. I was trying to outsmart a plot that was being written in real time, a plot designed to bury me. I looked at the shredded pieces of my pathetic, defiant ending littering the floor. My attempt to write a bad story had been rejected. The entity only wanted one kind of story, a thriller, and I was now the main character in the worst way possible. The anger was still there, but it was cold now, focused. It was time to stop being a character. It was time to start being the author again. But to do that, I needed to understand the rules of this new, terrible game. And I needed an ally, even if that ally thought I was a monster. The plot had found its hole in the narrative, a gap that needed filling. The story required a culprit. And with a few strokes of a pen, guided by a force that wasn't me, it had rewritten my character. I was no longer the hapless writer next door. I was being drafted to play the part of the calculating killer, the perfect fall guy. The entity's cold logic was flawless. Who else would know such specific, horrible details? Who else would have a manuscript that acted as a confession before the fact? The frame job wasn't just a possibility, anymore it was the next chapter, and I was trapped inside the margins. I spent that entire day in a state of heightened, frantic observation. I was no longer watching my neighbor's house. I was watching my own life, as if it were a crime scene about to happen. I checked every window lock twice. I piled a chair under the knob of my apartment door, a feeble barricade. But how do you barricade yourself against something that writes with your own hands? The pain in my wrist was a constant, throbbing reminder that the connection was physical. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark living room, a baseball bat across my knees, staring at the front door. I was waiting for the entity to pilot my body somewhere, to do something that would sew the frame into reality. Around 4 a.m., a wave of unnatural fatigue hit me, a sudden chemical drop into drowsiness that felt forced, like a switch being flipped. My eyelids grew impossibly weighty. I fought it, pinching my own arms, but it was like trying to fight anesthesia. My head nodded. Just before I slipped under, I saw a shadow move outside my window, a shape passing through the slice of light from a distant street lamp. It wasn't my neighbor. It was someone else, a vague, man-sized blot against the night. Then I was out. I woke with a jolt at dawn, still in the chair, my neck stiff, the bat on the floor. The chair was still under the doorknob. Nothing was disturbed, but a deep, instinctual dread told me something had happened. I moved to the window and looked out at my small patio and the shared alley where the trash and recycling bins were kept. My recycling bin's lid was askew. I rushed outside into the cool morning air. The bin had been rummaged through. On top of the newspapers and cans was a neat, empty void where a specific bag had been a blue grocery bag I'd used 2 days prior to discard a bunch of old, failed manuscript pages, shredded by a cheap office shredder. They were just harmless story fragments, fantasy scenes, bits of dialogue. Gone. Also missing was an empty plastic prescription bottle for the sleeping pills my doctor had given me months ago, the label with my name and the medication details still on it. I'd thrown it away last week. Someone had taken my trash. The scene from the notebook flashed in my mind. His own hands, in the dark, have touched the tools. His fingerprints are on the narrative. They will soon be on the physical world. This was the first step, planting my research, my shredded writings, and my prescription for drugs that could subdue a victim somewhere they shouldn't be. The narrative was no longer on paper. It was being performed by actors I couldn't see. I was witnessing my own framing in real time. Panic wanted to take over, to send me running to the police screaming about shadowy figures. But that's what the protagonist would do in a cheap story. The panicked writer acting guilty. I forced myself to think like the author, not the character. If the story was a map, then I had to read it. The entity's latest chapter said the frame required 2 things: the victim's DNA in my space, and my research in the victim's space. They had just taken a piece of my research. The next move was obvious. I had to assume they would also try to plant something of my neighbor's here. I turned my apartment inside out. I checked under beds, in cupboards, behind the toilet tank. I found nothing. Not yet, but the expectation was now a constant buzz in my skull. The phone rang later that morning. It was Detective Morrow. His voice was tight, controlled, a wire about to snap. "We need you to come down to the station," he said. It wasn't a request. "We executed a more thorough warrant on your neighbor's basement. We found something that doesn't belong." He wouldn't say what over the phone, but I knew. My pharmacy receipt, or my shredded pages. Something with my name on it, literally or figuratively. "I'll be right there," I said, my own voice sounding strangely calm to my ears. This was the crossroads. Going down there alone, into that sterile room under those bright lights, was walking into the third act. They would have the evidence. They would have my story. They would have my nervousness, my bizarre explanations. I would be arrested. The story would have its ending. Unless I changed the genre. I didn't drive to the police station. I drove to a crowded, noisy diner a few miles away. I sat in a corner booth, my back to the wall, and I called Detective Morrow back. When he answered, his tone was impatient. "Where are you?" "I'm somewhere public," I said, keeping my voice low. "And I need you to meet me. Alone. Before you do anything else." "That's not how this works," he said, the cop voice taking over. "You need to come in." "I know what you found in the basement," I interrupted. I closed my eyes, gambling everything. "You found a bag. Probably a plastic grocery bag. Inside, there are shredded pieces of paper, pieces of old stories I wrote, and maybe a prescription bottle, with my name on it." There was a long pause on the other end. I could almost hear his mind working, recalculating. "How could you possibly know that?" he finally asked, his voice a low rumble. "Because I'm not the one who put it there," I said. "And I can tell you what you're going to find next. But not over the phone. Not at the station. Meet me. Bring a voice recorder. You're gonna want proof of where your ideas are really coming from. Another pause, longer this time. I could feel his suspicion warring with his curiosity, his professional duty clashing with the sheer, unexplainable weirdness of this case. The dog. The story written before the fact. And now, me predicting the evidence found in a sealed crime scene. Where? He said, the word clipped. I gave him the diner's address. Come in plain clothes. Park around back. And for the love of God, bring the recorder. I hung up before he could say no. The wait felt like an eternity. I drank 3 cups of bad coffee, my nerves jangling. I watched the door. When he finally walked in, he looked like a man off-duty jeans, a worn jacket. But his eyes were all detective, sharp and missing nothing. He slid into the booth opposite me, his large frame making the seat creak. He placed a small digital voice recorder on the table between us, pressed record, and gave a terse statement of the date, time, and who was present. Then he looked at me. Talk. So I did. I told him everything. Not the cleaned-up, quirky writer version. The real version. I started from the beginning, with the Ouija board, but this time I included the sleep writing. I described the video of myself. I told him about the victim's first-person accounts in the notebook, the details about the basement, the laundry detergent, the grandfather clock. I told him about the editorial notes, the demand for agency, the threat of the frame. I told him about the shadow and the missing trash. I laid it all out, a tapestry of the impossible. He listened without a word, his face a stone. When I finished, the only sounds were the clatter of dishes from the kitchen and the low hum of the recorder. You expect me to believe, he said slowly, each word deliberate, that you are being psychically fed details of a crime by an entity that is also committing the crime, and that this entity is now framing you by using your own body as a puppet, all to serve the needs of a narrative? Put that way, it sounded utterly deranged. I nodded. Yes, that's what I expect you to believe, because it's the truth. Check the dates on everything. Look at the video. The thing writing through me knew about you asking about travel history before I could have possibly told it. It's not me, detective. It's using me. He leaned back, rubbing his face with one hand. He looked exhausted. There's another explanation, he said. A more practical one. There's an and unknown subject. A real human killer. And for some reason, he's got a psychic link to you. Or he's manipulating you, feeding you details, making you write them down so you look crazy or guilty. You're not a puppet to a ghost. You're a puppet to a very clever, very dangerous man. It was his way of bending the impossible into a shape that could fit inside a police report. He needed a human villain. I didn't correct him. Let him think it was a psychic serial killer. It was easier than the truth. That the villain might just be the story itself, a narrative parasite in need of a host. Okay, I said. Let's go with that. A psychic killer. He's feeding me the plan. I write it down. You read it. He anticipates your moves, because he's seeing my writing or feeling my thoughts, and he counters them. It's a loop. And right now the plan is to frame me. Morrow was silent for a long time, staring at the recorder as if it held the answers. The stuff in the basement, he finally admitted. It was your shredded pages. In a blue bag. We're running prints, but I'd bet my pension they're clean except for yours from when you threw them away. He looked at me, his eyes hard. So what's the next move in his plan? According to your source. I thought about the narrative logic. Two-way street. He took something of mine to plant there. He'll try to bring something of the victim's to plant with me. A toothbrush. Hair from a brush. Something with DNA. To put me at the scene, or him in my space. Morrow nodded slowly. And the victim? Your neighbor? What's the plan for him? I don't know, I said honestly. The story, the transmissions, they're from his point of view. He was alive as of the last writing. The entity wants a thriller. A missing person is a mystery. A body is a crime. But a framed perpetrator with a living victim? That's a ticking clock. That's Act 3. A grim understanding passed over his face. He was starting to think in story terms too. So we use the loop, he said, his voice dropping. We use you. If he's getting his information from you, we feed him false information. We make him make a mistake. I tried that, I said, holding up my still aching wrist. It doesn't like bad plot suggestions. It rejected them. Violently. Then we don't give him a suggestion, Morrow said, a spark of something fierce in his tired eyes. We give him a fact. A real one. But one that benefits us. You said the sleep writing happens. It's going to happen again. Tonight, before you go to bed, You think one thing as hard as you can. You think, where is he? I need to see the room. Show me exactly where he is. You focus everything on that. You try to guide the signal. You ask for a location. And if you get one, you call me immediately. No matter the hour. We move on it instantly. We break his loop by acting faster than the plot can adjust. It was a dangerous, crazy plan. It relied on everything being true, the link, the sleep writing, everything. It was Morrow's leap of faith. He was risking his career on the ravings of a sleepwalking writer. Okay, I whispered. Okay, I'll try. He stopped the recorder, pocketed it, and stood up. I'll have a patrol keep a discreet watch on your place tonight. For the shadow. But for this to work, you have to be the bait in the trap. You understand? I understood. I went home, the pact forged. The immediate, overwhelming threat of being arrested right then had been deferred. We had a plan, a collaboration born of mutual desperation. The hook for what came next was terrifyingly simple. That night, I did as Morrow instructed. I sat on my bed and focused all my will, every ounce of my being, into a single, clear thought, directed at the cold presence that lingered in the corners of my mind. Where is he? Show me the room. I need to see the exact place. Give me an address. I thought it until my head ached. Then, exhausted, I lay down and let the unnatural sleep take me. I woke not to pages, but to my phone buzzing violently on the nightstand. Dawn was just a gray hint at the window. It was Morrow. His voice was sharp, urgent, charged with an energy I'd never heard before. It worked. You talked in your sleep. You said an address. Out loud. We're mobilizing. Stay there. Do not move. He hung up. My heart was a frantic drum. It had worked. We had hacked the signal. I looked at my desk, expecting a new handwritten page detailing the location, confirming it. But the desk was bare except for one thing. A single sheet of paper. I walked over, my legs unsteady. There was no address. Just a title, written in that same blocky, deliberate print. The title was The Final Chapter, The Unreliable Narrator. The page was otherwise blank. A cold deeper than any I had ever felt seeped into my bones. We had asked for a location. The entity had given us a chapter title. It hadn't been tricked. It had listened, and it had decided to rewrite the ending one more time. The blank page with its ominous title felt like a punch to the gut. The Unreliable Narrator. It wasn't a location, it was a literary critique, a warning, and a promise. The entity wasn't playing the game we'd set up, it was changing the rules of the game itself. My hands were shaking as I picked up the page. Unreliable narrator. In story terms, it meant the person telling the tale couldn't be trusted. They were lying, or mistaken, or crazy. The entity was telling me, and by extension Detective Morrow, that the source of our information was not credible. It was a preemptive strike against whatever I had said in my sleep. What had I said? Morrow had sounded so sure, so urgent. He was mobilizing. That meant I had given them something. An address? A description? The phone felt like a live wire in my hand. I wanted to call him back to ask, to warn him about the page, but his order had been clear: stay put. Do not move. So I waited. The minutes stretched into an agony of uncertainty. I paced my apartment, the title of that final chapter screaming in my head. I looked out the window. The street was still, bathed in the pre-dawn gray. No sirens, no flashing lights from the direction of my neighbor's house. Wherever they were going, it wasn't here. After an hour that felt like a year, my phone buzzed again. It was a text from a number I didn't recognize. It was Morrow. Raid was a success and a catastrophe. Do not come to the station. Do not answer your door. We will talk soon. Success and a catastrophe. The words made no sense together. My mind raced, painting terrible pictures. Had they found my neighbor dead? Had there been a shootout? Was the catastrophe that they found evidence pointing even more squarely at me? The waiting became a new kind of torture. I watched the news on my laptop, local stations, but there was nothing. No breaking story about a dramatic police raid. Whatever had happened, it was being kept quiet. It was nearly noon when a plain sedan pulled up outside. Detective Morrow got out alone. He looked like he had aged 10 years and 10 hours. His shoulders were slumped, and his face was etched with a deep, conflicted exhaustion. He came to my door, and I let him in. He didn't speak at first. He just looked around my apartment, his eyes landing on the blank titled page still on my desk. He pointed a weary finger at it. That, he said, his voice rough. That is the problem. What happened? I asked, the question bursting out of me. He sighed a long, slow release of breath. We found him. Your neighbor. Alive. Barely but alive. Emaciated, dehydrated, tied up in his own basement workshop, just like your writings described. The vice grip, the plastic sheeting, the barrel of lye, it was all there. It was a textbook recovery. That was the success. My heart leapt for a brief, wild second. He was alive. We had saved him. But Moro's face told the rest of the story. So the catastrophe? I whispered. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes beyond suspicion or curiosity. I saw a kind of horrified confusion. The catastrophe is the evidence, he said. When we questioned him in the ambulance, he was confused, traumatized. But he was clear on one thing, his captor. He said it was a masked figure, voice distorted, the whole deal. But he fixated on one detail. He said the captor would often sit in a corner of the basement, on a stool, typing on a laptop, muttering to himself about plot holes and character motivation. The words landed like stones in a pond. Typing. Plot holes. The writer. Forensics moved in, Moro continued, his voice flat now, reciting a horrible report. They lifted prints from every surface. The vice grip, the barrel, the latch on the basement door. Dozens of clear, unambiguous fingerprints. He paused, his gaze locking onto mine. They're yours. The world narrowed to a pinprick. That's impossible, I breathed. I have an alibi for the night he vanished. I was at my writer's group. You verified that. I've never been in that basement in my life. I know, Moro said, and the frustration in his voice was immense. I know your alibi checks out. The prints are physically impossible for you to have placed. But they are there. Your shredded manuscript pages were found stuffed in a heating vent down there. The narrative, as you call it, executed the frame perfectly. It gave us a living victim, which is good. But it also gave us a mountain of physical evidence pointing to you, which is impossible. Two truths that cannot exist together. He was a man built on facts, on evidence chains, on logic. He was standing in a room where logic had just been set on fire. The chapter title, I said, pointing to the desk. The unreliable narrator. It's not about me being a liar. It's about the story itself. The entity wrote a story where the writer is the killer. It made me the villain, and then it made it real. My fingerprints. My sleeping self must have gone there. You were watching for a shadow outside my house. You weren't watching me. The entity. It walked my body over there, in the night, and it pressed my hands onto everything. It made me a part of the set decoration. Saying it out loud made it feel even more monstrous. My own body, a burglary tool used to incriminate me. Moro didn't dismiss it this time. He just looked sick. Your video, he muttered, almost to himself. The sleepwalking. It's real. And if that's real, then the rest. He trailed off, unable to finish the thought. So what happens now? I asked, dreading the answer. The victim is alive, he said, focusing on the one solid fact. He can't identify his captor. The physical evidence is all we have, but it's evidence that defies explanation. I can't take this to my captain. I can't write a report that says the suspect's fingerprints are at the scene, but he has an airtight alibi, and also he might be telepathically framed by a story demon. My career would end, and you'd be locked in a psych ward for the rest of your life. He was caught between an impossible crime and an unbelievable truth. He had saved a life, but in doing so, he had damned his own sense of reality. The entity's story is over, I said, a sudden chilling realization dawning. It wanted a thriller with a framed perpetrator and a last-minute rescue. It got it. The victim is saved. I'm the perfect suspect with impossible evidence. The end. That's why the sleep writing stopped. That's why there's just a title page. It's finished. Moro looked at the blank page, then back at me. The professional in him was wrestling with the witness to the impossible. The law had no box to check for what was happening. For now, he said finally, his voice heavy with resignation, nothing happens. The case remains open. The evidence is anomalous. The victim is alive, which is the main thing. You. He shook his head. You stay out of trouble. You don't leave town. You are, officially and unofficially, a person of profound interest. But without a coherent case, my hands are tied. It was a stay of execution, not a pardon. The cloud over me was permanent. The relief that my neighbor was alive was immense, but it was tangled in the barbed wire of my own situation. I was free, but I was forever stained. Moro left soon after, the weight of the unsolvable on his shoulders. I was alone again. The immediate, overwhelming threat was gone. The victim was safe. The act of haunting, the sleep writing, had ceased. There was a dreadful, uneasy closure. The story had reached its final page. But as I sat there in the quiet apartment, a new thought began to creep in, insidious and dark. The entity had wanted a good story. It had crafted a perfect one. But writers, even monstrous ones, love an audience. And the best stories, the truly thrilling ones, leave room for a sequel. The hook was no longer in the plot outside. It was in the silence it left behind, and in the terrifying question it planted in my mind. Was it really finished, or was this just the end of book one? I looked at my hands, the hands that had typed those words, the hands that supposedly left those prints. They looked innocent. They looked like mine, but I knew they were not entirely my own anymore. They were a published author's hands, and the world was now reading our book. The days that followed were like living in a soap bubble, a fragile, transparent sphere of normalcy that could pop at any second. My neighbor came home from the hospital, a gaunt, ghostly version of himself, flanked by family I never knew he had. He didn't look at my house. The police tape came down. The forensics vans disappeared. Detective Morrow did not call. The story, it seemed, was truly over. The entity had gotten its thrilling conclusion. A rescued victim, a cloud of impossible suspicion, and a detective left doubting the fabric of his own reality. It had retired, satisfied. I tried to reclaim my life. I bought a new laptop, a different brand, as if that could break a curse. I opened a fresh document and stared at the blank screen, trying to remember how to write my own thoughts, to conjure a story from nothing but my own mundane imagination. It was hopeless. Every idea felt flat, lifeless, pathetic compared to the chilling, vivid prose that had flowed through me. I was a regular drinker, trying to enjoy water after a lifetime of whiskey. The absence of the pressure, the fear, the nightly dread should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like a void. I was unemployed, uncreative, and permanently interesting to the police. I was free, but I was in a cage of my own making, the walls lined with leftover terror and a strange, shameful nostalgia for the creative fury I had channeled, even if it was monstrous. About a week after the raid, I was cleaning out the closet, determined to purge the last remnants of the nightmare. I pulled out the Halloween box. The cheap Ouija board was still on top. I picked it up, feeling the flimsy cardboard. This was the catalyst, the stupid toy that started it all. In a fit of defiant closure, I tore it in half, then into quarters, and stuffed the pieces into a trash bag. I would take it to the dumpster myself. As I lifted the bag, something fluttered out from between the cardboard layers, a small, folded square of paper, yellowed with age, that had been tucked behind the planchette's plastic window. I'd never seen it before. My heart, which had finally begun to slow to a normal rhythm, gave a hard, painful thump. I unfolded the paper. It wasn't printing from the board's manufacturer. It was handwritten in an elegant, old-fashioned cursive, the ink faded to brown. It was a poem or a rhyme. It read, "A story told, a story sold, a price upon the head. The narrative is satisfied, the final line is read. But readers crave another tale, upon the shelf it waits. To wake the ink and thought again, just break the mirrored gates." The words meant nothing and everything. Break the mirrored gates. It sounded like nonsense, but it felt like an instruction. A chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature traced my spine. I crumpled the note and threw it in the bag with the board pieces. Coincidence. Some previous owner's weird doodle. I took the bag out to the alley dumpster and threw it in, slamming the lid shut. I went back inside and washed my hands, scrubbing hard. I was done. That night, I dreamed for the first time since the sleep writing stopped. I was in a long, dark hallway lined with bookshelves, but the books had no titles on their spines. At the end of the hall was a full-length mirror. I walked toward it, compelled. In the reflection, I didn't see myself. I saw a figure sitting at a desk, typing furiously, its face a blur of shadows. It was writing a new story. I woke up sweating, the dream clinging to me. It was just a dream. The stress, the leftover trauma. I got out of bed to get a glass of water. Passing through the dark living room, I glanced at my new laptop, closed and dormant on the desk. The power indicator light, a tiny green LED, was blinking. On, off, on, off, in a steady rhythmic pulse. I never left it on sleep mode. I always shut it down completely. I walked over, my bare feet cold on the floor. I pressed the power button. The screen lit up instantly, blindingly bright in the dark room. It wasn't on the login screen. It was open to a blank word processor document. And in the center of the white page, a single sentence was typed in a default font I never used, Sequel, the trial. I stared, my breath caught in my throat. The story wasn't over. The entity was just between projects. It had been waiting. For me to find the note. For me to dream. For my guard to drop. The green light continued to blink on the laptop's casing, a tiny, mocking heartbeat. I reached out a trembling finger to the trackpad, to move the cursor, to delete the words. But before I could touch it, the cursor moved on its own. It zipped to the end of the sentence. The keyboard began to clack, the keys depressing by themselves in a rapid, staccato rhythm, like insect legs tapping on glass. New words appeared, letter by letter, beneath the title. The evidence was impossible, yet it existed. The writer's fingerprints were on every tool, on every surface of the hidden room. The detective had buried the report, but facts are patient things. They wait in evidence lockers. They whisper to other ears. A new prosecutor, ambitious and sharp, would find the anomalies. She would see a detective who acted on psychic tips, and a suspect with a mind that could imagine crimes into being. She would not believe in narrative parasites. She would see only a clever, twisted killer and a compromised cop. The trial would not be about guilt. It would be about sanity, and reality, and which story the jury would choose to believe. The typing stopped. The green light steadied into a constant glow. The document was saved automatically, the file name appearing at the top. The _trial_draft_1. I stood there, frozen, watching the screen. This was the new premise. The next book in the series. It had skipped the boring parts, the arrest, the charges, and jumped right to the dramatic core. The courtroom. A battle of narratives. My word against the impossible evidence. Detective Morrow's career on the line. The entity wasn't just repeating itself, it was evolving, moving into a more complex, more public genre. The legal thriller. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't fight it by ignoring it. I couldn't outsmart it with plots. I had to speak its language. I slowly pulled out the chair and sat down at the desk. I placed my hands on the keyboard, over the keys that had just moved by themselves. They felt warm. I took a deep, shaking breath, and I typed. My words appeared below its last paragraph. The writer sat before the screen, understanding. The first story required a victim and a villain. The second story required a trial and a puzzle. The entity was not evil, it was hungry. It fed on conflict, on drama, on the friction between what was real and what could be believed. It was a reader that demanded to be thrilled forever. I paused, then typed the most important line of my life, a direct address to the thing in the machine, to the presence in my mind. If you want this sequel, you will need me. Not as a puppet, as a partner. You give me the plot, and I will give it life. But we do it my way. No more sleepwalking. No more fingerprints. We write fiction. We do not make it. I hit enter, leaving a blank line. I waited. The cursor blinked. For a full minute, nothing happened. Then the keyboard clacked again, just once. A single word appeared on the new line. Negotiate. It wasn't a yes. It wasn't a no. It was an opening. A terrifying, impossible opening. The immediate closure was this. I had made contact. I had moved from being a possessed scribe to being a possible co-author. The hook for the future was vast and dark. Could I actually bargain with this thing? Could I channel its hunger for story into mere words on a page, instead of crimes in the world? Or was I just fooling myself, providing the first line of dialogue in my own final damnation? I looked at the word negotiate, glowing on the screen. Outside my window, the first birds began to chirp, signaling the dawn of a new, ordinary day. But in here, at my desk, a new and different story had just begun its first chapter. I saved the document, closed the laptop, and watched as the little green light finally went dark. The silence that followed was not peaceful. It was the pause between breaths, the moment before the jury returns, the space where the next sentence is born. I had my sanity for now. I had a dangerous partner, and I had a lifetime of stories to tell, if I could just learn to tell them on our terms. The ending, for now, was not an ending at all. It was a proposition, and the page, as always, was waiting. Story number 7. My name is Joshua, and the whole thing started with a stupid coin. The tradition was silly, but the weight of the silver dollar in my palm felt like the weight of every summer I'd ever spent under these trees. A promise I didn't fully understand, but kept anyway. I placed it on the mossy stone at the edge of our new campsite, whispering the old words my grandfather taught me, feeling that familiar mix of affection and embarrassment. For a second, the woods felt warm, like a nodded approval. Then my wife laughed from where she was unpacking the car. She called it encouraging pests and teaching the kids superstition. Before I could say a word, she marched over with a gloved hand and swept the old, tarnished offerings left by others into a grocery bag, my new shiny coin tumbling in with the rest. She left the stone bare and clean, an act that felt less like tidying and more like an erasure. I argued, but her logic was a solid, immovable wall. We were here to enjoy nature, she said, not placate imaginary forest kings. The kids, our boy and girl, watched the whole thing, their little faces switching between my awkwardness and her certainty. I gave in, like I always did, choosing a peaceful weekend over a principle I couldn't even properly explain. I told myself she was right, that I was a grown man clinging to a kid's story. The rest of the setup was normal. The tent went up, the fire pit was dug, the cooler was stocked. The forest around our clearing was deep and green, the way I remembered, but as the afternoon sun slanted through the pines, I noticed the birds had stopped singing. I mentioned it, and she said it was just the time of day that birds settled down at dusk. It made sense, so I accepted it, pushing down a small, cold feeling in my gut. The evening was actually perfect, the kind you see in brochures. We roasted hot dogs, made s'mores, told silly stories. The fire crackled and sent sparks up into a sky filling with stars. She shot me a gentle, knowing look, a see, everything is fine look that should have made me feel better, but somehow made me feel smaller. The kids giggled in their sleeping bags later, whispering about the marshmallows, and the normal sounds of the night, the crickets and the distant rustle of leaves, seemed okay. I felt foolish for my earlier worry, a comfortable embarrassment that let me finally relax. I fell asleep to the sound of my wife's steady breathing next to me, thinking about hikes we'd do tomorrow. I woke up because the inside of the tent was bone cold. The digital clock on my phone said it was just past 3 in the morning. Everything was still, but it was a wrong kind of still, like the whole world was holding its breath. I listened, my ears straining. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate dragging sound, right outside the canvas wall next to my head. It wasn't an animal rustle. It was too heavy, too purposeful, like someone pulling a sack of wet sand through the dirt and pine needles. I froze, my blood turning to ice water. I held my own breath, my eyes wide open in the dark, staring at the green nylon a foot from my face. The dragging moved along the length of the tent, from my head down towards where the kids were sleeping. It stopped right by their end. I could hear my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drum solo I was sure the thing outside could hear. A minute passed, then another. Nothing, just that immense, waiting stillness. I slowly, so slowly, turned my head to look at my wife. She was sleeping deeply, peacefully. I wanted to wake her, but the fear of making any sound at all glued me to my sleeping bag. Then, from the kids' side of the tent, came a new sound. A soft, wet crunch. Just once. Like a bite into a crisp apple, but deeper, more final. A low, quiet whimper followed, not from my son or my daughter, but a strange, pained sound that seemed to come from the ground itself right outside. Every hair on my body stood up. The dragging started again, moving away from the tent now, heading back towards the tree line. It faded slowly, swallowed by the woods until there was nothing left but that awful, profound quiet. I lay there for what felt like hours, shivering, waiting for the sun. When the first gray light finally seeped into the tent, I moved, my joints stiff with cold and terror. I unzipped the tent door with trembling hands and crawled out into the dawn. The air was misty and chill. I looked around the campsite first. The fire pit was cold ashes. Our chairs were where we left them. The cooler was shut. Everything looked normal. I took a shuddering breath, almost ready to believe it had been a nightmare, some weird sleep paralysis. Then I turned towards the kids' side of the tent. There, in the soft dirt, was a deep, wide groove, like something heavy had been pulled through it. The groove led from the trees, went right past my head, and stopped at a spot just outside their door. And at that spot, the ground was messed up. The pine needles were scuffed away, and the dark earth was patted down. And in the very center of that patted down earth, placed neatly like a gift on a pillow, was a perfect spiral-shaped piece of weathered bone. It was small, maybe from a rabbit or a fox, but it had been worked, carved by something into this twisting, elegant shape. It was clean and white, and it was cold, so cold, even as the morning sun began to touch it. I stood there, staring at it, the memory of that wet crunch echoing in my skull. I didn't hear her come up behind me. "What is it?" she asked, her voice still rough with sleep. I couldn't answer. I just pointed at the bone on the ground. She looked at it, then at the dragging track in the dirt. Her practical, logical mind tried to engage. "An animal," she said, but her voice was thin. A raccoon or something. Dragged its dinner past us. She reached down, as if to pick the spiral bone up and throw it into the woods. My hand shot out and grabbed her wrist, harder than I meant to. Don't, I said, and the look in my eyes must have been something new, something she'd never seen before, because she pulled her hand back and just looked at me, really looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a crack in her certainty, a tiny fissure of pure, undiluted fear. We had broken a rule we didn't understand, and now the forest had left us a calling card. The weekend was over, but I knew, with a certainty that sank into my bones, that we were not allowed to leave. The morning sun felt like a lie, a bright, cheerful blanket trying to cover up the ugly truth we'd found in the dirt. I left the spiral bone right where it was, a bad luck charm I was too scared to touch. My wife didn't argue this time. We moved around each other with a new carefulness, a quiet dread hanging between us as we made breakfast for the kids. They were bubbly and normal, completely unaware of the track in the dirt or the twisted little sculpture waiting just outside the tent flap. My son asked for more syrup on his pancakes, his voice loud in the hushed camp. My wife smiled at him, a tight, stretched smile that didn't reach her eyes. We were acting, playing the part of a happy family on a camping trip, and the effort was exhausting. After we ate, she pulled me aside while the kids colored at the picnic table. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, her fingers digging into my arm. "Something's not right." That was the biggest admission I'd ever heard from her. I just nodded, a quick jerk of my head. We decided to break camp fast and be on the road before lunch. The plan was simple, solid, a lifeline back to the normal world. We told the kids we were going on a surprise early trip for ice cream. They cheered, and the sound of their happiness made my heart ache. We started packing with a frantic energy, stuffing sleeping bags into sacks, yanking tent stakes from the ground. It was while I was collapsing the tent poles that I noticed the first one. The aluminum pole, supposed to be straight, had a gentle, perfect curve in its middle. I stared at it, confused. Had I sat on it, I unclipped the next section. It had the same curve, a mirror image, so that when I laid them together they formed a loose, looping shape. A chill that had nothing to do with the morning air went through me. I checked another pole. It was bent too, not crumpled or kinked, but smoothly, deliberately worked into a spiral. My hands started to shake. I dropped the poles and ran to the camp kitchen box. The forks and spoons, my good stainless steel camping set, were all twisted into little corkscrews. The metal was cold, ice cold, like it had just come out of a freezer. "Honey," I called out, my voice cracking. She came over, wiping her hands on her jeans. She saw the spiraled utensils in my hands, and her face went pale. "What did you do?" she asked, not accusing, just bewildered. "I didn't do anything," I said. We started checking everything. It was everywhere. The eyelets on our hiking boots left outside were curled into tiny metal fists. The car keys, sitting on the picnic table, were warped into a useless knot of brass and steel. The pocket knife I kept in my tackle box was a closed loop. Every single piece of metal we owned, big or small, had been remade into these insane, intricate curls. They were laid out, we realized with a growing horror, not randomly. They formed a wide, rough circle around where our tent had been. Inside the circle, the grass was fine. Outside of it, there was no sign of disturbance. No footprints, no crushed blades, nothing. It was as if the spirals had just grown up from the ground overnight. My wife's practical mind fought for control. She knelt by a twisted tent peg, her brow furrowed. This is vandalism," she said, the words sounding weak and silly in the open air. "Somebody from town. Kids. They must have come while we were sleeping. Used some kind of pipe bender or tool. They're messing with us." She was trying so hard to build an explanation, I could see her hands trembling as she pointed at the flawless grass. They must have been really careful with their footprints. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to. For the kids' sake, who were now watching us with wide, worried eyes, I made myself nod. Yeah, stupid kids. But I knew. This wasn't the work of human hands. The precision was too perfect, the materials too varied. Hard steel, soft aluminum, brass, all cold-worked without a single tool mark. This was something else. Something that left a bone as a welcome gift. We packed the twisted remains of our gear into the car anyway, moving faster, our movements jagged with fear. The kids were quiet now, sensing the crack in our adult armor. We got everyone into the car, a beat-up SUV that suddenly looked like a fortress on wheels. I climbed into the driver's seat, the familiar smell of old coffee and vinyl a small comfort. I put the key in the ignition. My wife reached over and squeezed my knee. "Just go," she whispered. I turned the key. Nothing. Not a click, not a groan, not a single dash light. The car was a dead metal box. My stomach dropped. "Try again," she said, her voice higher. I turned it off and on again. Still nothing. Complete emptiness. "Battery?" she asked, but she knew it wasn't the battery. A dead battery gives you lights, a weak groan. This was a void. I popped the hood, the metallic clang loud in the quiet clearing. We both got out and stared into the engine bay. For a second, it just looked messy, a tangle of wires and hoses. Then my eyes focused. The main wiring harness, the big bundle of cables that runs the whole car, hadn't been cut. It had been unbraided. The colored plastic sheathing was peeled back with a delicate, almost surgical precision. The copper wires inside were separated, each one straightened from its bundled form, and then meticulously rewoven with the others into a complex, beautiful, and utterly useless pattern of loops and whorls. It looked like a basket made of technology, a piece of art that meant our car was now a very large paperweight. Beside me, my wife made a small, choked sound, a gasp that held back a scream. Her hand flew to her mouth. This was the final proof, the one that shattered her last theory of vandals. No kid, no adult, could do this in the dark, without light, without sound, in a few hours. This was impossible. We were trapped. Truly, deeply trapped. We stood there for a long minute, just staring at the engine's corpse. The kids were asking questions from the back seat, their voices muffled by the glass. I couldn't answer. My mind was racing down dark paths, thinking of 5-mile hikes through unknown woods, carrying small children, with something that twisted metal for fun following us. As if hearing my thought, the sound came. It was 3 clear, sharp knocks on wood. They came from the forest to our left, from the direction of the mossy stone. The knocks were perfectly spaced, like a polite but firm request. We both flinched, grabbing onto each other. We waited, our breaths held. A few seconds later, 3 more knocks came, identical, from the exact same spot. Then, after another pause, a final set of 3 knocks. 9 knocks in total. An invitation. A summons. I looked at my wife. Her eyes were huge, all the color drained from her face. The practical woman was gone, replaced by a raw, primal fear that mirrored my own. We had tried to run, and we had been stopped. The thing in the woods wasn't done with us. It was waiting for us to come and talk. The decision hung in the air between us, a terrible, unspoken question. Do we stay with the dead car, our twisted metal circle, and wait for night to fall again? Or do we walk towards the knocking and see what wanted our attention so badly? The kids, picking up on the quiet, had stopped talking altogether. In that new, awful stillness, the only choice left felt like the beginning of a very long walk into the dark. We did not walk towards the knocks. We couldn't. Moving towards that sound felt like stepping off a cliff. Instead, we huddled by the dead car, making a new camp in the harsh daylight, a camp of fear. We pulled out the few supplies that weren't ruined, some granola bars, a bag of pretzels, bottles of water. The kids ate quietly, their earlier excitement gone, replaced by a confused obedience. They knew something was very wrong, but our forced smiles and brittle chatter kept the worst of the terror at bay. My wife and I worked without speaking, building a small fire pit with rocks, gathering dry wood. The work kept our hands busy and our minds from spinning completely free. As the afternoon wore on, a strange kind of normalcy settled over us, the kind that happens in emergencies when there's nothing left to do but wait. We told the kids we were having a surprise extended adventure since the car was sick. They seemed to accept it, or at least they stopped asking about the ice cream. I kept looking at the tree line, expecting to see something, but there was only the steady, watchful green of the pines. The birds never did come back. The woods were so profoundly still it felt like we were stuck inside a painting. When dusk began to creep in, painting the sky in purples and oranges, the real dread started to coil in my gut again. Night was coming. The thing that twisted metal and left bones was a creature of the dark. We got the fire going good and strong, a bright barrier of light and crackle. We sat around it on logs, roasting the last of the hot dogs. The kids, tired from the strange day, leaned against us, their eyelids drooping. My wife, trying to keep the mood light, started to sing. It was a soft lullaby, one she'd sung to both of them since they were babies. Her voice, usually clear and sweet, wavered a little, but she pushed through. It was a song about moonbeams and sleepy clouds, a piece of home she was trying to plant in this awful place. The kids smiled, snuggling closer. For a few minutes, the fear loosened its grip. The fire warmed our faces. The song floated up into the darkening sky. It felt almost peaceful. That's when the voice came. It didn't come from one direction. It came from everywhere at once, rising from the ground, rustling from the leaves, vibrating in the very air. It was deep and dry, like stones grinding together under the earth. You took my tithe. We all jumped. The kids whimpered, clutching at us. My wife's song died in her throat. You owe a debt. The words weren't loud, but they pressed against my ears, filled my head. The old stone is empty. I found my own voice, a thin, cracked thing. We didn't know. I shouted at the trees. We're sorry. We'll put it back. More. We'll put more. There was a pause, a space where the forest seemed to consider my offer. Then my wife stood up. Her fear had burned away, replaced by a blazing, defiant anger. She stepped forward, towards the firelight's edge, her fists clenched. We owe you nothing, she screamed into the gloom. Do you hear me? Nothing. You show yourself. You show yourself right now. Her bravery was terrifying. It was the wrong thing to do. The voice answered, and this time it felt closer, more focused, like it was speaking right into her ear. The woman with summer in her hair. Instinctively, her hand flew up to touch her hair, a vibrant, coppery red that did indeed look like captured autumn sunshine. Her voice is sweet. The voice seemed to savor the words. I will have her song, the lullaby. It wanted the lullaby. Not just the song, but her song, the one she just sang. The one that came from her. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks upwards. The kids, who had been staring wide-eyed, suddenly went limp against me. They weren't asleep. Their eyes were open, glassy and unseeing, but from their mouths came a low, unison whimper, a single, miserable note held between them. They were crying without tears, trapped in some shared trance. Stop it! My wife shrieked, rushing back to them, shaking their small shoulders. They didn't respond, just kept up that awful, rhythmic sound. I tried to bargain, my mind racing. You can have anything else. I yelled. Money. I have money in my wallet. Food. Take all our food. Just leave them alone. The forest gave no answer. My offers were nonsense to it, like offering a pile of leaves to a king. It had stated its price. My wife, kneeling by our catatonic children, looked up at me, tears cutting tracks through the dirt on her face. It wants the song, she whispered. Maybe if I give it what it wants. She stood, her legs shaky. She walked back to the edge of the light, facing the wall of trees where the voice had last spoken. She opened her mouth, and a thin, shaky version of the pop song from the radio came out, a tune with no heart in it. She got through 3 lines. A wind, sudden and vicious, ripped through the clearing. It didn't come from the sky. It shot out from the trees, a horizontal blast that hit the fire dead on. Half the flames vanished, smothered into smoking, blackened logs. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second. The message was clear as ice. A fake song, a borrowed song, was an insult. It had to be real. It had to be hers. The wind stopped as suddenly as it came. The remaining fire struggled back to life. Our children's low whimpering cut off. They blinked, looked around, confused, and then started to cry for real, big, gulping sobs of fright. They were back, but the cost of their return was now laid bare. My wife stumbled back to them, gathering them into her arms, rocking them. She looked over their heads at me, and in her eyes, I saw the defiance gone, replaced by a horrified understanding. We were in a negotiation with something ancient and utterly ruthless, and it held all the cards. The rest of the night was a long, slow torture. We didn't sleep. We kept the fire fed, sitting back to back, watching the woods. The voice did not return. No more knocks sounded, but the woods were not still anymore. We could hear them moving. Not footsteps, but a soft, steady shushing sound, like something with many legs or many bodies was dragging itself through the undergrowth, circling our little island of light. The circle was getting smaller with each passing hour. By the time the first gray light of a new day began to dilute the blackness, the dragging sounds were so close we could hear the individual pine needles rustling. Whatever was out there was just beyond the ring of our firelight, patient, waiting for us to tire, waiting for the dark to return. We had survived the night, but we were prisoners, and the warden was closing in. Dawn broke not with hope, but with a desperate, shaky plan. We couldn't stay another night. The thing in the woods, the voice, the circling shushes, they were a tightening noose. We had to move. We decided to hike out. The ranger station was only 5 miles south, a straight shot down the main trail we'd come in on. It was a lifeline, a fact from the real world we could cling to. We abandoned everything but the essentials, a few water bottles, some snacks, a first aid kit. Leaving the ruined camp and the twisted metal circle felt like shedding a dead skin. The morning was cool and bright, birds or no birds, and for the first hour, it almost felt like we were winning. The kids, holding our hands, walked with a determined pace, their small backpacks bouncing. My wife's face was set in a hard line of focus, her eyes scanning the trail ahead for roots and rocks. Every step away from that clearing was a step towards sanity. I watched the familiar blazes on the trees, the painted rectangles assuring us we were on the right path. My heart began to lift, just a little. Maybe we could outwalk this. Maybe it was tied to that one place, that one stone. The trail began to slope upwards, a gentle rise I remembered. At the top was a small ridge, and after that, it was a straight, easy walk to the park road. We climbed, our breath coming a little harder. We reached the crest, and we stopped. The trail ended. Not in a parking lot, not at a road. It ended in a wall of thorns. It wasn't normal brush. These were black, woody vines as thick as my wrist, woven together tighter than any fence, studded with spikes long and sharp like cat claws. They formed a solid, impenetrable barrier that stretched left and right as far as we could see, completely blocking the path. The painted blazes on the trees simply stopped, the last one facing this monstrous, living wall. This isn't right," my wife whispered. Her voice was small. We took a wrong turn. But we hadn't. The path was clear, the blazes unmistakable. There was no fork, no side trail. This was the only way. A cold numbness spread through my chest. "We'll go back," I said, trying to sound sure. "Try the other fork from camp, the one that goes west to the creek, that connects to the fire road." We turned around, our steps quicker now, a new panic setting in. The kids were tired, asking to be carried. We hoisted them onto our backs, their small arms tight around our necks. We got back to the clearing, our awful home base, and without pausing, took the other marked trail, the one that should lead to the babbling creek we'd passed on the drive in. This trail was narrower. We walked for 40 minutes, the creek's gurgle never appearing. Instead, the path just frayed. The trees grew closer together. The ground became uneven, covered in a type of sickly gray moss I didn't recognize. The trail blazes became faded, then stopped altogether. We were just walking into wilderness. We turned back again, a sick dread now a solid lump in my throat. The third trail, an old animal track I thought I remembered, led us in a wide, confusing circle that dumped us back at the edge of our own clearing from a different angle. We stood there, panting, the kids crying quietly from exhaustion and fear. My wife's face was ashen. Her map, the printed one from the park website, was crumpled in her hand. She stared at it, then at the sun, then at her phone's useless compass app, which spun in lazy, dizzy circles. "The sun's wrong," she said, her voice flat. "It's in the wrong place." She was right. According to the map and the time of day, the sun should have been ahead of us, to our right. It was almost behind us, casting long, distorted shadows that didn't match the landscape we knew. I pulled out my old physical compass, a brass one my grandfather gave me. Its needle swung wildly, never settling on north, quivering as if scared of its own shadow. Nothing worked. The rules of the world, north-south trails maps, had been cancelled. We weren't lost. Lost implies you're still on the same map. We had been erased from it. The final blow came from my daughter. While my wife and I argued in tense, hissed whispers about which way to try next, my daughter, still on my back, pointed a small finger over my shoulder. "Daddy," she said, her voice tired but clear. "The skinny men are watching." My blood ran cold. I whirled around, nearly dropping her. "Where, sweetie? Where do you see them?" She pointed at a dense thicket of ferns about 50 yards away. "There. They're shy." I saw nothing but green and shadow. My wife saw nothing, but our son, from her back, nodded. "Yeah, they're real tall." There was no fear in their voices, just a simple statement of fact, which was more terrifying than any scream. Their young eyes could perceive what ours, trained on logic and light, could not. That broke the last of my wife's resistance. She slid our son to the ground and sank to her knees, not crying, just shaking, her whole body trembling with a terror so deep it had no sound. She was a scientist in a lab where every law of physics had just laughed in her face. We were beaten. The hike out was a fantasy. The world had been bent around us, a prison with invisible walls. There was nothing left to do but return to our cursed campsite. The walk back was the longest of my life, a funeral march for our hope. The kids walked now, holding our hands, too tired to even complain. The afternoon light was fading, painting the woods in long, gloomy stripes. We trudged into the clearing, just as the last of the sun dipped below the trees. The camp was as we left it, the dead car, the cold fire pit, the scattered, twisted metal. And there, in the very center of the clearing, placed neatly on the flat top of the mossy stone, was a new object. We approached it slowly, drawn by a horrible curiosity. It was a crown, a small, hideously beautiful crown woven from thorny black branches, shiny beetle shells that gleamed with a purple-green light, and tiny, slender bones that were too white, too clean. The thorns were positioned inward, pointing towards the center, where a head would go. It was a size meant for a child. My son, maybe, or my daughter. It sat there on the moss, a promise and a threat, an invitation to a ceremony we didn't understand. We stared at it, unable to speak, unable to move. The forest had not just trapped us. It was making plans for us, and it was starting with our children. The crown sat on the stone, a small, wicked thing that seemed to suck the last of the daylight into its twisted form. We were frozen, a family statue of horror, just staring. My mind was screaming, a jumble of no, and run, and smash it, but my body wouldn't obey. It was my son who moved first. He'd been listless, leaning against my leg, but his head slowly lifted. His eyes, usually bright and curious, were cloudy, like windows fogged from the inside. He didn't blink. He just stared straight ahead at the crown. Then he took a step, a smooth, dreamy step that didn't belong to my clumsy, energetic boy. "Hey buddy, stop," I said, my voice thin. He took another step. My wife snapped out of her shock. "Baby, no," she cried, lunging for him. But he walked with an unnatural, gliding motion, right past her reaching hand, straight towards the stone. It was sleepwalking, but deeper, a trance pulled from his very core. The forest wasn't grabbing him. It was using his own body against him. I moved to intercept, panic giving my legs speed, but my wife was faster. She didn't go for him. Instead, she placed herself directly between our gliding son and the crown, her back to the thorny thing, her face to the woods. She spread her arms wide, a human shield, and she began to sing. Not the pop song from last night, the lullaby, the real one. Her voice cracked on the first note, raw with terror and tears, but she pushed it out. "Hush now, my darling, don't you cry." It was the song of moonbeams and sleepy clouds, the song that belonged only to her, the song the voice had demanded. She was paying the debt. Right here, right now. She was giving them what they wanted to save our son. The effect was instant. My son stopped mid-step, one foot still in the air. His head tilted, not like a confused child, but like a dog hearing a new, interesting sound. The compulsion to walk forward was gone, replaced by a deep, listening stillness. But the woods reacted. The air, already cool, grew sharp and crisp. The few remaining leaves on the oak above us shivered, though there was no wind. The shadows around the edge of the clearing seemed to deepen, to thicken, as if drawing closer to listen. My wife closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and kept singing. She poured every bit of love, every memory of rocking her babies, every late-night comfort into the notes. It was the most beautiful and terrible sound I had ever heard, because I knew she was singing her heart right out of her chest and offering it up. She reached the end, the final, soft line about dreaming until the morning light. Her voice trailed off into a sob. She stood there, shaking, waiting. For a long moment, nothing happened. The forest was holding its breath. Then, from the trees all around us, the sound came back. But it wasn't one deep, grinding voice. It was many. Dozens of rough, whispery voices, like wind through dead grass, echoing the melody of the lullaby back at us. They sang it note for note, perfectly in tune, but utterly empty of any warmth or love. It was a copy, a recording made of twigs and stones and old bones. They had learned it. The echo finished. The real quiet that followed was worse than any noise. It was a waiting quiet. My wife turned around, her eyes searching mine, a desperate question in them. Was that enough? Our son blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked around like he'd just woken from a nap. "Mommy, I'm cold." He was back, truly back. She swept him up into a crushing hug, sobbing into his hair. I grabbed my daughter and held her close, feeling her little heart hammering against mine. We had won a skirmish. We had bought back our son with the only currency that mattered here. But as the relief washed over me, a new, deeper chill settled in my bones. The voices had sung the song back perfectly. They didn't just want to hear it once. They wanted to own it, to keep it, and now they knew every note. My wife had just given them the blueprint. She had saved our boy, but she had also shown the hungry thing in the woods exactly what it was hunting. The crown still sat on the stone, untouched. The debt, I feared, was not paid in full. It had only just come due. The echo of the lullaby faded, but the feeling of being watched did not. It multiplied. I kept my eyes on the tree line, and as the last light bled from the sky, I began to see them. Not one forest king, like in some fairy tale, but many. Shapes, tall and impossibly thin, standing absolutely motionless just inside the ring of trees. They were the color of old bone and pale birch bark, their limbs too long, jointed in wrong places. They had no faces, just smooth stretches of that same pale material with dark, hollow dips where eyes should be. They didn't move. They didn't advance. They just stood there, a silent audience of maybe 20, forming a broken circle around our entire clearing. My wife saw them too. A small, choked gasp escaped her lips. She clutched our son tighter, turning so his face was buried in her neck, but our daughter, still in my arms, stared right at them. She didn't cry out. She just watched, fascinated. "What are they, Daddy?" she whispered. I had no answer. They weren't animals. They weren't people. They were collectors, curators, and they had come to appraise the source of the song. My wife, sensing their focus, did the only thing she could think to do. She began to sing again, the same lullaby. Her voice was weaker now, frayed at the edges with exhaustion and fear, but she poured what she had left into it. As she sang, the figures began to move. Not towards us. They began to sway. A slow, gentle, rocking motion, all in perfect time with the rhythm of her song. It wasn't a dance of enjoyment. It was a mechanical, precise movement, like pendulums set swinging by the sound waves. They were measuring the song, analyzing its structure, committing its cadence to whatever passed for their memory. It was the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. She finished the first verse. The swaying continued for a moment, then stopped, all at once, as if a switch had been flipped. The hollow eyes were fixed on her, waiting. She took a shaky breath and started the second verse. This time, her voice hitched on a high note, cracking under the pressure of their gaze. The swaying stopped instantly. The entire clearing seemed to grow colder. The message was clear as glass. They demanded perfection, a flawless performance. The song was an artifact to them, and she was the craftsman. Any flaw, any tremor of human weakness, ruined the purity of the piece. She tried to push through, but her voice was giving out, scraped raw from terror and overuse. She was a battery being drained for a machine that wanted nothing but perfect, steady voltage. I saw her knees buckle slightly. "That's enough," I shouted, stepping forward. "You got your song. Now leave us alone." The figures didn't react to me at all. Their entire attention was laser-focused on her. One of them, slightly taller than the others, took a single, smooth step forward from the trees. It didn't come into the full clearing, just to the very edge where the firelight began to fade. It tilted its head, a bird-like gesture that was utterly alien. My wife, sobbing, tried to start the lullaby a third time, but only a dry, broken rasp came out. The tall figure slowly raised one of its long, spindly arms. It didn't point at her. It turned its hand, and with a finger that looked like a jointed twig, it pointed directly at me. A new voice filled the air, not a chorus this time, but a single, grinding tone that seemed to come from the ground beneath my feet. "You." The word vibrated in my teeth. "The keeper of the old pact. You will make the payment complete." The focus shifted like a physical weight lifting from my wife and crashing down onto my shoulders. I was the one who knew the ritual. I was the one who had failed to uphold it. The responsibility, the debt, was ultimately mine. The tall figure kept its finger aimed at my heart. The other pale shapes remained still, their hollow sockets now turned towards me, a jury awaiting my response. The price had been named, but the final transaction, it seemed, required my hand. The finger pointed at me felt like a physical thing, a cold spike of attention pinning me to the spot. All the hollow eyes of the pale watchers were on me now. The keeper of the old pact. The grinding voice let the title hang in the air, an accusation. I found my voice, a dry scrape. "Take me instead," I said, the words rushing out. It was my fault. I didn't stop her from clearing the stone. The debt is on me. I stepped forward, putting myself between that pointing finger and my family. "I'll pay it, whatever it is." The forest's answer was a collective, subtle shift. The tall figure didn't lower its arm. The other forms seemed to lean in, a rustle like dry leaves that wasn't a sound but a feeling in the air. The grinding voice returned, patient, explaining as if to a simple child. "You did not create the gift. You are the conduit. The vessel is empty. The spring must flow." It wasn't just the song they wanted. It was the source, the capacity to make it. They wanted to own the singing itself, to pull it from her like a rare wine from a cask, and keep it forever in their collection of strange, beautiful things. A violent image flooded my mind, not my own. I saw my wife standing in a grove of white, leafless trees, her mouth open in a soundless cry, her vibrant red hair woven into the branches like living thread. Her eyes were open, seeing nothing, while the pale figures moved around her, tending to her like gardeners tending a precious, singing fountain. The vision was crisp, detailed, and it was offered to me. This was their solution. A living monument. A captured piece of art. I gagged, doubling over, the horror of it a physical punch to my gut. "No," I choked out. "Never. You can't have that." My wife, seeing my reaction, understood. Her face, already pale, went as white as the figures in the trees. But a spark ignited in her eyes, the last ember of her defiance. She stood up straight, gently pushing our children behind her. "If it's mine to give," she said, her voice surprisingly steady. "Then I decide how." She was trying to seize back a shred of control, to bend the rules of this awful game. "I will give you the song. All of it. But you let them go. My husband. My children. You let them walk out of here, and I will stay. I will give you what you want, on my terms." She was offering a trade. Herself for our freedom. It was a sacrifice play, brave and stupid and heartbreaking. The tall figure's head tilted the other way. It was considering. The other watchers were utterly still. I looked at my kids. Our son was hiding his face in his mother's leg. Our daughter was staring at the tall figure, not with fear now, but with a kind of blank curiosity. They were the unspoken leverage. My wife's plan, her attempt at a bargain, hung in the air. Would these ancient, hungry things accept a negotiated surrender? Or was the process itself, the slow, inevitable claiming, part of the ritual they enjoyed? The grinding voice did not answer her directly. Instead, it spoke again to me. The keeper will complete the transaction. The old ways require the keeper's hand. They weren't going to deal with her. She was the commodity. I was the broker, and a broker had to finalize the sale. It was a cruelty layered on top of cruelty, making me an accomplice in my own wife's destruction. The weight of that responsibility threatened to crush me. I had no tools, no weapons, no magic words. Just the failure of a ritual I barely remembered. As we stood there, trapped in this unbearable standoff, a new sound cut through the tension. A soft, wet, crunching noise came from the edge of the clearing to our left. One of the pale figures had knelt down. It wasn't looking at us. In its long-fingered hands it held a struggling rabbit. The creature's eyes were wide with animal terror. The figure held it gently, almost tenderly. Then, with a slow, deliberate pressure, it began to twist. Not to kill, but to shape. The rabbit's spine bowed, then curved, then looped into a perfect, agonizing spiral. The crunching was the sound of bone and cartilage being remade. The rabbit emitted a short, sharp squeal that was cut off too soon. The figure continued its work, meticulous, artistic, until the animal was a twisted, still-warm sculpture of fur and bone, a perfect match to the metal spirals and the bone we had found. It set the small, contorted body down on the moss, arranging it with care, and then stood back up, returning to its motionless pose. It was a demonstration, a statement of their nature. This was what they did. They found unique, living things, and they reshaped them into permanent art for their collection. My wife was next, and they were showing me exactly how it was done. The message was received. The horror was complete. There was no fighting them, no bargaining with them. There was only the terrible choice of how the debt would be paid, and the even more terrible knowledge that I, as the failed keeper, would have to be the one to hand her over. The gray light of a false dawn began to seep into the clearing, doing nothing to warm the chill that had settled deep in our bones. The twisted rabbit lay on the moss, a final, grotesque period at the end of the sentence the forest had written for us. My wife looked at me, her eyes hollowed out from fear and exhaustion, and in them I saw a decision had been made. "I'll go," she said, her voice a flat, dry thing. "I'll walk to the stone and sing it one last time, to pay the debt in full." She said it like she was agreeing to pay a bill, but the finality in her tone was absolute. This was her attempt to control the uncontrollable, to make her sacrifice look like a choice. She knelt and hugged our children long, tight hugs that smelled of goodbye. She kissed the tops of their heads, whispering things I couldn't hear, promises for a future she wouldn't see. They clung to her, confused, starting to cry. Then she stood, gave me a look that held a lifetime of love and a terrible apology, and turned towards the mossy stone. As she walked away, a desperate, scrambling energy took hold of me. I couldn't just stand there. I couldn't be the keeper who handed her over. I ran to our piled, ruined gear, my hands tearing through bags and boxes, not even knowing what I was looking for. A weapon, a tool, anything made of straight, strong steel that had escaped the twisting. My fingers closed around a familiar, smooth leather sheath at the very bottom of my own backpack. My grandfather's old camping knife. I'd forgotten it was there. With a shaking hand, I pulled it free. The leather sheath was plain, unadorned. The knife slid out. The blade was straight. Perfectly, beautifully straight. A length of honest, sharp, human-made steel. It had been hidden away, inside my own bag, inside its sheath, and the twisting influence had missed it. Was it a loophole? A part of the old rules? A tool reserved for the keeper to use in the final transaction? Or was it just blind, stupid luck? I didn't know. I only knew its weight in my hand felt like the only real thing left in the world. I turned back to the clearing. She had reached the stone. The pale figures had emerged fully from the trees, forming a half circle around her, their blank faces turned towards her in expectation. She began to sing, the lullaby. But as her voice rose, steady and clear now with a doomed courage, she changed the words. She wove our children's names into the melody. She sang of my hands, of our first home, of coffee on Sunday mornings. She was corrupting the artifact. She was pouring every specific, personal, human memory of her love into the song, trying to make it something they couldn't use, something too messy and unique to be a clean, collected specimen. The figures swayed, but their hollow eyes turned from her to us, to me and the children watching from near the dead car. They were fascinated by this new development. The defiance, the love, the raw human struggle. It was a more complex, richer pattern than they had anticipated. The debt, I realized with a sinking heart, wasn't being paid. It was growing. My wife finished her altered, personal song. The last note hung in the air. The tall figure stepped forward. It reached for her, not to grab, but with a long, twig-like finger, it touched her forehead. She froze, not in fear, but in a sudden, absolute stillness. She became a statue, her eyes open, unblinking, fixed on something far away. The figure then turned its smooth face towards me. It slowly extended its other hand, palm up, in a clear, unambiguous gesture. It was waiting. It was waiting for me, the keeper, to complete the transaction, to give it what was owed. The straight knife was cold in my sweating hand. What was I supposed to do? Give it the knife as a final token? Use it on myself to break the pact with my blood? Or was the meaning darker, more final? The vision of the white grove flashed again, a living death. Was the knife the only way to give her a clean end? To save her from that eternal, silent screaming? To save my children from watching their mother become a tree? My mind screamed in a dozen different directions. The children beside me were changing. Their crying had stopped. They held each other's hands, watching their motionless mother, and they were humming. But the tune was wrong. It was the lullaby, but syncopated, twisted, harmonizing with a new, faint whisper that now seemed to come from the leaves all around us. The forest wasn't just taking their mother. It was beginning to tune them, to weave them into its chorus. The tall figure's upturned palm did not waver. The other pale watchers were utterly still. The decision was mine, and it had to be made now, in the terrible clarity of the gray dawn. I looked at the knife, at my wife's frozen form, at my children humming a forest song, and I took a step forward. I didn't know if I was walking to give, to fight, or to end, but I was done being a bystander in my family's destruction. The blade caught the first true ray of sunlight, flashing a sharp, bright signal into the watching woods. It was the only straight line left in our world of spirals, and I would use it to cut something, even if it was just the terrible tension of not knowing what came next.